Zhou Shiyan, who had been standing silently to the side, spoke up. Yunxi, has this material been patented? Zhou Shiyan knew that this performance data was not only leading domestically, but also highly competitive internationally. It's already in the application process. Thank you, Yunxi. He had actually wanted to give up on cooperating with the Jeang family's Fangwei group a long time ago. The Jeang family, relying on being the sole supplier, hadn't exactly been friendly. Unexpectedly, the problem that had troubled them for so long was solved by his girlfriend. This is a win-win situation. This research result definitely needed a partner, and ZTE Group was undoubtedly an excellent choice, greatly helping to enhance the research institute's reputation and influence. Of course, breaking the Jeang family's monopoly would leave Zhang Yuran with no excuse to cause trouble. Why wouldn't Yunxi be happy to do something that achieved multiple benefits? After a while, it was past Yunxi's nap time. She involuntarily opened her mouth and yawned widely, a wave of drowsiness washing over her, even bringing a few glistening tears to the corners of her eyes from exhaustion. Zhou Shiyan, who had been watching her closely, quickly reached out and gently wiped away her tears, asking in an exceptionally gentle tone, "Sleepy?" "Yes." And Yunxi nodded slightly in agreement, her voice still tinged with weariness. "Let's go inside and rest for a while," he said, pulling her along, and opened a door next to the rest area. Behind this door was a fully equipped, elegant suite with a private bathroom. "The sheets and blankets are clean, so please feel free to sleep here." And Yunxi nodded obediently. She was indeed sleepy. But quickly, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked up at Zhou Shiyan and asked, "And what about you?" Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slightly indulgent smile as he replied, "I'll stay with you." Upon hearing this, and Yunxi's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the man before her, seemingly unable to believe what she was hearing. Then, before she could react, Zhou Shiyan added, "Just sleeping, nothing else." And Yunxi. Was it necessary to emphasize that? At this moment, and Yunxi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyan completely ignored her reaction, quickly taking off his coat. He nimbly lay down on the soft, comfortable bed, then beckoned to Yunxi, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and called out, "Yunxi, come here." And Yunxi took a deep breath, also taking off her shoes, socks, and coat, and lay down on the bed. "It's just a nap. Who's afraid of who?" She lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Not long after lying down, a warm feeling came from beside her, and then she felt herself being pulled into a pair of strong arms. And Yunxi was slightly startled, but when she smelled the familiar scent of Zhou Shiyan, her heart instantly calmed down, and she nestled in the man's broad embrace like a docile kitten. Before long, drowsiness washed over her like a tide, and Yunxi quickly drifted off to sleep in the warm and reassuring atmosphere. After an unknown amount of time, Yunxi slowly woke up. She groggily opened her eyes and found that Zhou Shiyan, who had been holding her tightly, was no longer in bed. So, she slowly sat up, stretched lazily, and then got out of bed to go to the bathroom to tidy her slightly disheveled hair and clothes. After getting ready, she tiptoed to the door, gently opened it a crack, and cautiously peeked out. To Yunxi's surprise, Zhou Shiyan seemed to be entertaining guests. This was definitely not the time for her to appear. Thinking this, she quickly and gently closed the door again, but carefully left a narrow gap, secretly observing Zhou Shiyan as he worked. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan sat opposite a refined-looking middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with an elegant wooden tea table between them. And Yunxi watched as Zhou Shiyan, with a smile, sincerely and politely expressed his gratitude, his words brimming with humility and respect. The middle-aged man, meanwhile, maintained a kind smile, listening quietly to Zhou Shiyan's words. After Zhou Shiyan finished speaking, the middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then asked, "Shiyan, you specifically called me here today. Surely it wasn't just to thank me?" "I believe you already guessed my meaning." This was Zhou Shiyan's brilliance. He held everything in control, yet deliberately let the other person speak. Sometimes, handing the initiative to the other party makes it easier to achieve one's goals. The middle-aged man smiled and said, You hope that I will vote in favor of the reform resolution at tomorrow's meeting? Zhou Shiyan remained silent, and the middle-aged man instantly understood his attitude. Shiyan, although ZTE is a business of your Zhou family, we old folks have also contributed greatly. The group is starting to marketize some of its businesses. This is the future trend, and we all know that, but it should be done gradually. I've read your reform plan. I'm not questioning your abilities, but isn't it too risky to take such a big step all at once? The middle-aged man clearly didn't approve of Zhou Shiyan's plan. He still hoped things could proceed step by step, rather than taking such a huge leap all at once. Hearing his words, Zhou Shiyan wasn't angry. Instead, he spoke gently yet firmly, stating his first sentence. Risk is often proportional to reward. Seeing that this had captured the other man's attention, Zhou Shiyan continued, You yourself said this is the trend. A steady approach can indeed avoid some risks, but it also means missing many opportunities. We can wait, but customers won't wait, and neither will the market. By the time we've taken it one step at a time, countless competitors will have already overtaken us. By then, how many opportunities will we have left? At this point, the middle-aged man was clearly starting to waver. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan gave him another boost of confidence. Uncle Wen, you also said that ZT Corporation is a Zhou family business. Do you think I would let it fail? You've watched me grow up. You should know my personality. I won't do anything without a high degree of certainty. My father would absolutely not allow me to risk ZT. What do you think? A brief conversation, a few words, and the other man went from skepticism to trust to complete agreement. It must be said, Zhou Shiyan is a man who understands people and knows how to negotiate. First, he builds rapport, offering ample emotional value. Then, he guides the other party to initiate the conversation. When the other party disagrees, he first presents the benefits, then appeals to their emotions and reason, even bringing in Zhou Shenghua for support. Since Zhou Shiyan has put it this way, what's the point of arguing? The other party is immediately persuaded to agree to Zhou Shiyan's request. That's Zhou Shiyan for you. He always acts with absolute certainty, calculating a dozen steps ahead for every move. As an elite who deeply understands human nature and has keen insight into the business world, his core is incredibly strong. His speech is calm and composed, and his conduct is methodical and logical. Who wouldn't want that feeling of control and dominance? No wonder the system gave him a perfect 100-point ability rating. And Yunxi admitted she was captivated by Zhou Shiyan's commanding presence and air of authority. They say men who are focused on their work are the most handsome. She realized this immediately on her first visit to her boyfriend's company, almost swooning over his charm. Seeing that Zhou Shiyan had successfully won her over, and Yunxi quietly closed the door, no longer paying him any attention. She turned and leisurely returned to her room, picking up her phone from the bedside table and starting to play with it. Zhou Shiyan saw his guests off before gently opening the door. Sure enough, Yunxi was already up. Actually, the moment Yunxi peeked through the crack in the door and stared intently at him, his senses, always exceptionally sharp, had already noticed her actions. However, it wasn't convenient to let her out at that time. He could only speed things up and resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Seeing Yunxi sitting on the bed, Zhou Shiyan naturally sat down beside her and pulled her into his arms. Stroking her soft hair, Zhou Shiyan gently asked, Did you sleep well? Yunxi tilted her head back slightly, nestling against Zhou Shiyan's broad and warm chest, appearing both languid and carefree, only uttering a simple in response. Were you bored? At this point, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He had been busy all day and hadn't had time to spend with her. Yunxi shook her head and said, No. She was always a very patient person. She was the kind of person who could spend an entire day alone in her room with just her phone and never feel bored. Seeing a hint of guilt on his face, Yunxi quickly emphasized, It's really nothing. You go ahead and do your work. I'll wait for you here. Hearing this, he nodded slightly to indicate he understood, but then added, No one else is coming this afternoon. You should go outside too. That way, he could see her as soon as he looked up. Okay, she was just watching videos and dramas anyway, anywhere was fine. Before Yunxi could react, Zhou Shiyan bent down and swept her into a princess carry. And Yunxi weighed less than 100 pounds, making it incredibly easy for the tall and strong Zhou Shiyan to lift her. And Yunxi instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around the man's neck. Meanwhile, her large, watery eyes were fixed on his sharply defined, exquisitely sculpted profile, and an indescribable sweetness welled up within her. Soon, Zhou Shiyan carried Yunxi to the sofa area of the outer office and carefully placed her on the soft, comfortable sofa. Then, he turned and called Wang Lin, instructing him to arrange for some food and drinks to be brought in. After everything was arranged, Zhou Shiyan returned to his desk and resumed his unfinished work. Thus, a unique and warm scene unfolded in the spacious and bright office of the president of Zhongxing Group. Amidst the mountains of documents and materials piled on his desk, Zhou Shiyan sat upright, his expression focused and serious, concentrating intently on the important matters at hand. However, every now and then, he would involuntarily look up and cast a deep, affectionate gaze at Yunxi sitting on the sofa. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness and affection, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. Meanwhile, Yunxi sat comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in a popular TV series on her tablet. A fragrant cup of tea sat before her, and she occasionally reached for some fruit or snacks, looking utterly content. Not only that, but whenever the plot became a little dull, she would glance up slightly, stealing a few peeks at her handsome boyfriend, who was diligently working with her bright, sparkling eyes. Their gazes occasionally met. They would exchange a smile, and then return to their own tasks. Although they didn't outwardly exchange many words, a subtle, blush-inducing, and slightly ambiguous atmosphere quietly filled the office. It was like the delicate fragrance of newly blossoming flowers carried on a spring breeze, intoxicating and irresistible. These days couldn't be more beautiful. Time flowed quietly in this warm and beautiful atmosphere. By the time Zhou Shiyan finished his work for the day, Yunxi had already watched 4 or 5 episodes of a TV series. Yunxi was completely absorbed in the plot on the screen, not even glancing at Zhou Shiyan beside her. Zhou Shiyan watched her for a long time, but she didn't notice. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle. He gently approached Yunxi, then, taking her by surprise, swiftly and gently pulled the tablet computer away from her. The sudden turn of events snapped Yunxi back to her senses. She turned her head slightly reproachfully, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man standing beside her, and asked sweetly, "Brother Shiyan, are you done?" Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly and nodded, replying, "Yes, come on. I'll take you to get something delicious." Looking at her watch, Yunxi was surprised to find that it was already past 6 in the afternoon. Hearing that they were going to eat something delicious, Yunxi's eyes lit up immediately. She stood up and packed her phone charger and other belongings into her bag. Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's coat from the coat rack and gestured for her to put it on. Yunxi didn't stand on ceremony, showing no hesitation or affectation. She confidently extended her hands, following Zhou Shiyan's gesture, slipping them into her sleeves and gently lifting her arms. The coat slid naturally over her shoulders, perfectly fitting her body. Once everything was ready, she smiled and took Zhou Shiyan's arm. The two walked side by side out of the office, once again arriving at Meiyuan Restaurant. This restaurant was a true favorite of Yunxi's. From its uniquely designed decor and tranquil dining environment to its mouth-watering dishes, everything about it appealed to her. It had been a long time since she'd dined here. Night fell, and the city lights began to twinkle. In the bustling city, Meiyuan Restaurant, nestled in a courtyard house, retained a unique tranquility and lively atmosphere. Zhou Shiyan showed his membership card and entered a small private room. The private room was small, but just right for the two of them. As soon as they sat down, Yunxi eagerly ordered several dishes. Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Zhou Shiyan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. He teased, "Haven't eaten in so long, are you craving it?" Yunxi rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's not like you don't want to eat." Soon, the dishes were served. Yunxi's eyes lit up, ready to dig in. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan smiled, picked up his chopsticks, placed a piece of meat in her bowl, and said, "Eat." And Yunxi happily ate, occasionally exchanging a few words with Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan ate while adding food to her plate, occasionally responding with a few words. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Shiyan suddenly said seriously, "Yunxi, you like it here? We can come here often in the future." And Yunxi was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a bright smile. "Okay, remember that." "I won't forget," Zhou Shiyan nodded, his eyes full of doting affection. Soft lighting bathed them, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. In the days that followed, Yunxi was like a tireless bee, constantly busy participating in competitions. April, Shooting World Cup, Changwon, South Korea. May, Shooting World Cup, Fort Bennington, USA. June, Shooting World Cup, Munich, Germany. It's worth mentioning that, with the backing of Yunxi's financial power, her 2 custom-built super-luxury private jets were delivered to her in mid-June. These 2 private jets are no ordinary aircraft. They are both based on the Boeing 787 model and have undergone a series of meticulous modifications. It's no exaggeration to say that they are the pinnacle of the business jet industry. This ultra-long-range wide-body business jet boasts an astonishing maximum range of 21,570 kilometers. This exceptionally long range allows it to effortlessly and continuously fly to any corner of the world, making it a true king of flight. One of the world's most expensive private jets, each priced at a staggering $400 million. The cabin interior is spacious, reaching 342 square meters and can accommodate a total of 53 passengers. Moreover, the cabin facilities are extremely luxurious, equipped with 5 toilets, a deluxe bathroom, a cozy master bedroom, and areas specifically for dining, working, and entertainment. Here, everything is available, as if one is in a mobile castle floating in the air. Due to Yunxi's extensive upgrades and modifications to the original aircraft models, the price of each aircraft soared to a staggering $630 million, equivalent to a whopping 4.5 billion RMB. Thus, the total price of the 2 aircraft combined reaches a staggering 9 billion RMB. But this is nothing to the wealthy Yunxi. Aside from some differences in decoration style, the layout and configuration of the 2 aircraft are exactly the same. The plane for her parents featured a sophisticated and understated interior with a combination of gray and simple white, while her own was decorated in a refreshing and elegant light blue. And Yunxi even named her own plane Yunxi, and her parents' plane Mingxia, a name her father would likely accept without objection. The purchase cost of such a luxurious private jet is undoubtedly staggering. However, the annual maintenance and upkeep expenses are equally enormous. For a plane like Yunxi's, the costs, from flight attendants and parking to management, upkeep, insurance, fuel, airport usage, and route application fees, easily exceed 30 million RMB per year. Fortunately, the system was incredibly considerate. The monthly sign-in rewards for April and May were flight attendant team recruitment cards, thus securing staff for both planes. Although she still had to pay the salaries herself, at least she didn't have to find people herself. And Yunxi used the summoning card as soon as she received it. Because of this, the flight attendant team was already in place before the plane even arrived. A flight attendant team for an aircraft consists of a captain, a first officer, a chef, and 3 flight attendants, either male or female. In addition, Yunxi used 4 custom-designed top-tier bodyguard summoning cards, summoning 4 individuals, 2 for each aircraft. These individuals are responsible for protecting their employer's safety on a regular basis and serve as the aircraft's security personnel when traveling on the private jet. As soon as the plane arrived, Yunxi immediately made a video call to her parents. And Jianhua and Fan Mingxia were quite surprised to hear that their daughter had bought them a luxury private jet. "Xiaoxi, you can keep this private jet for yourself. You're always traveling for competitions. You'll need it a lot." And Jianhua said. Fan Mingxia felt that her family didn't need it. And Jianhua nodded, agreeing with his wife's suggestion. "Dad, Mom, Eve bought 2 planes. This one is specifically for you. I've arranged the personnel and parking location. Just let the person in charge know when you need to use it, and they'll take care of everything. And Jianhua. Fangmingxia. The two were momentarily speechless. After a long pause, and Jianhua cleared his throat and slowly said, "Okay, then Mom and Dad will accept it. By the way, Mom and Dad, please make a list of who in the family wants to travel abroad. We'll go by private jet. I'll wait for you in Munich after my competition." After making the list, the travel permits would need to be processed, and someone would have to organize all of that. And Yunxi wasn't in Yunzhou, so her parents were the most suitable to handle it. Because Yunxi would be participating in the Asian Games in August, the travel itinerary had to be moved forward. Considering that many people would be attending school, and Yunxi planned for everyone to depart on July 1st. After all, schools were basically on summer vacation by then, so it would be easier for both students and working professionals to coordinate their travel plans. Okay, focus on the competition. Leave everything else to us. We'll take care of everything. Fang Mingxia readily agreed, not wanting her daughter to worry about these things while competing. Thank you so much, Mom and Dad. Time flies when you're busy. When Yunxi finished the Munich, Germany leg of the competition, it was already June 27th. 3 consecutive months of traveling abroad for competitions had earned Yunxi considerable rewards from the system. Countries she hadn't ventured into before, like South Korea and the United States, had quietly begun to flourish under her control. She had estates, company shares, land, and more. Even her second trip to Munich yielded generous rewards from the system. Moreover, she noticed that although she competed in one city, the system's rewards were no longer limited to that city, but rather extended to the entire country she was in. This was fantastic for Yunxi. From now on, the range of opportunities she can obtain for each international competition will be much wider. Not only that, the rewards for weekly check-in achievements have also changed significantly. Instead of just giving lists and recipes, they've started giving other things. For example, film and television scripts, and musical works, and variety show proposals. And Yunxi, good heavens, these are all resources prepared for Xingtian entertainment. It's clear how much the system favors Xingtian, and Yunxi guessed that this might still be related to the so-called reputation points. Therefore, Yunxi specifically called Li Haowen to plan the future development of Xingtian entertainment. And Yunxi, as the behind-the-scenes boss of Xingtian Entertainment, will oversee the operations, while CEO Li Haowen and his direct executive office will be responsible for the company's overall operation and management. The company comprises 10 departments. Administration Department, responsible for the company's logistics and daily administrative affairs management, developing and optimizing internal processes and systems, managing company assets, and coordinating internal and external communication. Artist Management Department, responsible for artist signing, training, career planning, and scheduling, managing artists' public image and brand building, and coordinating interactions and activities between artists and fans. Production Department, responsible for the planning and production of music, film, and variety shows, managing production budgets, filming schedules, and post-production. Marketing Department, responsible for the promotion and publicity of artists and their works, planning and executing marketing strategies, including advertising, public relations, and social media. Public Relations Department, maintaining relationships with the media, issuing press releases, organizing press conferences, and managing artists' public image and crisis management. Copyright Management Department, managing copyrights owned or represented by the company, including the purchase, licensing, and sale of music and film copyrights, monitoring copyright use and infringement. Legal Department, drafting and reviewing contracts, handling contractual matters with artists and partners, handling legal disputes and litigation, and providing legal advice and intellectual property protection. Finance Department, responsible for the company's financial management and accounting, developing budgets and financial plans, and monitoring the company's financial situation. Human Resources Department, responsible for employee recruitment, training, evaluation, and benefits, managing internal human resources and administration. New Media Department, operates the company's social media accounts and online platforms, plans online marketing campaigns and fan interactions, and produces and publishes online content. These departments and resources work together to ensure the smooth operation and development of the entertainment company. After noting down his boss's instructions, Li Haowen on the other end of the phone quickly called a meeting to make arrangements. For the development of Xingtian Entertainment, and Yunxi used a summoning card to recruit 10 people and gave them to Li Haowen, instructing him to distribute them to various departments within the company. With these people whose loyalty to Yunxi was 100%, it would be much easier for Li Haowen to implement any reforms or measures. Also, seeing the system continuously feeding resources to Xingtian Entertainment, she keenly sensed the system's attitude. Therefore, Yunxi also began to attach greater importance to Xingtian Entertainment. In addition, Yunxi used all the researcher summoning cards she had obtained before February at the Research Institute, keeping only the 8 she received from subsequent check-ins for emergencies. To date, Yunxi has recruited over 70 researchers to the Institute using these summoning cards. Adding those recruited through regular hiring, the total number of researchers has reached 110. These individuals are working on various research projects, contributing significantly to Yunxi's research endeavors. There are also monthly rewards. April and May's rewards were Flight Attendant Service Team summoning cards. The rewards for the previous 2 months were technical documents on energy storage system solutions, and the reward for March was ownership of a company called Beijing Mengmao Technology Company, Limited. The former, a technical document, is exactly what Yunxi currently desires. Not long ago, she was racking her brains over this problem, and the system immediately delivered a solution. Yunxi sent the information to Xianyulin as soon as she received it, instructing him to have his team begin research. When it's packaged and launched alongside solar panels, it could be a technology that changes the landscape of many industries. As for the latter, it was a small company Yunxi had never even heard of. After reviewing the information, Yunxi learned that this company had developed a free online novel reading app, Mengmao Novels. It primarily aimed to provide readers with a smooth, free, and ultimate reading experience. The product was already developed, but before its official launch, it was acquired by the system and handed over to Yunxi. Similar software existed in Yunxi's original world. Novels were free to read, but there were still many ways to generate revenue. Advertising revenue, membership fees, copyright management, and e-commerce sales could all generate income. But the prerequisite was having a large user base. And having a large user base required having a large number of novels. However, these were not problems for Yunxi. With a qualified operations management team, she could simply throw money at it and handle the initial promotion. However, after learning the situation, Yunxi discovered that the company originally only had a founding team. Later, this team disintegrated due to ideological differences and ultimately had to sell the company. Yunxi. This was the first time she'd taken on such a mess. With no other option, she used 5 custom top-level management personnel summoning cards to recruit 5 people at once to form a core management team. The rest of the personnel would be found through recruitment. Next, Yunxi looked at the other cards in her inventory. She had used the previous 5 custom top-level hacker summoning cards, but she had obtained 6 more through daily check-ins and lotteries. Yunxi used one directly, recruiting someone to Mengmao Technology as the technical lead to build a technical R&D team. Yunxi had some new ideas and architecture for this app that the technical team needed to update and implement. Using up 6 character summoning cards at once was quite a generous move by Yunxi. The main reason was that the company's situation was dire. Using summoning cards was the fastest way to get it up and running. As for the office location, it was small and old. Yunxi disliked the original office of Mengmao Technology so much that she moved to the 13th floor of Yunfeng Building. There were also lotteries. In April, May, and June, Yunxi won 1 billion yuan in personal funds, a skill upgrade card, and ownership of Rongjinji Catering Management Company, Limited. Yunxi had won the first 2 lotteries before, but it was Rongjinji Restaurant that caught her attention. It was a Michelin 3-star restaurant specializing in Cantonese cuisine, currently with 30 branches nationwide, including 5 in Beijing, 5 in Shanghai, 12 in Guangdong Province, and the rest in other major cities. It looked quite impressive. She'd have to try it when she had time. Otherwise, if someone asks if the food is good and she, the owner, doesn't even know, that would be so embarrassing. With only 3 days left before the arrival of the En and Fong families' tour groups, and Yunxi stayed in Munich instead of returning home. Before this, and Yunxi had asked Zhou Shiyan's family if they could come along. Unfortunately, all three were busy with their own work and couldn't spare the time for such a long trip abroad. Even so, the total number of tourists visiting Europe this time reached 32. And Yunxi's family of 4, needless to say, would definitely participate. The elders from both the En and Fong families, who were traveling on their own private jets, were persuaded by Jianhua and Fong Mingxia to come along. The 4 elders initially didn't want to come, fearing they would be a burden. But their children were right. If they didn't travel while they were still healthy, they might not have the chance later. After much consideration, they were persuaded. On the En family's side, her eldest uncle and eldest cousin were busy with a family business and couldn't leave, so only her aunt and Yunzhou participated. Both her second uncle and aunt were working, so only Yunxin could go. Both of her aunt's families, her eldest aunt's family, both teachers decided to travel together. Her younger aunt's family, the couple, were busy with their business and couldn't come, so they sent their 2 children to be taken out to broaden their horizons. Fong Mingxia figured with so many adults, they could manage the 2 children, so she agreed. Besides her maternal grandparents and those who couldn't leave due to work or business, the only other members of the Fong family who could travel abroad for an extended period were her cousin He Jiai, from her aunt's side, her third uncle and his wife and their daughter Fong Siki, and her youngest uncle's family of 4. This brought the total to 24 people, plus 8 bodyguards and Yunxi brought along for safety. The entire tour group swelled to 32 people. And Yunxi stayed at her Annern's manor for 3 days. During those 3 days, although she didn't go out, her daily check-in rewards spread throughout Germany. On June 28th, and Yunxi received a plot of land in Berlin, the capital city, through a daily check-in. This is the second plot of land and Yunxi has acquired since arriving in Germany. The first was a plot in Munich, a reward she received on her first day there. On June 29th, she received a 20% stake in Rostwind Shipping Company through a daily check-in. And Yunxi had researched Rostwind. Founded in 1970 and headquartered in Hamburg, it's the 5th largest container shipping company in the world. Shipping gets a huge pie everyone wants a piece of. Take Rostwind, for example. Last year, its revenue was $20.8 billion and its profit was $2.53 billion. Even for Yunxi, it's a very lucrative industry. On June 30th, she received a plot of land in Hamburg through a daily check-in. Another Hamburg property. It seems the system has a positive view of this city. Thinking about it carefully, it's actually quite understandable. Hamburg, Germany's second largest city, is located in northern Germany, covering an area of approximately 755 square kilometers and with a population of about 1.9455 million. The city is renowned for its port, being the second largest in Europe and the 9th largest in the world, earning it the title of Germany's gateway to the world. Its economy is primarily based on high-tech, logistics, precision manufacturing, and information technology industries, and it is also an important financial and media center. By all accounts, the city's development potential is quite impressive. With a check-in completed on the last day of June, another monthly achievement reward is available. Perhaps because Yunxi is in Germany, this reward is also a German property, a farm in the Black Forest. A farm? This is the first time Yunxi has received an asset reward like a farm. And Yunxi knows that German organic agriculture is world-renowned. And this Black Forest farm in Hesse, Germany, as an early practitioner of the German ecological agriculture concept, has been famous since the millennium and now hosts dozens of delegations from various countries every year for visits and learning. This farm is now her private property. Excellent, excellent, and Yunxi really loves this kind of business. In terms of scale, the Black Forest farm covers 520 hectares, which is considered a large farm in Germany. Of these 520 hectares, approximately 350 hectares are used for crop cultivation and 150 hectares are grassland and forest. In addition, the farm also raises over 100 dairy cows, over 200 chickens, 5 horses, and over 2,000 pigs. After communicating with the farm's manager by phone, Yunxi gained a basic understanding of the farm situation. Black Forest is not just a farm. It operates 5 organic food supermarkets in several cities near Frankfurt, selling its own organic pork, milk, eggs, and processed grain products. As the Black Forest supermarkets gain popularity, they have also begun to try selling products from their physical stores online. Black Forest Farm is most famous for its 100% organic agriculture. Why is it described as 100% organic? Because this farm's production methods are even stricter than the EU's bio standards. It's important to understand that obtaining a bio production license in Germany is no easy feat according to regulations. Farmers must independently study the detailed requirements for bio-agricultural production set by the EU or Germany, meeting the standards in all aspects. Then, they apply to an agricultural monitoring company commissioned by the German federal government. The company inspects and audits the farm, and if it passes, issues a bio license. Subsequently, the monitoring company sends independent inspection experts to the farm annually, sometimes with prior notice and sometimes without notice. If problems are found, corrective measures are immediately proposed. If the farm fails to meet the standards after 2 sets of corrective measures, it is fined and its bio license is revoked. Paul, the farm's manager, told Yunxi that there are several such agricultural testing companies in Germany, and Black Forest farms pay them several thousand euros annually for testing fees. Somewhat surprisingly, despite the vast area of crop cultivation in the Black Forest, the primary focus of their operations is pig farming. According to Paul, crop profits are too low, cattle farming is too risky, and poultry production is limited. Raising pigs is the most profitable option. The previous owner had tried many different strategies before finally settling on the current one. And Yunxi has no intention of changing anything. Her only requirement for the farm is that it doesn't lose money. Here, the farm boasts Germany's most advanced pigsties, built on a small hill. The pigsties have separate feeding, sleeping, drinking, and waste disposal areas. Every year, the farm cultivates legumes on 60 hectares of land, providing high-quality protein feed for the pigs. Legumes have natural nitrogen-fixing properties, so no artificial fertilizers are needed. It's a purely natural pig feed. Furthermore, pig manure is collected by a mechanically driven system into a 1,500 cubic meter manure pit, which serves as natural fertilizer for the farm's other crops. Because operating an ecological farm is extremely costly, the Black Forest Farm's annual gross income is approximately 2.1 million. 90% of this income comes from pig farming, while the farm's total annual costs are close to 1.8 million. This means only a net profit of 300,000 is left. The profit isn't much, but Yunxi quite likes this kind of ecological farm. She plans to visit and try the organic pork there sometime. Early on July 1st, the group met at Yunzhou Airport and, under the guidance of staff, boarded the Mingxia private jet. Upon boarding, everyone was immediately captivated by the luxurious interior. Seeing the curious looks on everyone's faces, the captain smiled and gestured for one of the flight attendants to come over, whispering a few instructions. The flight attendant then enthusiastically led everyone on a tour of the luxurious aircraft. From the spacious and bright master bedroom and passenger cabin to the fully equipped kitchen and bathroom, and then to the advanced cockpit, the flight attendants gave a detailed and vivid introduction to everyone. Everyone's face was filled with amazement and excitement. Third son, did Yunxi buy this for you? Grandma asked after seeing the plane. Yes, Mom. In the future, if you and Dad want to go anywhere, just let me know in advance, and I'll arrange it for you. And Jianhua was also very happy about his daughter's filial piety. We don't need it at all. It's for you and Xiaoxi. Grandma and quickly waved her hand and said, Xiaoxi has won herself, something similar, and your grandson-in-law's family has won too. You don't need to worry about these things. Third uncle, how much does one of these planes cost? At this moment in Yunxin, who had been listening intently, finally couldn't contain his curiosity and stepped forward to ask. Xiaoxi bought it, but she didn't say how much it cost. And Jianhua actually knew the price, but he felt some things didn't need to be stated so clearly. In my experience, a private jet of this caliber would cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Yu Kai chimed in. Your experience? What experience do you have? Yuan Long rolled his eyes at his son. Dad, don't underestimate me. I know quite a bit about this. Yuan Long looked at his somewhat smug son and didn't bother to say anything more. Hundreds of millions of dollars? That expensive? And Xiaoying, however, seemed incredulous upon hearing her son's words. That's for sure. This plane is so big, without modifications, it could seat over 100 people. You see, all these modifications and luxurious decorations cost extra. Wow. Thanks to Yunxi, I'm actually getting to fly on a plane like this in my lifetime. It's totally worth it. Exactly. I have to tell my older brothers when we get back. Not coming this time would have been a huge loss. When everyone learned the price of the plane, they were all speechless with amazement. They wandered around the cabin, looking here and there, touching everything, constantly making sounds of admiration, as if the plane wasn't just a means of transportation, but a priceless treasure. And so, the group circled the plane, marveling at its value for a long time. It wasn't until the flight attendant announced that they were ready for takeoff that everyone took their assigned seats. Because there were elderly people with them, and Jianhua gave the master bedroom to the 4 elders. Even a direct flight to Munich takes over 10 hours. When the group disembarked, it was already 7 p.m. in Beijing, which was noon local time. And Yunxi and the butler, Eisen, took a prearranged bus to the airport to pick everyone up and take them to the Annen's manor. Upon arriving at the manor, they naturally ate lunch first. After lunch, everyone was immediately put to a nap. After a long day of flying and traveling, everyone was quite tired. Of course, to help them adjust to the local time, and Yunxi didn't let them sleep for long, setting alarms for them to wake up 2 hours later. After everyone woke up, and Yunxi and Eisen were waiting for them in a side hall in the guest room area. Once everyone had arrived, and Yunxi spoke first, introducing, "This is my manor's butler, Eisen. Please feel free to contact him if you need anything during your stay. In a little while, Butler Eisen and I will give you a tour of the manor. We'll spend the next 2 days exploring the manor, and then we'll head to other places starting the day after tomorrow." The manor was quite large. There were horseback riding, fruit picking, boating, walks, and various banquets and performances to hold. 2 days of fun was easily achievable. Moreover, with such a large family, it was safer to let them adjust before venturing out. Thus, the group, led by Butler Eisen, toured the entire Annen's manor. Starting from the castle, they were introduced to the functions of each building: the living quarters, banquet area, leisure area, parking lot, library, private collection museum, and more, all of which broadened the group's horizons. After seeing the interiors, the group went outside to explore the gardens. Then they boarded the manor's sightseeing bus to see the racecourse, lake, sports field, planting areas, and livestock areas. Everyone immediately became interested. No wonder it's considered a tourist attraction. With so many fun places, it's bound to be popular. Because the manor is so large, even the sightseeing bus tour took 2 hours. When everyone returned to the castle, a sumptuous dinner prepared by the chef was waiting for them. Because there were many people, and Yunxi had Eisen prepare a buffet style, allowing everyone to take what they wanted. It was relaxed and comfortable, and no one had to cater to anyone else's tastes. Furthermore, considering the family's preferences, and Yunxi had the dishes prepared mainly Chinese food, with some Western food as a supplement. The small amount of Western food was mainly to give everyone a taste of something new. Just as Yunxi had predicted, apart from a few young people taking some Western dishes, none of the elders from either family or her parents' generation went over there. "Mom and Dad, would you like to try this German beef roll?" Yu Kai asked his parents, holding a plate of food. Yuan Long glanced at the food on his son's plate and shook his head, saying, "No, I can't get used to that stuff." Seeing her son's questioning gaze, and Xiaoying quickly added, "Me neither." She was joking. She couldn't stand the strange flavors of Western food. If she had no choice, fine. With so many delicious and visually appealing Chinese dishes available, why would she want to make things difficult for herself? On the first day after their long journey, Yunxi didn't arrange any activities for the evening, wanting everyone to rest and recharge. Even so, after dinner, everyone left the castle for a walk in the garden and by the lake before returning to their rooms to rest. During their 2 days at the manor, Yunxi let them roam freely, doing whatever they pleased. Since the manor was closed to the public for the 2 days, all staff and facilities were exclusively for their convenience. The generation gap became apparent when choosing activities. Yunxi's grandparents were particularly interested in the planting area, especially the grain and vegetable fields, as was her aunt, Jeang. Meanwhile, her aunt and uncle, also interested in the planting area, preferred the fruit and flower fields. The younger people were more interested in activities like horseback riding, swimming, and golf. After yesterday's tour, everyone was familiar with the manor's activities. Now, everyone could enjoy themselves to the fullest. Yunxi was very thoughtful, even having Eisen arrange 7 or 8 photographers to take pictures of everyone. This delighted the group of young people who loved taking photos. At this very moment, Yunxi was at the racetrack, accompanying her younger brother as he learned to ride. This was a promise she had made, and naturally, she wanted to keep it. To this end, she had specifically asked Eisen to arrange 2 equestrian instructors who spoke Chinese. Eisen, being efficient, directly found 2 Chinese-American instructors, making communication with them in Chinese effortless. Yu Kai and Yunzhou and Yunchen were also interested in horseback riding. Yunzhou had already learned to ride in Beijing, so he didn't need to join the other 3 beginners. He chose a horse, got used to it with the instructor for a while, and then could ride slowly on his own. Yunze and the other 2, however, started from scratch, becoming students. Yunxi knew Yunze was definitely intelligent, but she hadn't expected him to have such a good aptitude for horseback riding. After half a day, Yunze could already ride his horse around the riding arena on his own. After getting used to it for a while in the afternoon, he could even trot a few laps. Yunxi secretly wondered, could it be because her brother liked sports? That evening, the group, feeling a bit tired after a day of sightseeing, experienced various relaxation and recuperation activities arranged by Yunxi. After these experiences, returning to their rooms to rest felt absolutely wonderful. Everyone felt that the fatigue of the day had instantly vanished. Unbeknownst to the group, while the health benefits were related to the therapeutic programs, the main reason was the nourishing and invigorating pills Yunxi had secretly added to their soups and drinks. How could anyone travel without getting tired? Especially since their group included elderly people and children, and they were in a foreign country. If a few of them fell ill due to the change in environment, their trip would be ruined. Naturally, Yunxi wanted to prevent and avoid such situations. The next day, Yunze was eager to go horseback riding, but Yunxi only let him ride for an hour before pulling him away. How could a trip only include one activity? So, after learning horseback riding, Yunze started learning golf. This guy has matured quite a bit in the past 2 years. Before, perhaps because of his young age, even with high intelligence, he inevitably retained some childishness. In the past 2 years, however, Yunze's childishness has gradually faded, replaced by a certain air of nobility befitting a wealthy young master. It is often said that it takes 3 generations to cultivate an aristocrat. This statement is not casually made. True nobility requires not only the accumulation of material wealth, but also the inheritance of spiritual cultivation and moral character. This inheritance typically requires the combined efforts and influence of 3 generations. Historically, Cao hired renowned teachers and provided the best resources and educators for Cao, yet he still failed to cultivate Cao's aristocratic temperament. Ultimately, Cao's act of charging through the Sima Gate on horseback ended Cao's hopes. Why is this the case? Because cultivating an aristocrat truly takes 3 generations, and Cao was already too late to start. Although Cao came from a powerful clan, he was the descendant of a eunuch, a group despised at the time. While well-read, he lacked any aristocratic refinement. This was the first generation after Cao. Cao Cao's generation was constantly focused on building their own empire. They were fighting Liu Biyu one day, Yuan Shu the next, Yuan Shao the day after, and then Liu Bei and Sun Quan. They were too busy fighting to have time for the formalities of aristocratic manners. By the time of Cao Pai and Cao Ji, the generation was also focused on building their empire. In the early stages, they didn't have time to cultivate aristocratic qualities in their children. By the time they had achieved success and had more free time, the children were grown up. Old habits die hard. Having inherited the rough-and-tumble nature of their parents, trying to cultivate so-called aristocratic qualities was just nonsense and a recipe for disaster. Aristocratic bearing must be cultivated from childhood. If you want to nurture it from a young age, you need to wait until at least the third generation, as only the third generation has both the resources and time to cultivate it. Take the last emperor, Puyi, for example. You can see that although he didn't have much real ability, he possessed a very aristocratic air. He stood and sat with perfect posture, and every gesture and word was quite proper. Aristocratic bearing, simply put, is good habits. Cultivating aristocratic bearing isn't difficult, but it needs to start from a young age. Only by cultivating good habits from childhood can they be maintained as naturally as breathing. This is clearly lacking in the Yin family. Their family started with Jianhua and Fangmingxia, considered the first generation. But Yunxi and Yunza are the second generation. This couple were originally ordinary working-class people. Even after becoming wealthy, they only provided their children with a better standard of living. Before their children reached adulthood, Fangmingxia hardly bought them any luxury goods. This wasn't because Fangmingxia was stingy or unkind to her children. It was due to the limitations imposed by the couple's background and experience. They felt the children were too young for such things. Even before Yunxi went to university, the couple didn't let her participate in social activities. This is why the daughter of Yunzhou's richest man has always been shrouded in mystery within Yunzhou's social circles. They had no idea that it was important to cultivate aristocratic manners and refinement in their children from a young age. Because in Jianhua and Fangmingxia's view, their family was simply lucky. They had made some money with the help of their daughter's mentor. Therefore, Yunxi and Yunza received no such training during their childhood. Even the couple themselves only specifically studied business and social etiquette after their business had taken off. Yunxi might be a little better off. After all, she had been a young lady and matriarch of a noble family in the ancient world. Even if she was a tool for a marriage alliance, at least her family had invested heavily in her upbringing. Furthermore, with the unlocking of the system and the help of the rich, beautiful, and successful course, her noble and elegant temperament became increasingly pronounced. Therefore, to outsiders, Yunxi looked like someone raised in a prestigious family. Yunza, on the other hand, didn't have much of that opportunity. Fortunately, Jianhua and Fangmingxia began to realize their shortcomings in this area through their daughter. Since Yunxi discussed this topic with her parents, the couple changed their approach to raising their son. With the learning of etiquette and various other knowledge, coupled with an increase in his knowledge and perspective, Yunza began to undergo a complete transformation, becoming a different person altogether. Yunxi discussed her younger brother's upbringing with her parents because she realized the difference between her family and those with generations of established wealth. The Yin family, to put it nicely, were newly rich. To put it bluntly, they were nouveau riche. While they didn't have the mindless ostentation of nouveau riche, they genuinely lacked the refinement and substance of aristocratic families. She already possessed so much wealth herself. She had no intention of taking anything from the Yin family. This meant her younger brother would have to inherit the family business. As an heir, her brother was far too inexperienced. After all, the Yin family business was already substantial. With her help, it would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Managing such a large enterprise required real ability. Therefore, she specifically prepared a detailed training plan for Yunza, gave it to her parents, and even found several teachers to tutor her brother. In just over half a year, Yunza's entire demeanor and aura had completely changed. The 15-year-old boy was already showing signs of becoming a young nobleman. When they were alone together, Yunxi asked softly, "How are you doing?" Can you handle the recent study load? Before, he only needed to worry about his grades, but now with so much more material, she was a little worried about whether her younger brother could adapt. Sis, I can do it. And Yunxi knew his parents' and sister's expectations of him and the responsibility he carried. Therefore, he worked very hard. He tried his best to become better. After all, his sister was so outstanding. As her younger brother, he couldn't fall too far behind. Otherwise, he would not only embarrass the family, but also his sister, and it would be bad for his own reputation. He cared a lot about his image, you know. This young boy also had a strong competitive spirit. And Yunxi comforted him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're still young. We have plenty of time to grow. Her parents were only in their early 40s. He still had time to mature into a pillar of the family capable of standing on his own. Don't worry, sis, he said. I think the intensity is manageable. For him, the biggest difference was simply having less time for leisure. As the man of the family, he needed to be strong enough to develop and expand the family business and support his sister. This little bit of hardship was nothing to him. With great power comes great responsibility. Having enjoyed the benefits of his family's good circumstances, he naturally had to shoulder his share of responsibility. His sister was already so outstanding and worked so hard. How could he back down? It's good that you understand, and Yunxi said, looking at her brother's sunny and handsome face. Since you're out having fun, relax and enjoy yourself. Don't think about anything else for now. He was about to start high school. These leisurely days probably wouldn't be so frequent anymore. And Yunxi nodded, indicating he understood. This day was July 3rd. And Yunxi had been at the manor for the past few days, but the system's rewards were still not limited to Munich. On July 1st, she signed in and received a 20% stake in the German pharmaceutical company, Berlin-based manhwa Pharmaceuticals. Founded in 1818, Berlin-based manhwa Pharmaceuticals is headquartered in Berlin, Germany. It primarily researches, develops, manufactures, and markets original research products for the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of diseases, and is a German pharmaceutical company focused on human health. According to 2009 statistics, the Berlin-based manhwa Group ranked 36th among more than 4,000 well-known pharmaceutical companies worldwide, and 20th among more than 2,000 companies in Europe. The company's innovative products are sold in more than 150 countries and regions worldwide. Furthermore, it boasts some of the world's most advanced production facilities and testing technologies. Its top-notch testing and analysis methods, along with its comprehensive quality assurance system, ensure that all of the company's products meet or exceed the standards of the Chinese Pharmacopoeia and the European Pharmacopoeia and are approved for export to Asia, the Americas, and Europe. In short, this is a pharmaceutical company with very strong capabilities in Europe and globally. Last year, the group's net profit reached 692 million. However, the system only granted Yunxi a 20% stake. And Yunxi's consistent strategy for businesses she doesn't control is to simply wait for dividends and never interfere with the company's operations and management. This company, in which she only holds a 20% stake, is no exception. On July 2nd, she signed in and acquired a 15% stake in the Bosch Group. Headquartered in Gerlingen-Schlehow, Germany, the company is a leading global supplier of precision machinery and electrical systems. Bosch Group is also the world's largest automotive technology supplier, employing over 420,000 people in more than 50 countries. In 2017, its sales reached 88.4 billion, with sales in China alone reaching RMB 132.3 billion. In last year's Fortune Global 500 list, Bosch Group ranked 75th. It will also rank 58th in the 2028 Hurun Global 500. Over time, and Yunxi had noticed this. The overseas industries rewarded by the system, especially those controlled by large families, rarely granted her more than 20% of the shares. Some even gave her only 3% or 5%. For example, the shares she previously acquired in luxury goods groups and several car brands BMW and Mercedes-Benz were only 5% and Porsche even only 3%. It seemed that even a powerful system like the system wasn't easy to obtain these shares. and Yunxi had a feeling that the shares and industries the system gave her were likely purchased with money. Some might have been purchased a long time ago, while others were recently acquired. During the 18 years she was bound to the system but hadn't unlocked it, the system appeared to do nothing, but it was likely doing a lot behind the scenes. Could it be that the system has a dedicated team constantly working to acquire assets? Although it seemed unbelievable, and Yunxi had a gut feeling that her guess was very likely true. Many times, she couldn't help but wonder, where was the system before it bound itself to her? Has it bound itself to other hosts? If it has bound itself to other hosts, are many of the rewards the system gives her accumulated from previous hosts? Furthermore, why did it choose to bind itself to her? If she were to disappear one day, would the system unbind itself from her and find another host? And Yunxi had tried asking the system these questions. But the system either didn't answer or said she lacked the necessary permissions. No matter how she asked, the system remained tight-lipped. After few attempts, and Yunxi gave up trying to press further. On July 3rd, the system rewarded Yunxi with 20 shops in Munich's Maxvorstadt district. Shops? Another asset to increase. Rental income? This wasn't the first time the system had rewarded her with shops. Back in China, it was usually a whole street or an entire shopping mall. It was a little different abroad. In India, the system had given her 10 shops. This time, although it was 20, it was roughly the same. As for why this is the case, it's probably because acquiring entire streets or shopping malls like this is quite difficult overseas. However, the locations of these shops provided by the system are excellent. The Maxvorstadt district is Munich's art and design center. Here, you can find many designer boutiques tucked away in the streets and alleys, offering everything from trendy clothing to independent brand handicrafts, each piece unique. The atmosphere here is full of creativity and personality, making it an excellent choice for shopping and sightseeing. The rent in this area is likely not cheap. Moreover, the 20 shops the system rewarded Yunxi with are excellent in both location and layout, ranging in size from 200 to 800 square meters. Based on the area's rent of 26.8 per square meter per month, these shops could generate over 3 million in rental income for Yunxi annually, which is over 23 million RMB. This isn't a huge amount for Yunxi, but it's better than nothing. Besides checking in, Yunxi also received a weekly achievement reward formula for a whitening and freckle-removing skincare set. Additionally, she participated in the July lottery. The prize she won was ownership of the Highlight Tower in Munich. Highlight Tower? Judging from the name, it should be an office building? And Yunxi checked the detailed information and confirmed it was indeed an office building. So, she's gained another rental property. The Highlight Tower is the second tallest building in Munich, a twin tower structure. The taller tower is 126 meters, 33 floors, and the shorter one is 113 meters, 28 floors. Munich, located in Bavaria in southern Germany, is an important economic center and the third largest city in Germany after Berlin and Hamburg. This city, with its formidable overall strength, possesses an exceptionally elegant appearance. Everywhere you look, you'll find exquisite and quaint European-style buildings, captivating scenery, and a vibrant artistic atmosphere. Of course, Munich's new town also boasts a modern character, but it still differs from our typical image of a large city. It adopts a flat, linear development approach, emphasizing harmony between people and nature, making skyscrapers extremely rare. Generally, buildings exceeding 150 meters in height are what give us the feeling of tallness. However, Munich has none. Only 5 buildings surpass 100 meters, 2 of which are relics from the last century. This is precisely why the 30-plus story Highlight Tower is Munich's second tallest building. The building's facade features visually sharp geometric angles, creating an irregular shape. The smooth, gleaming glass curtain wall reveals glimpses of the steel frame structure within, exuding a strong industrial, mechanical feel. The 2 towers, one taller than the other, are arranged in a harmonious and balanced manner. There's also a sky bridge made entirely of glass, seamlessly integrating the elements for a visually stunning effect. Of course, none of that matters. The important thing is that office space in this location commands a rent of 25 per square meter. The The highlight building, with a total floor area of 86,000 square meters, will generate 25.8 million in rental income for Yunxi annually, equivalent to 197 million RMB. That sounds pretty good. As Yunxi's businesses continue to expand, the asset management team led by Chu Ziyi is also gradually growing. Since they manage her personal assets, Yunxi simply used a top-level management personnel summoning card to recruit 5 people into the team at once. This brings the total to 11 people, including Chu Ziyi, which is sufficient for now. If needed later, we'll deal with that. After careful consideration, Yunxi decided that the asset management team would primarily consist of those recruited using the summoning card. The recruited personnel will serve as peripheral staff to handle basic tasks. After all, with the system at her disposal, she will have more and more businesses under her control in the future, and it would be more reassuring to have all of them staffed with her own people who have 100% loyalty. After 2 days at the manor, the group embarked on the rest of their travel itinerary. First, naturally, they began in Munich, Germany, where they were currently located. This city in southern Germany is exceptionally charming. It shines like a dazzling pearl, attracting countless tourists to explore. They first visited Munich's old town, feeling the weight of history and its ancient charm. Stepping into Munich's old town felt like stepping back in time. Marienplatz is the heart of the old town, and Yunxi and her companions naturally wouldn't miss it. It was always so bustling and lively here. And Yunxi had always spent time with her grandparents. She walked with them, introducing them to the surrounding buildings and historical stories. Gradually, others naturally gathered around, listening attentively to Yunxi's explanation. Xiaoxi, how do you know all this so well? Fong Linhu, the third uncle of the Fong family, asked. I often come here for competitions. I've heard others talk about it before, and I've also looked up some information myself. And Yunxi had put in a lot of effort for this trip. She was quite familiar with Munich, so she took charge of the explanations herself. Once they left Munich and went to other places, there would be arranged guides to explain things to them. It's because you have a good memory. Even if you tell me so much, I still can't remember it all, Huang Yuehong, the aunt, remarked. And Yunxi smiled but didn't speak. She couldn't very well claim to have a photographic memory, could she? After a few casual words, Yunxi continued leading them around, explaining as she went. Lin Yi and the other bodyguards were positioned around them to ensure their safety. Although Europe was generally safe, it was better to be safe than sorry. The new town hall on Marienplatz was a must-see for tourists visiting Munich. It was considered a masterpiece of architectural art. The Gothic style was magnificent and grand, with exquisite sculptures and decorations that were truly breathtaking. At certain times each day, one could also see the famous Glockenspiel clock tower performance. And Yunxi and her group were fortunate enough to witness it. The lifelike figures seemed to tell the ancient stories of the city. Across from the new town hall was the Frauenkirche, Church of Our Lady. Its unique domed tower, blending Middle Eastern architectural styles, stood out strikingly against the Munich sky. After everyone finished taking photos, Yunxi said, "Let's go inside and take a look." After viewing the exterior, Yunxi and the others prepared to explore the interior of the church. Stepping inside, a solemn and sacred atmosphere enveloped them, and the mysterious legend of the Devil's Footprint added a touch of mystery. St. Peter's Basilica, not far away, was also worth a visit, so Yunxi and the others went over to see it as well. Also a church, it was different from the previous Church of Our Lady. The most obvious difference was that the interior of St. Peter's Basilica was predominantly white and gold, and the decorations looked extremely ornate. One was solemn and sacred, the other dazzling and magnificent. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Finally, they climbed the clock tower, taking in the breathtaking views of Munich's old town. From the clock tower, they could even see the distant Alps. At noon, Yunxi and her group arrived at the world-famous Hofbrau Beer Hall. This beer hall has a history spanning centuries and was once a royal brewery. After everyone was seated, Yunxi took charge of ordering. They offered the most authentic Bavarian cuisine, from sausages to pork knuckles. paired with a large glass of Munich beer simply perfect. Those who could drink beer had some, and those who couldn't had soft drinks. To be honest, these so-called gourmet meals might be okay for an occasional meal, but after a couple of meals, you probably wouldn't think so. Enjoying the food and beer, occasionally chatting with family and friends about the morning sightseeing, everyone gradually relaxed. The traditional Bavarian music playing inside added a cheerful atmosphere to the dining experience. After lunch and a short rest, Yunxi and her group set off for the Munich Royal Palace Museum. This was once the residence of the Bavarian kings. The museum houses a vast collection of artworks, gems, and furniture, showcasing the glorious history of the Bavarian royal family. In short, it truly lives up to its reputation as a residence of European royalty. Unlike the Chinese culture, which values restraint and humility, European culture is flamboyant, direct, bold, and open. Therefore, you'll find that every room here is decorated in opulent splendor, making you feel as if you've stepped into a luxurious palace from centuries ago. It feels like the kings here practically want to build their houses out of gold. Everything's gold everywhere you look, Grandma and suddenly remarked after visiting the Royal Palace Museum. Everyone, after thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be true. And Yunxi smiled and said, Grandma's right. Western culture is more unrestrained and direct. Everyone agreed. After leaving the opulent royal palace, Yunxi and her companions strolled leisurely along the Isar River, appreciating Munich's natural beauty. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon them, as if draping them in a veil of gold. Walking along the riverbank, they saw lush green meadows spread like a vast green carpet across the land, with winding paths weaving through them like graceful ribbons. These beautiful scenes attracted many locals and tourists from all over the world. They either lay leisurely on the grass basking in the sun, or strolled slowly along the paths in small groups, fully enjoying the tranquility and peace bestowed upon them by nature. When they grew tired, Yunxi and her companions found a quiet corner, sat down, and watched the river flow silently. Taking advantage of this rare moment of leisure, they began to chat quietly. Some shared their travel experiences, others recounted their wildest ideas, and still others confided in each other about the little troubles of life. At this moment, there was no city hustle and bustle, no worldly distractions, only genuine communication and a resonance of hearts. Busy with work and school, we rarely have such opportunities to truly connect. As night fell and the city lights came on, Yunxi and her group arrived at a restaurant called Schneiderbrauhaus to enjoy their signature veal noodle soup, Schweinshax. This classic Bavarian dish, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, was delicious paired with homemade beer. The restaurant's interior was simply yet elegantly decorated, with warm, romantic lighting creating a cozy atmosphere, making you feel as comfortable as if you were at a close friend's home. Dining here not only allows you to enjoy delicious food, but also to experience the rich local culture. This meal was truly unique and memorable. After a day's itinerary, they returned to the Annerns estate. Today's sign-in reward from the system was a private modern art museum, the Black Swan Museum. Munich boasts a rich art scene, as evidenced by the numerous art museums of all sizes throughout the city. The Black Swan Museum, in particular, is a standout among private museums. The reason is simple: it houses an astonishing number and exceptional quality of 20th-century art masterpieces. Whether it's the vibrant paintings, lifelike sculptures, ingenious designs, or diverse architectural works, the sheer variety is dazzling and overwhelming. What surprised Yunxi was that the building itself was a remarkable work of art. The simple yet magnificent design made the exhibitions incredibly engaging. Yunxi didn't really know why the system had rewarded her with such a private museum. Was it because of Munich's artistic atmosphere? Or did the system feel her artistic sensibilities needed further cultivation? The following day, July 5th, their itinerary remained in Munich. Munich is a city steeped in history and culture, yet brimming with modern vibrancy. BMW Welt and the BMW Museum are a paradise for car enthusiasts. If you're a car fan who thinks of Ferrari and Maranello, then a trip to Munich isn't complete without visiting BMW Welt and the BMW Museum. The BMW headquarters building, BMW Welt, and the BMW Museum together form an iconic architectural complex in the city, complementing the nearby Olympic Park and creating a harmonious blend of technology and nature. Here, you can learn about BMW's history, admire various classic and new cars, and experience the perfect fusion of technology and design. The cool models and advanced technology are truly impressive, making you admire the German automotive industry. When Yunxi and her group of young and middle-aged men learned that their itinerary for the next morning was this place, they were already excited. Sure enough, upon arrival, they were completely captivated by the various car models on display in the museum. BMW Welt primarily exhibits cars, including new models, motorcycles, and even Rolls-Royces. It's more like an exhibition hall. Here stands a particularly famous ultra-mini BMW Isetta. In 1963, Klaus Gunther Jacobi modified his Isetta to help his friend, hiding in the engine compartment, and crossed the Berlin Wall from East Germany to West Germany. The story of the protagonist and BMW is still prominently displayed in the lobby. The BMW Museum, including the basement, has 5 floors. The ground floor displays BMW's older models, followed by different BMW engines, early BMW products, and various oddly shaped cars. The top floor features concept cars. Even men her father's age, including her uncle and 2 of her maternal uncles, were somewhat captivated by this place, let alone her cousins. Her brother, Yunxi, was also captivated by the sea of BMW models upon arrival, oblivious to everything else. The men of the family lingered there, reluctant to leave, so Yunxi had to cancel one of her planned sightseeing activities to let them enjoy the sights to their heart's content. Before they knew it, the clock struck noon, and it was lunchtime. Only then did they reluctantly depart. After a hearty lunch, they rested briefly before eagerly heading to their next destination, the nearby Olympic Park. This Olympic Park is considered one of Munich's finest examples of modern architecture. It was the main venue for the 1972 Olympics and is now a green oasis in the city. Entering the park, the first thing that catches the eye is the uniquely designed modern sports stadiums and advanced facilities. They blend perfectly with the surrounding beautiful natural scenery. As people stroll leisurely through the park, they can truly appreciate the vibrant energy of sports while simultaneously immersing themselves in the tranquil peace bestowed by nature. Just as everyone was captivated by the beautiful scenery, Yunxi suddenly asked, "Sister, where are we going next?" And Yunxi replied, "The English Garden." Although the place they were going to was called the English Garden, it wasn't actually in England. It was named that because it was designed and built in the style of an English country garden. The English Garden is one of the largest municipal parks in Europe, with shady trees and clear lakes. Whether it's walking, running, cycling, or engaging in other outdoor activities, the English Garden is an excellent choice. You can leisurely stroll along the lake, admiring the scenery, or find a lawn, spread out a picnic blanket, and enjoy a wonderful time. On sunny days, it's filled with laughter and joy as people fully enjoy the beauty of nature. The weather was quite nice today, and there were quite a few tourists in the garden. The clear waterways within the English Garden are one of its most distinctive features. At the garden entrance, there are 2 rivers. The Kulmulbach River, located to the west, forms a small waterfall with a significant drop. The Eisbach River, located to the east, has created a large wave pool due to its turbulent flow. This has made it a popular spot for surfers to practice, thus forming a unique attraction within the garden. Yunxi and her group only spent a short time looking around at this attraction and did not participate in any surfing activities. Next, they visited another attraction in the English Garden, the Huagua Tower. Located in the southern half of the English Garden, it looks quite different from a traditional Huagua Tower, resembling more the natural pavilion in Qingqing Mountain. The interior wooden structure of the tower is designed in the Chinese style, but the copper-green sphere at the top resembles a church spire. In summary, it has a somewhat fusion of Chinese and Western styles. According to the tour guide, this ancient, 5-story wooden pagoda was built 200 years ago. and Yunxi felt it was somewhat of an attempt to imitate, but the result was a rather awkward and incongruous imitation. After all, 200 years ago, Europeans admired Eastern art, but few truly understood it. The tower was mostly built based on legend and imagination. At the foot of the tower, there's a beer garden, offering visitors drinks, entertainment, and excellent views of the surrounding scenery. This tower looks a bit strange. Grandpa Fong frowned, circled the tower several times, and carefully studied it before slowly speaking. A hint of doubt and confusion flickered across his weathered face. Standing nearby, his maternal grandfather's younger brother, Fong Linhai, immediately scoffed. Exactly. These foreigners have no idea about Chinese culture. They must have just haphazardly built this rubbish. As he spoke, he waved his hand dismissively, seemingly filled with disdain for the tower. At this moment, Fong Linhu, the third maternal uncle who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. The tower is indeed poorly built, but the park's environment is quite nice. He tilted his head slightly and looked around. The park was a picturesque scene of lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and winding paths, like a beautiful painting unfolding before him. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, compared to the less-than-ideal tower, the park's beautiful natural scenery was truly refreshing. This park, located on the banks of the Isar River and covering 350 hectares, is Munich's largest park. It is one of the oldest landscape gardens in continental Europe and one of the largest urban parks in Europe. Although built over 200 years ago, the scenery is truly beautiful. Lush green lawns, dense foliage, wild ducks playing in the river, and swans strolling on the Lanza harmonious natural landscape. This was their last night in Munich, and dinner was arranged at the Kaisergarten restaurant. This is a restaurant located in the Schwabing district, offering exquisite Bavarian cuisine. And Yunxi and her companions chose to dine in the restaurant's outdoor garden, ordering their signature dishes, roast duck and beef pancakes. Paired with other side dishes and red wine, this perfectly concluded their Munich trip. Thus, from bustling markets to tranquil gardens, from traditional Bavarian cuisine to modern BMW Welt, they spent 2 days thoroughly exploring Munich, each step a deep exploration of the city's unique charm. It was already July 5th, and the system's sign-in reward was 3% of BMW shares. And Yunxi? This situation left Yunxi somewhat confused. Could it be because they went to BMW Welt today? She already had 5% of BMW shares, and with this reward, she would have 8%. So, system-rewarded shares could be accumulated like this? Was it because they only acquired 5% last time, and this time they acquired new ones? Anyway, this is ultimately a good thing for Yunxi. Even just 3 points are worth hundreds of millions of euros. The next day, Yunxi and her group left Munich and began their journey to other tourist destinations. They visited Paris in France, Venice in Italy, London in England, Athens in Greece, Spain and Portugal, as well as Norway and Sweden. Due to limited time, they only visited some of the most classic attractions. Whether it was the enchanting Mediterranean scenery of Greece, the pastoral landscapes and castles of England, the passionate and charming atmosphere of Spain and Portugal, or the tranquil forests, magnificent mountains, and fairy tale towns of Northern Europe, all left a deep impression on them. And Yunxi and her group didn't schedule their time too tightly, but rather adopted a more leisurely travel style. When they got tired of sightseeing, they would rest for half a day or a day at the hotel to recover. And Yunxi also secretly gave everyone some chi-boosting pills and similar supplements from time to time. This is precisely why, despite the long journey, none of the 4 elderly people felt unwell. After completing their European tour, nearly a month had passed. On July 28th, the group, thoroughly satisfied with their trip, finally boarded their return flight. The Mingxia ship flew directly back to Yunzhou. After dropping off the group in Yunzhou, it took Yunxi to Beijing the following day. Upon returning to Beijing, Yunxi immediately threw herself into pre-Asian Games training. The Asian Games training camp had actually started long ago, but due to Yunxi's special circumstances, the team allowed her to join the team 10 days early for pre-competition acclimatization training. In fact, for Yunxi, whether she trained or not had no impact on her performance. However, she couldn't reveal her special privileges to outsiders, so she had no choice but to participate in these 10 days of training. This trip was very rewarding for Yunxi. As their travel routes changed, the industries that the system rewarded her with gradually expanded to other European countries. Besides the German portion, Yunxi also acquired 21 industries in countries such as France, the UK, and Italy. Of these 21 industries, 9 are land plots. It has to be said that the system has put in a lot of effort to accelerate the development of her hotel industry. However, Yunxi plans to expand into the overseas sector after some of her domestic hotels open and the group's operations stabilize. Therefore, these land plots will likely remain undeveloped for some time. Time quickly passed to August. During this period, Yunxi was busy training at the training camp and didn't have time for anything else. For this Asian Games, in addition to her usual 3 events, women's 25-meter pistol, women's skeet, and women's trap, Yunxi also added a mixed team skeet event. That means she will participate in 4 competitions this time. Therefore, her schedule will be quite busy this time. On August 16th, Yunxi, along with the rest of the national shooting team, boarded a plane to Jakarta, Indonesia, the host city of the Asian Games. On August 18th, the Asian Games officially opened. On August 19th, the competition officially began. After 10 days of fierce competition, the Chinese shooting team achieved an impressive result of 12 gold, 6 silver, and 4 bronze medals. Several Chinese athletes broke Asian Games records. Yunxi naturally performed consistently, successfully winning 4 gold medals. Yunxi was not worried about the 3 individual events. As for the mixed team event, her own performance wasn't enough. Her partner's performance was also crucial. To her delight, Yunxi's partner, Gu Linhua, performed exceptionally well, and the two won the gold medal in the mixed team skeet shooting event. Gu Linhua also won the gold medal in the men's skeet shooting event. The key point is that he is only 17 years old, 3 years younger than Yunxi. He has exceptional talent and a promising future. Not only Gu Linhua, but many other young athletes also demonstrated extraordinary strength in this competition, their rapid progress astonishing. Yang Kaiwang and the other coaches, looking at these promising and energetic talents in their team, beamed with joy. Their smiles were as radiant as blooming flowers, so much so that their faces were etched with deep and shallow wrinkles. Yunxi, you're amazing. Look at that second phase training plan you proposed back then. It's truly yielded remarkable results. After the competition concluded successfully, Jeang excitedly said to Yunxi. The second phase training plan was compiled by Yunxi at the beginning of the year. Now, half a year has passed, and the training results are remarkable. Especially at this Asian Games, it has been perfectly validated. Not to mention the significant increase in the number of medals compared to previous years. Just looking at the outstanding performances of those athletes who didn't win medals on the field was enough to make the coaches incredibly gratified and satisfied. Hearing Zhang Lei's praise, Yunxi confidently replied, "Coach Zhang, if this method can be used for 2 years, the athlete's level will experience a qualitative leap." Yunxi knew this training method all too well. Even though only a portion of it had been implemented so far, the results were already excellent. After all, nothing the system provided was subpar. Don't worry, Yang Kaiwang wouldn't let such a good thing go to waste. The youth team has already started using it, Zhang Lei said with a smile. It has to be said, Yun 11 is truly their shooting team's lucky charm. In the 2 years she's been on the shooting team, not only has she won gold medals in every competition, but she's also provided such a great training method. This is a systematic method that can be used continuously and effectively improve the level of Chinese shooting athletes in the long term. Its importance is self-evident. Therefore, the team places great importance on the confidentiality of this training method. It has been in use for a long time, but only a few core coaching staff members know the full details of the program. The other coaches only have a superficial understanding. As for the athletes, they only know to participate in the training for their respective events according to the coach's arrangements. They are not very clear about other details. Furthermore, from coaches to athletes, including other staff, Everyone has signed confidentiality agreements. This approach minimizes the risk of the training program being leaked. Even if a little is leaked, it's only a small part. Without knowing the other supporting training programs, the effect is relatively limited. That's good. And Yunxi's purpose in presenting this program was precisely to cultivate more shooting talent for China. The more the team valued her plan, the easier it would be for her to achieve her goal. By the way, Yunxi, there are the National Shooting Championships and the National Shooting Games next year. Do you have any thoughts or plans for these two events? Zhang Lei's sudden question caught Yunxi off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She hadn't thought that far ahead about next year's competitions. So, she could only ask in return, what suggestions does Coach Jeang have? As her head coach, it was only right that he help her plan her competition schedule. Hearing Yunxi's question, Zhang Lei thought for a moment and then said, logically speaking, someone of your level doesn't really need to participate in domestic competitions anymore. However, you haven't participated in the national championships yet, so I suggest you participate once. He then added, as for the championship, you've already won it, so you don't need to participate. From now on, you should focus on participating in world-class competitions. Zhang Lei also hoped that she could win all the championships in these major competitions, as this would be of great significance to her career. There's no need to compete for domestic championships if you've already won them. And Yunxi was supposed to participate in this national championship this year, but her schedule for the first half of the year was too tight, so she didn't have time for it later. Zhang Lei had his own clear ideas about this matter. He believed that Yunxi only needed to participate in this competition once next year, and then not again. After all, athletes have limited energy and need to allocate it reasonably across different competitions to achieve optimal results. Okay, whatever you say. And Yunxi was actually indifferent to this. She'd just listened to the coach. She was too lazy to think for herself. She had too many things to think about. There was no need for her to do everything herself. Understanding Yunxi's attitude, Zhang Lei felt reassured and could confidently proceed with the detailed planning he had agreed upon. Next year is 2019. Besides the National Shooting Championships, Yunxi will definitely participate in the biennial Universiade. At the last Universiade, Yunxi only participated in the women's 25-meter pistol and multiple skeet shooting events. Therefore, she only won 2 gold medals. If she competes again next year, she will definitely participate in 4 events. Given Yunxi's skill level, 3 gold medals in the individual events are practically guaranteed. As for the mixed team event, Yunxi's partner this time, Manhwa, is also a university student, making it very likely that the two of them will win the Universiade championship. So, the possibility of winning 2 consecutive championships and 2 more gold medals is very high. How could this not excite Zhang Lei? Yunxi will also participate in the annual Shooting World Cup. In addition, Yunxi will compete in the Asian Shooting Championships next year. It is precisely because of these several major competitions that Zhang Lei considered having Yunxi give up a domestic competition she had already participated in once. Because shooting competitions usually start from the first day of competition, they generally don't wait until the closing of such comprehensive sports events. This Asian Games will naturally be no exception. After the shooting competition, the shooting team returned home first. To everyone's surprise, the shooting team was greeted by a large number of fans at the airport upon their return home. This was quite unusual. Wow, their shooting team was actually receiving this kind of treatment. It's no wonder everyone was so surprised. Very few people had ever followed shooting before. This was the first time they'd ever encountered fans waiting for them at the airport. Yunxi glanced around and saw many people holding light boards and banners with the names of their favorite shooting athletes on them. Yunxi's name made up the majority of the banners. Of course, there were also some other athletes' names. Yunxi knew that this was probably due to the rise of social media in the last 2 years. People who hadn't watched these competitions before wouldn't recognize these athletes and coaches at all. However, times have changed. Now, with the powerful medium of social media, those hilarious, spectacular, or incredibly cool moments from the competition are carefully edited and posted on various social media platforms, achieving widespread dissemination. This naturally attracts a large and enthusiastic fan base. Of course, and Yunxi's own personal charm and influence also play a crucial role. And Yunxi's luggage was pushed by bodyguards. She only carried a backpack, waving to her fans as she walked, eliciting screams from the crowd. Ah! And Yunxi! And Yunxi! Yunxi, we love you! Yunxi, you are the undisputed world #1. The shouts echoed through the sky, deafeningly loud. Meanwhile, other athletes, witnessing and Yunxi's effortless performance, followed suit, turning to the fan group and waving amicably. However, the athletes, who had never experienced such a lively scene before, waved somewhat stiffly and awkwardly. After all, facing such a fervent atmosphere of fans, it's inevitable to feel a little nervous. Just as they stepped out of the airport terminal, the previously quiet and orderly scene instantly became noisy. A large horde of media personnel, microphones in hand and cameras in hand, surged forward like a tidal wave, completely surrounding the group. The team leader and Yunxi were the most surrounded. This scene was drastically different from the post-competition interviews Yunxi had previously participated in. Previous post-competition interviews were usually meticulously organized and arranged, with questions asked in a structured, sequential manner. However, this time, the reporters seemed to have lost control, swarming towards Yunxi and bombarding her with a barrage of questions. If it weren't for the airport security personnel who had been deployed in advance to effectively restrain them, Yunxi's 2 bodyguards would likely have been pushed to the sidelines. MS. And Yunxi, could you please share your feelings after winning 4 gold medals? A reporter shouted. I heard that you've consistently placed first since you started participating in shooting competitions. How did you manage to do that? Could you share your secrets to success? Another reporter pressed, not to be outdone. Did you found Yunfeng Group yourself? Could you share some information about its development history and future plans? Another reporter asked. How many businesses do you own? Could you tell us more about them? This question drew the attention of other reporters around her, who all focused their gaze on Yunxi. How do you balance work, studies, training, and competitions? Faced with so many seemingly random questions, Yunxi was momentarily overwhelmed and unsure which to answer first. Fortunately, Leonie reacted quickly, stepping forward to help the airport security guards, who were already struggling to maintain their defenses, hold off the frantically approaching reporters. Jeang immediately contacted the airport to arrange for more personnel to maintain order and a special exit for them. Yunxi's other bodyguard, Wu Yuan, handed the luggage to the rest of the team and called out loudly, Everyone, don't push. Ask questions one at a time. Clearly, he knew that without answering a few interview questions, they wouldn't be able to leave. It's better to guide than to block. The best strategy was to answer a few questions first and wait for the airport to make arrangements before they left. Wu Yuan instantly transformed into a press conference host, maintaining order while selectively asking questions to reporters one by one. Soon, more airport security personnel arrived, and the chaotic scene was brought under control. Hello, Yunxi. I'm a reporter from Tishio. I heard you've consistently placed first in shooting competitions. How did you manage that? Talent plus hard work plus mindset, I guess. I think I have some talent for shooting. During military training, my first time shooting, I hit the bullseye with all 10 bullets. After being selected for the shooting team, I participated in professional and systematic training, which greatly improved my shooting skills. Plus, I have a stable mindset, which allows me to perform at my expected level in competitions, the other coaches and athletes standing nearby. Don't you know whether you've trained or not? They knew all too well that Yunxi was a shooting prodigy. She almost never participated in regular training, yet once she stepped onto the competition field, she always displayed astonishingly outstanding performances. Undoubtedly, such talent and ability were truly astonishing. Of course, they knew that this was the correct answer in the interview, but they still couldn't help but mentally criticize her. There's nothing you can do. Talent is something you can't force. Several coaches nodded silently in satisfaction after hearing Yunxi's answer. Heaven knows how nervous they are when their athletes are being interviewed. They're terrified that one slip-up and these kids will say something they shouldn't. They know all too well how powerful cyberbullying is these days. One wrong move and a promising talent could be ruined. From now on, everyone should learn from Yunxi. Look at her mouth, she speaks so eloquently and appropriately. Immediately afterward, another reporter posed a second question. In previous competitions, you always participated in 3 events. This time you added one more. What's the reason for that? When this question was asked, the room fell silent. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. Clearly, this question wasn't easy to answer. However, Yunxi didn't seem to care at all about this little trap. A slight upturn of her lips revealed a confident and composed smile, and she calmly replied, "Our shooting team always arranges participants for major domestic and international competitions based on their performance. The reason my partner and I were added to the mixed double skeet shooting event is because our performance in past double skeet competitions has been the best and most consistent." Upon hearing this, the coaches standing nearby secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They thought to themselves, as expected of Yunxi. Such a clever answer was practically perfect, leaving no room for criticism. "I heard you own quite a few businesses. Are these all inherited from your family?" Although this question was unrelated to the shooting competition, it wasn't appropriate to ignore it since someone had asked. "I wonder which businesses this reporter is referring to?" And Yunxi smiled, her eyes clear and bright, looking directly at the reporter who had asked the question. The reporter was taken aback by this sudden counter-question, his throat seemingly choked by something, unable to speak for a moment. Before she could answer, Yunxi smiled and said, "If you're asking about what's published on the official website, then I want to tell you we have it all." She paused slightly, her gaze slowly sweeping over everyone present, before continuing, "Some were given to me by elders, and some I founded myself. If anyone wants to ask this question again in the future, I hope you can be more specific, otherwise it'll be a bit difficult for me to answer." Having said that, a radiant smile returned to Yunxi's face, as beautiful and captivating as a flower blooming in spring. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, many fans surrounding her couldn't help but laugh. Yunxi answered 8 or 9 questions in succession. No matter what the reporters asked, she answered confidently and flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. When faced with someone deliberately trying to find fault, she didn't hold back and retorted sharply, leaving the person speechless. Someone even asked her if it was true that someone said she already had a boyfriend. She replied, "Please focus more on my achievements and not pay too much attention to my private life." Upon seeing Jean return, Wu Yuan nodded, indicating that everything was arranged at the airport. Wu Yuan quickly called on the last reporter to ask a question. "As far as I know, your father is the chairman of Yunnan Group, and you personally inherited a large fortune from your master. You're already so wealthy. What motivates you to work so hard?" "Huh?" This reporter asked an interesting question. Yunxi immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity to gain fans, increase her influence, and earn reputation points. So, with a smile and a firm tone, she said, "I can only say that everyone's pursuits are different." She paused, then continued, "There are millions of people in this world. Some like comfort, some like challenges, some like money, some like power. I believe that money is just one of many pursuits in life. I certainly don't lack money now, but does having money guarantee a fulfilling life? Does having money guarantee happiness? When everyone around you is working hard, are you going to just lie around and give up? When you have the ability to help more people, are you going to remain indifferent? When your country still lags behind the world in many areas, don't you want to change it? This world has so many things that require our efforts to change, and my life has so many goals that require our efforts to achieve. As a human being, shouldn't I make my life more meaningful?" That's my answer to this question. Thank you, everyone. The girl's voice was firm and powerful, and her words resonated deeply, leaving the room in stunned silence. At this moment, Wu Yuan, who had been quietly observing the situation from the sidelines, keenly seized this excellent opportunity. He quickly stepped forward, smiling, and said to the crowd, "Everyone, that concludes today's interview. We need to leave now. Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and gestured to the airport security personnel who had been waiting for him. The well-trained security personnel immediately understood and quickly surrounded Yunxi, forming a tight human wall that protected her closely. Then, the group quickly walked towards the special passage. Yang Kaiwang, who had just finished his interview and happened to overhear Yunxi's words, exchanged knowing glances with the coaches beside him, smiled, and then followed behind. Yang Kaiwang thought to himself, "This young girl is truly remarkable. Such sharp and insightful opinions are truly impressive." Thinking this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly, sighing that the younger generation is indeed surpassing the older. Then, he followed the group ahead, leaving the noisy area together. And Yunxi's answer could be considered brilliant. If he wasn't mistaken, and Yunxi's interview would probably go viral online. It seems their shooting team is about to get a huge boost in online traffic for free. As expected, just as Yang Kaiwang had predicted, and Yunxi's brilliant performance during the airport interview was fully recorded and compiled into a video, which was then released on various online platforms. Almost overnight, the video spread like wildfire, sparking heated discussions and widespread attention among netizens. Countless people praised Yunxi's talent and courage, leaving comments expressing their love and support. The buzz even surpassed various entertainment news items, briefly topping the trending searches. As the topic's popularity continued to rise, information about Yunxi and her shooting team also became the focus of public attention. Undoubtedly, Yunxi successfully attracted a lot of attention with her outstanding performance, once again becoming a sensation online. At the same time, the shooting team also gained a lot of free exposure thanks to this excellent member's outstanding performance, reaping considerable benefits. I am a river demon. I don't know why, but listening to this made me feel like crying. Yuzu T. As expected of Sister 11, her stature and vision are beyond the reach of us ordinary people. Double-sided mirror. Compared to Yunxi, I feel like a complete failure. Picasso. I'm genuinely envious of Chairman and for having such an outstanding daughter. 3 cats. You guys chat, I'm going to beat up my son. I want to lie down. Now that you mention it, should I call my son over and give him a beating too? Sweet and sour cherry tomato. How can someone be this outstanding? Lazy asterisk. I'm tired of saying I envy her. Online angry youth. So, what if she has a little money? What's so great about that? Heavy rain. You think it's nothing special? Why don't you try getting into Peking University? Happying. Exactly. If you're so capable, why don't you win a world championship? What kind of skill is it to be sour grapes? Most of the online comments were positive and encouraging. Occasionally, a troll would appear and be silenced by netizens and fans before Yunfeng's public relations department could even intervene. After all, the world champion who wins glory for the country is also slandered, which will cause public outrage. Not only that, the video about this interview was edited into various video slices by netizens and released on major social and new media platforms. What's more, the clip of Yunxi's interview and the heroic moments on the competition field was released together, which caused a lot of netizens to like, forward, and comment. Soon, the topic of Yunxi was once again on the hot search, and Yunxi's fanbase has also risen in this wave. The major industries under her name have also responded, taking advantage of the heat to do a wave of textbook marketing. As a result, the topic of Yunxi was on the hot search list for 3 consecutive days. From the 4th day onwards, the heat dropped slightly, but it only dropped by 2 places. And Yunxi maintained the top 10 positions on the hot search list for 10 days. You can imagine how much traffic this has brought to her personally and her industry. Even the official account of the national shooting team has gained a lot of fans because of the relevant content of Yunxi. This series of operations has made countless entertainment industry stars who want to be on the hot search but have tried their best to get their wishes red-eyed. Not long after it calmed down, the news came again that Yunxi won 4 gold medals again at the World Shooting Championships in Changwon, South Korea. Everyone knows that most of the news about Yunxi comes with its own traffic and most of it will explode, so they have started to post relevant news about Yunxi again. So, Yunxi once again liked to mention the top of the hot search list. Stars, it's endless. Of course, it's not over. And Yunxi, who returned from the World Championships, struck while the iron was hot and held a grand new product launch conference of Huaxi Biotech while the heat had not subsided. This release released 5 skincare set series products at one time: hydration and maintenance, deep cleansing, anti-acne repair, whitening and freckle removal, and anti-aging and wrinkle removal. Of course, the products of the skincare series are no longer called the brand Ziyujinfeng. The brand department of Huaxi Biotech gave the name Flower Thinking Rome, which is taken from the poem Cloud Wants to Dress and Flower Wants to Look in the Tang Dynasty poet Li Bai's Qingping Diao. This poem describes a woman's flowery face, which is very consistent with the beauty and beauty effects of skincare products. Under the cultivation of previous hair care products, Huaxi Biotech already has a certain customer base. The launch of these new products is naturally not a worry that no one buys them. Sure enough, with the blessing of this popularity, the 5 series of new products quickly detonated the market as soon as they were launched. Even if sufficient inventory preparations have been made before, there is a situation where factories can barely keep stocking by working overtime. Huaxi Biotech can be regarded as rubbing a wave of boss traffic this time. After this busyness, it was not until September 23rd that Yunxi was a little idle. Yunxi, who returned to school, was immediately called to the office by her tutor. "You mean let me graduate from undergraduate school early?" Yunxi confirmed in surprise. Wang Jincheng nodded and replied affirmatively. "Yes, this is a training plan proposed by the Institute of Economics and Management after discussing your situation. Your professional knowledge during your undergraduate years has been very solid and even exceeded the level of undergraduate, so there is little point in going to junior year." After hearing this, Yunxi was a little surprised, but at the same time, a trace of worry welled up and she quickly explained, "Teacher Wang, but I have a lot of competitions on weekdays, so I can't go to graduate school classes." Wang Jincheng smiled slightly when he heard this, nodded in understanding, and then comforted her. "We have naturally considered your situation. As long as you complete the project tasks and take the exam and pass the grades, the school will allow you to arrange your study time flexibly as before and will not affect your academic progress due to problems such as missing classes." After saying this, Wang Jincheng couldn't help but take a deep look at the outstanding student in front of him. I secretly sighed in my heart that my tutor and class teacher was a bit unqualified, and it seemed that he had nothing to teach her for a long time. Hearing him say this, Yunxi's originally hanging heart slowly fell back into reality, and deep down she couldn't help but start to be a little eager to try the matter of going to graduate school in advance. I have to admit that she was a little moved. "Okay, then what do I need to do now?" "Fill out this application form first." Saying that, Wang Jincheng handed her a form. Yunxi took it, picked up the pen, and filled out the form. Putting away the form filled in by Yunxi, Wang Jincheng continued, "You prepare. The National Day Backyard will arrange 2 exams for you, one for undergraduate graduation and one for graduate admission." And Yunxi, "Good guy. Waiting for her here. If you take the exam, she is still afraid that she will not succeed the exam. Oh, by the way, I still have to make up for my undergraduate thesis. You write it as soon as possible." And Yunxi, "You know the art of speaking, and Yunxi always feels like she has been pitted on a pirate ship. Do I need to defend my thesis after I finish it? You still need to go through the proper procedures. Once you submit your thesis, I'll arrange your defense." "Thank you so much." Couldn't Yunxi really say she didn't want to? She had finally finished all the competitions she needed to participate in, thinking she could finally relax for a while, but who knew? Plans don't always go as expected. However, Yunxi was still quite happy to be able to skip her junior and senior years and go directly to graduate school. There was no other way but to do it. Fortunately, writing a graduation thesis wasn't a problem for her. Thanks to the help of her systematic finance courses, she had a wealth of financial knowledge in her head. Undergraduate, graduate, and even doctoral knowledge, she had it all. After all, her financial skills were already at a godlike level. A small undergraduate graduation thesis was a piece of cake for her. The 24th was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Yunxi was invited to the Zhou family's courtyard to celebrate the festival. And Yunxi, who had visited the Zhou family several times before, felt no embarrassment or awkwardness whatsoever. She prepared gifts and went to their house. Yunxi's here. Yunxi was delighted to see Yunxi. Because Yunxi had been busy with competitions, she hadn't seen her for quite some time. Auntie, Yunxi is bothering you again. Oh, we're all family. No need to bother us, come in. With that, she pulled Yunxi into the living room, leaving Zhou Shiyan, carrying various gifts, standing at the door. Zhou Shiyan smiled. Helplessly went inside, put down his things, and then sat down next to his girlfriend. And Yunxi, having greeted Zhou Shenghua, was already chatting with Yunxi. Zhou Shenghua asked Yunxi about the competitions, and Yunxi picked out the interesting things to talk about. Yunxi is truly talented in shooting. Many in the army are probably not as good as you, Zhou Shenghua praised with a smile after hearing Yunxi's amusing anecdotes about the competition. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. Circumstances vary, so it's hard to say who's better. Yunxi is too modest. You've brought glory to the country by participating in the competition. You're already ahead of many others. Zhou Shenhua thought his son had excellent taste in girlfriends, just like her. He'd never seen him treat any girl well before. Who would have thought that this time he'd found someone so outstanding? And Yunxi isn't just excellent in shooting. Don't forget, she consistently received scholarships at Peking University. Plus, her Yunfeng Group, Research Institute, and Huaxi Biotechnology are all remarkable achievements on their own. Now, so many accolades have been concentrated on her alone. So many competitions lately. You must be exhausted. You must take a good rest during this break. Yunxi poured Yunxi a cup of tea and said, Yeah, I'm not going anywhere during this National Day holiday. I'm just going to relax in Beijing. Are there any competitions after the holiday? No competitions. My advisor said I should graduate early and go on to graduate school. After the National Day holiday, I need to take an exam arranged by the department, and then I have to write a graduation thesis and participate in a graduation defense. And Yunxi spoke calmly, but what she said truly surprised Zhou Shenhua and Yunxi. Even Zhou Shiyan was somewhat astonished. And Yunxi hadn't mentioned this to him before. You've already graduated with your bachelor's degree? You've only been studying for 2 years, right? Yunxi asked Yunxi to confirm. Yes, after the holidays and exams, I'll start my first year of graduate school. You're really amazing. Yunxi now felt that this girl and her son were a perfect match, both incredibly academically gifted. That's great. By the time your classmates graduate with their bachelor's degrees, you'll already have your master's. You're still young. You can even pursue a doctorate, Zhou Shenhua added. Their generation still hoped their children would receive as much education as possible. Even Zhou Shenhua, who had seen a lot in life, couldn't resist such aspirations. Pursue a doctorate? And Yunxi wondered. That wasn't out of the question. However, it was a bit early to talk about it now. She'd wait until later. Their conversation continued until dinner time. After spending the Mid-Autumn Festival at the Zhou family home and staying overnight, Yunxi was driven back to Yunxi residence by Zhou Shiyan the next day. After Zhou Shiyan left for work, Yunxi finalized her dissertation topic in an hour: the pathways and methods for realizing and industrializing non-performing assets. Then she completed her graduation thesis in just 3 days. Although it was finished, Yunxi didn't choose to submit it now. She couldn't let others think she only spent 3 days on it. As for when to submit it, she'd wait until after her exams following the National Day holiday. And Yunxi hadn't made any plans or trips for this year's National Day holiday. Now that she finally has some free time, she needs to rest properly. As for the upcoming exams, Yunxi said she didn't need to prepare anything. She had already learned all the necessary knowledge in the system courses. Zhou Shiyan, knowing his girlfriend's plans, had been working extremely hard lately. All this so he could free up his National Day holiday to spend with her. So, Yunxi spent the entire holiday with Zhou Shiyan, enjoying a rather secluded time at home. One day, after staying home for 2 days, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan went out to eat. This time, they didn't go to Meiyuan restaurant, but instead went to a very modern, luxurious, and upscale restaurant, the Fuxingyan. This restaurant was also positioned for Beijing's high-end clientele and was quite famous in the city, with very high prices. The difference was that Meiyuan restaurant was only open to members, while at this restaurant, anyone who could make a reservation could dine there. If you weren't a member, you could usually get a table in the main dining area, but getting a private room was practically impossible. Another difference between this restaurant and Meiyuan restaurant is that one has a tranquil and secluded environment, while the other is located in a bustling commercial district. This restaurant is also very famous locally, recommended by many food lovers, and a popular spot for wealthy people in Beijing to entertain guests. Zhou Shiyan didn't bring a driver or assistant today. Instead, he personally drove and Yunxi here. The restaurant is located in the most bustling and vibrant area of Beijing, next to a large, upscale shopping mall. Stepping inside, the first thing that catches the eye is the elegant and grand interior. The lighting design is ingenious, with moderate brightness and soft colors, cleverly creating a warm, pleasant, and comfortable dining atmosphere. As a native of Beijing, Zhou Shiyan naturally knows all the good restaurants in the city, like the back of his hand. Taking Yunxi out for a different meal every now and then is no challenge for him. When Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan arrived, it was peak dining time. The restaurant was bustling with people, the spacious and bright lobby already full of guests, filled with lively chatter. However, this had no impact on them, as they had reserved a private room in advance. As soon as the two stepped inside, a well-trained waiter greeted them with a smile and hurried over. This waiter recognized Zhou Shiyan at a glance. He greeted them with a beaming smile and utmost respect. "Young Master Yan, you've arrived?" Zhou Shiyan nodded slightly in response, then asked, "Yes, is the private room ready?" The waiter quickly replied with a smile, "Don't worry, young Master Yan. Everything is ready. This way, please." With that, he turned and led the way, while Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi followed the waiter at a leisurely pace towards the private room. As Yunxi walked through a corridor and reached the corner, she casually turned her head, and her gaze instantly fixed on a figure not far ahead. The person who appeared was none other than Zhang Yuran, whom Yunxi had met once before. If it weren't for the fact that he and Zhou Shiyan had also decided to eat here at the last minute, she would have suspected that this person had inquired about Zhou Shiyan's schedule and deliberately came to bump into him. At this moment, Zhang Yuran was walking side by side with a middle-aged couple. Judging from their intimate and natural interaction, these two were most likely Zhang Yuran's parents, and the family was probably here for a meal. Just then, the three people seemed to notice Zhou Shiyan approaching. They immediately stopped, their faces beaming with warm smiles, and proactively stepped forward to greet him. The three men had obviously also seen Zhou Shiyan and proactively greeted him, saying, "Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence. We didn't expect to meet you here." The leading man, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a slight beer belly, spoke first. Zhou Shiyan looked closely and quickly recognized the person before him. "Chairman Jeang and Mrs. Jeang are dining here too?" Hearing this, the man addressed as Chairman Jeang smiled and nodded, then cast a curious glance at Yunxi standing beside Zhou Shiyan and asked, "Yes, and who is this?" Faced with Chairman Jeang's question, Zhou Shiyan simply said, "My girlfriend." A brief sentence, clearly indicating no intention to elaborate. Seeing this, Yunxi instantly understood Zhou Shiyan's attitude. So she simply nodded and smiled as a greeting, without saying anything. Seeing Zhou Shiyan's cold attitude, the man's face instantly darkened, and the smile on his face seemed frozen, becoming incredibly stiff and unnatural. "You two are truly a perfect match." Despite his displeasure, the man still forced out this insincere compliment. "Thank you for the compliment." Without waiting for a reply, Zhou Shiyan continued, "Chairman Jeang, we won't disturb your family's reunion dinner any longer. We can talk again another time." Having said that, without even giving the other person a chance to react, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's hand and left. Such behavior showed absolutely no consideration for others, completely disregarding their feelings. Therefore, after the man left, the middle-aged man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, so gloomy it seemed almost dripping with water. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman beside him couldn't help but complain indignantly, "Honey, that young Master Yan really doesn't give our family any face." And our Yuran likes him so much. Hearing this, Zhang Yuran, who had been silent, and the man beside her looked even more grim. Especially Zhang Yuran. Her beautiful face was now as pale as paper, tears glistening in her eyes, clearly indicating she had suffered a great blow. Seeing her daughter's state, the middle-aged woman felt a pang of heartache and quickly comforted her. Yuran, why don't you change your target? This young master, Yen, doesn't seem to be interested in you at all. Let me tell you. Before she could finish, the man finally lost his temper and angrily interrupted her rambling. Enough. Shut up. How can we casually discuss young Master Yan's affairs? Back then, his daughter was just an innocent little girl. After a chance encounter with young Master Yan, her young heart was deeply attracted to him, and she never forgot him, a feeling that has lasted to this day. As a father, he had always secretly hoped for his daughter's unwavering affection. After all, if his daughter could successfully marry into the Zhou family, the Jeang family, having climbed the social ladder, would undoubtedly usher in an unprecedented opportunity for advancement. Even if the relationship ultimately didn't work out, it didn't seem like a significant loss for the Jeang family. Therefore, when he learned that his daughter had decided to go to ZT Corporation to find Zhou Shiyan after returning to China, he acquiesced. However, to his utter surprise, just a few days later, ZTE Corporation unilaterally announced the termination of its cooperative relationship with the Zhang family without any warning. This special material was a patented product unique to the Zhang family and had always been a crucial cornerstone of their cooperation. Now, the Zhou family was severing ties so ruthlessly, leaving him utterly shocked and furious. To find out the whole story, he anxiously questioned his daughter about what had happened at ZT Corporation that day. After much questioning, he finally learned a cruel truth: Zhou Shiyan had absolutely no feelings for his beloved daughter and didn't even remember her name. All these years, his daughter's wholehearted affection had turned out to be nothing more than a one-sided, unrequited love. As a result, they not only failed to secure the Zhou family's powerful backing, but also lost their previously stable business partnership. Faced with such a sudden turn of events, it would be self-deception to say they felt no resentment or dissatisfaction. However, given the reality before them, they knew they absolutely could not reveal these emotions, because offending the Zhou family would likely have unimaginable consequences. It's one thing if this cooperation falls through, but if we completely offend the Zhou family, the Zhang family will be utterly ruined in Beijing. Husband. After being scolded by her husband, Mrs. Zhang stared in disbelief at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her. She couldn't believe that her usually gentle and considerate husband would fly into a rage over such a trivial matter. However, the man seemed oblivious to his wife's shock and grievance. Instead, he continued his rebuke with a stern and slightly annoyed expression. What kind of status does young Master Yan have? How dare you judge him like that? Don't you understand the consequences this could bring to the Zhang family? Do you really want to see our Zhang family unable to stand in Beijing? Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang, who had initially wanted to argue, fell silent, not daring to utter another word. She knew her husband was truly enraged this time, and if she continued to argue, things would only get worse. So, she could only silently lower her head, her heart filled with suspicion and confusion. The Zhang family had always believed that Zhang Yuran had displeased Zhou Shiyan, which was why the Zhou family was no longer cooperating with them, completely unaware that the Zhou family already possessed a better alternative. Since Yunxi presented the research data on the new material, ZTE's technical team quickly connected with the Yunnan Research Institute. After repeated testing and practice, they discovered that this new material could completely replace the Zhang families, and its performance and overall characteristics were far superior to the previous one. ZTE Group was overjoyed, because the Research Institute was directly providing the technology and cooperating with them. In other words, they would essentially have control over this material from now on. Even Zhou Shenghua, after learning about this, specifically called on Yunxi to express his gratitude. Watching the two walk away hand in hand, Zhang Yuran stood silently, her gaze following their retreating figures. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, like a tangled mess of threads, impossible to decipher. It contained both longing and reluctance, yet also a hint of resentment. However, despite the many resentments within her, Zhang Yuran dared not make a move. Recalling her last encounter with Zhou Shiyan, his chilling question, "Who are you?" pierced her heart like a sharp sword, plunging her into despair and shattering her confidence. Even worse, her courageous attempt to find Zhou Shiyan, despite her pride, was met with the devastating news that Zhongxing Group had terminated its cooperation with her family. This heavy blow inflicted enormous losses on the entire family business. Such a devastating price had made Zhang Yuran realize that she simply couldn't afford such a risky move and absolutely could not attempt it again. Because once the Zhang family lost its current status and resources, she would be left with nothing. The rest of the text is unrelated and appears to be a separate excerpt. On the other side, after parting ways with the Zhang family, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi, led by a waiter, slowly entered a beautifully decorated private room and took their seats. Shortly afterward, a well-trained waiter brought in steaming tea and delicate snacks, gently placed them on the table, and then smiled and withdrew. The waiter who had brought them in remained in the room. After the tea server left, he handed over a menu and said, "Young Master Yan, what would you like to eat this time?" The waiter bowed slightly, his face beaming with a smile. His attitude was extremely respectful. And Yunxi glanced casually at the gleaming name tag on his chest, clearly engraved with the 6 characters, Lobby Manager Wang Yu. Thinking about it, it made sense. Given Zhou Shiyan's status, it seemed reasonable for the dignified lobby manager to personally serve her throughout the meal. However, faced with the lobby manager's eager inquiry, Zhou Shiyan didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gentle gaze to Yunxi beside him and softly asked, "Yunxi, what would you like to eat?" And Yunxi gently shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I'm not familiar with this place you order." She then winked playfully. This was her first time at this place, too. When it came to unfamiliar places, and Yunxi always insisted on following the recommendations of experienced people. Seeing that Yunxi wasn't interested in ordering herself, Zhou Shiyan thought for a moment and then carefully selected dishes based on his memory of Yunxi's usual tastes. Before long, he had ordered several dishes. Then, he looked up at the lobby manager and asked, "Do you have freshly squeezed juice?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhou Shiyan turned his questioning gaze to Yunxi again, as if waiting for her to make a choice. And Yunxi answered without hesitation, "Orange juice, please." "Orange juice then," Zhou Shiyan instructed the lobby manager. "Okay, please wait a moment." The lobby manager responded and turned to leave. After the man left, and Yunxi asked, "Brother Shiyan, do you come here often?" "Yes, this restaurant is family-owned." And Yunxi, Zhongxing Group is involved in the catering industry? She had never heard of this before. Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly and gently shook his head, explaining, "Not Zhongxing, this is my mother's personal business." Hearing this, and Yunxi suddenly understood, thinking to herself, no wonder the lobby manager was so respectful to them earlier. Zhou Shiyan poured Yunxi a cup of tea and continued, "The chefs here are highly skilled and have won many awards. I brought you here to try it. You've raised my expectations quite a bit. You won't be disappointed." The restaurant served the food quickly, and Yunxi guessed it was because of Zhou Shiyan that she was being given special treatment. And to her surprise, the food was really delicious. The crispy, glass-skinned roasted pigeon was incredibly tempting. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender and juicy, bursting with flavor in every bite. This taste was absolutely divine. Another dish, hand-pulled wide noodles with Australian Wagyu beef and porcini mushrooms, was also a favorite of Yunxi. The noodles were chewy and springy, the Wagyu beef was tender and juicy, and the porcini mushrooms were intensely flavorful. The three complemented each other perfectly. And Yunxi fell in love with it after just one bite. Another signature dish, fruitwood roasted duck, had crispy skin and tender meat with a rich aroma. The chef sliced it right in front of the customer, adding a touch of ceremony. The braised sea cucumber was tender and juicy, with a rich and flavorful broth, another classic dish of the restaurant. As the poem says, Only food and love should not be let down. And Yunxi thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Seeing and Yunxi eating so happily, Zhou Shiyan also developed a hearty appetite and ate quite a bit. If you like it, we can come again later. Okay. And Yunxi has always had little resistance to delicious food. No matter where she is, she never forgets a good meal. After finishing their meal, the two strolled around the neighborhood before driving back to Yinshui residence. Throughout the National Day holiday, the two either stayed home, went for walks, and occasionally went out to see a movie, go shopping, or have a meal. After the holiday, Yunxi returned to Peking University to take the exams arranged by the school. First was the graduation exam, which covered all the professional courses in her finance major. These included not only core professional courses, but also foundational courses like English and advanced mathematics. Each exam paper was prepared by the professor responsible for teaching the course, ensuring the professionalism and relevance of the questions. After exam, these questions did not pose a significant challenge for Yunxi, who had a solid knowledge base. Even so, due to the large number of subjects involved, it still took Yunxi 5 full days to successfully complete all the exams. After resting for 2 days, Yunxi began her postgraduate entrance exam. The postgraduate entrance exam was designed with the same level of knowledge and difficulty as the postgraduate entrance exam, which was not a problem for Yunxi. After passing the written exam, Yunxi was scheduled to have an interview. When the interview arrived, Yunxi was surprised to find that Ning Huaqing, the dean of their School of Economics and Management, was also there. Looking at the row of academic heavyweights in the room, the usually composed and confident Yunxi, though not nervous, unconsciously raised the level of importance she placed on the interview. She smiled and calmly walked to her seat. The interview process was actually quite simple. It started with a brief self-introduction covering basic personal information, educational background, undergraduate grades, social practice, honors and achievements, and personal hobbies. Next, the professors took turns asking questions. The questions ranged from basic professional knowledge and research in the financial industry to standard questions like why she chose finance as her major, and of course, some discussed her views on current economic issues. These questions posed no significant challenge to Yunxi, who had undergone systematic financial coursework and possessed exceptional financial skills. Throughout the interview, she didn't encounter any questions she couldn't answer. Looking at the confident, composed student before them, who spoke eloquently and answered any question with professional expertise and practical experience, the teachers exchanged glances, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Yunxi, having finished her interview and left the classroom, breathed a huge sigh of relief. Finally, the exams were over. All that remained was her graduation thesis defense. Upon returning from the National Day holiday, Yunxi had already submitted her completed graduation thesis. However, because she had been busy with exams during this period, her defense had to be postponed. By the time Yunxi had finished her graduation thesis defense and officially become a first-year graduate student in the Department of Finance at Peking University's School of Economics and Management, it was already October 22nd. The good news was that Yunxi had been accepted as the last student in Dean Ning Huaqing's combined master's and doctoral program. It's worth noting that Dean Ning hadn't personally supervised a student for 2 years, and Yunxi's emergence as a dark horse had made many students in the School of Economics and Management envious. Whether it's envy or jealousy, everyone is convinced of its truth. After all, they were simply no match for someone as exceptional as Yunxi. With the matter settled, Yunxi returned to her dorm and shared the news with her roommates. The roommates were all quite surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt it made perfect sense. Yunxi, I didn't expect you to be 2 years ahead of us so quickly. Tong Yao couldn't help but let out a long exclamation, her tone seemingly tinged with a subtle, almost imperceptible, melancholy. It's just that we won't be attending classes together anymore. We're still roommates and friends. Because Yunxi didn't spend much time in the dorm, she had applied to the school to stay in her current room. Their dorm, 303, was quite harmonious, and she was genuinely reluctant to leave. Hearing this, Tong Yao snuggled up to Yunxi and hugged her arm pitifully, saying, Yunxi, you can't abandon us. It's so rare to have a rich classmate like you. And Yunxi tapped her forehead, saying somewhat helplessly, "That's enough. I don't want your Guanyin to hold a grudge." Chuyu rolled her eyes at Tong Yao and said, "Given how few days Yunxi has spent at school this semester, what difference will it make whether she gets promoted to graduate school or not?" Song Mingzhu nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Chuyu's point of view. Since everyone is so close, they certainly won't lose contact because of this. Chuyu is right. I will definitely uphold the spirit of our 303 class and never lose contact with everyone. And Yunxi solemnly promised, finally making Tong Yao laugh. "That's a promise," Tong Yao added worriedly. "Don't worry, I can't forget my Tong Yao no matter who else I forget." After discussing with her roommates about attending classes in the graduate program, and Yunxi officially began her graduate studies. The main activities during a finance graduate program include coursework, research projects, academic activities, and internships. Coursework includes courses in finance, investment, corporate finance, financial markets, financial engineering, financial risk management, insurance, microfinance, and monetary banking, all of which in Yunxi is required to take. And Yunxi spent a month attending several of these specialized courses. Once she confirmed she had mastered the knowledge, she stopped attending. Besides coursework, graduate students are required to conduct research projects under the guidance of their advisors. Research projects can be applied for independently or undertaken with a corresponding doctoral student or advisor. The number of projects depends on the student's research ability and the resources available to their advisor. And Yunxi discussed this with her graduate advisor, Professor Ning. Considering her specific circumstances and her mastery of finance knowledge, Professor Ning believed she was capable of independently completing research projects and suggested she apply for projects herself. He would assist her with a funding application. This way, she would have more freedom in her research time. And Yunxi considered it for a while and accepted Professor Ning's suggestion that she apply for a research grant independently. However, she could handle the funding herself. She could simply have the Yunfeng Group sponsor the grant. There was no need to trouble the department for special consideration. After all, she was still a newcomer to the financial world. Professor Ning also gave some suggestions on the research direction, covering multiple areas such as financial market risk management, capital operation efficiency analysis, investment strategy and decision analysis, and financial engineering application case analysis. Through this research, she could gain a deeper understanding of the operating mechanisms of financial markets and master financial risk management techniques. And Yunxi said she would consider it carefully and submit the research grant application as soon as possible. Before leaving, Professor Ning reminded her, during your graduate studies, it's advisable to participate in some academic activities, such as lectures, seminars, and exchange meetings. These can help broaden your academic horizons and improve your research abilities. Yes, Professor, I will keep that in mind.
You don't need to worry about that.
I'll let you know if there are any suitable activities. And Yunxi's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Professor Ning is a big shot in the financial world. His resources are certainly not lacking. Activities handled by him are likely to be of a high level. Thank you, Professor. As for internships, you already manage Yunfeng Group and other industries, which is the best practical experience in itself. You don't need to arrange anything else. And Yunxi nodded. This was clearly what she had thought. I know you still have many competitions to participate in, but you've already completed your major studies. Just focus on your research project and participate in some academic activities, and that should be enough. I believe you can manage. Don't worry, Professor, I can do it. Ning Huaqing nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, Work hard, we all believe in you. And Yunxi began her busy postgraduate studies. In the blink of an eye, 2018 was drawing to a close. During this time, Yunxi's assets increased in both quantity and scale. After she claimed all the rewards, the system upgrade notification finally appeared again.
Ding!
Host has achieved stage 5 of the rich, beautiful, and powerful achievement. System upgrade initiation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting upgrade countdown 59 minutes and 55 seconds. It was really tough, finally upgraded. After an hour's wait, Yunxi eagerly opened the system panel. Rich, beautiful, and elegant girl cultivation system. Host and Yunxi, level 5, appearance 98, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 95, charm 92, talent 81, functions 1, backpack 2, check-in 3, learning 10 times study room, rich, beautiful, and elegant girl cultivation course 4,
Team 5.
lottery 6, shop, wealth 51, career 42, reputation 2797562/2797562, skills photographic memory, shooting God tier, languages God tier, driving God tier, martial arts God tier, hacking God tier. Click here to expand for details. Status, dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent, concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%, Yunnan Research Institute, 100%, Yunxi Property, 100%, Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yanshuaju Manor Villas. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in task, completed today, 31 days of check-in this month, learning tasks. 1. Complete postgraduate studies and obtain graduation and degree certificates within 2 years. 2. Improve any skill to master level through self-study within 3 years. 3. Possess 10 God-level skills within 5 years. Career tasks. 1. A film or television production invested in is officially released within 2 years. 2. Launch a total of 10 new products within 2 years. 3. Participate in and win the Asian Shooting Championship within 1 year. 10 months have passed since the last system upgrade. Her various stats have improved significantly. Even her wealth value has broken through 50 for the first time. She has already reached the advanced level in the Baifume, rich, beautiful, and successful, training course in dance. And her management course has reached 91% of the intermediate level. Breaking through to the advanced level is just around the corner. Over the past year, she hasn't spent much time on the system's courses, mainly because she's been busy with competitions and company matters. She's accumulated 5 skill upgrade cards, but she hasn't chosen to use them yet, mainly because she feels it's wasteful to use 2 skill upgrade cards on a single skill. She'd rather upgrade her skill to master level first, and then use the skill upgrade cards. That would be more cost-effective. Regarding the learning tasks, after completing the previous English CET 6 exam task, the system refreshed the task to complete her undergraduate studies and obtain a graduation and degree certificate. She thought this task would take 2 years to complete, but things didn't go as planned, and Yunxi completed it ahead of schedule. The rewards for these 2 learning tasks were very generous. She received 2 200,000 reputation point upgrade cards. As for the other 2 learning tasks, she'll probably be stuck on them for a while. In terms of career tasks, she's also completed the tasks of investing in big screen works, launching her 4th new product, and participating in and winning the Asian Games Championship. The rewards for the tasks were all reputation-boosting cards, 1 for 500,000 reputation points and 2 for 200,000. The later task, participating in and winning the World Shooting Championship, also rewarded Yunxi with a 200,000 reputation-boosting card upon completion. Yunxi. This is like stirring up a den of reputation-boosting cards. At that moment, Yunxi suddenly had a feeling that her system shop was coming soon. Otherwise, why would the system keep giving her reputation points? It was all for exchanging items in the system shop. Sure enough, on the last day of 2018, the system successfully leveled up to level 5, and the system shop officially opened. Yunxi couldn't wait to open the system
Shop.
Wow, this shop really has everything. From daily necessities and various luxury goods to luxury cars, real estate, company shares, airplanes, and cruise ships, you can buy them all here. There were even various types of weaponry and technological data. Yunxi. Wait. What was she going to do with all this weaponry and equipment? However, Yunxi was quite interested in the technological data. Yunxi glanced through it. Many of the technologies were far more advanced than those in the real world, but overall, they weren't significantly ahead of this era. It seemed that while the system's functions were powerful, they still had limitations. And Yunxi flipped through the pages of information available for exchange in the technology section. When she saw 1 nanometer lithography machines, 0.5 nanometer lithography machines, and even 0.1 nanometer lithography machine technology, and Yunxi was excited. How could she not be excited? China had been held hostage by the core technology of chips for so many years. If she could exchange for these technological data, what a huge help it would be for China. According to her understanding, the most advanced lithography machine in the world is the UV, Extreme Ultraviolet, lithography machine from ASML in the Netherlands. It can achieve 7 nanometers or even 5 nanometers processes and has been widely used by semiconductor giants such as TSMC and Samsung. However, as chip sizes shrink, UV lithography machines face increasingly stringent challenges. On one hand, UV lithography machines require specialized light sources and optical systems, resulting in extremely high costs, difficult maintenance, and susceptibility to malfunctions. On the other hand, when etching ultra-fine patterns, UV lithography machines are susceptible to quantum effects, leading to blurred pattern edges and impacting chip performance and stability. Therefore, many experts and companies are seeking to overcome the bottlenecks of UV lithography machines and develop more advanced lithography technologies. Furthermore, Canon entered the field of nanoimprint lithography as early as 2004, but due to the high technical difficulty and low market demand, it has not achieved a breakthrough. Only in recent years, with the development of semiconductors and artificial intelligence, has Canon's research and development begun to make progress. It is said that if Canon's current research is successful, it will launch a 2 nanometers lithography machine. Meanwhile, the worst systems on the market are 1 nanometer. If China can truly acquire this technology, it will take off in chip technology and manufacturing, entering the ranks of global leaders. What excited Yunxi even more was that the technologies included weren't limited to these. There was large-scale drone technology, stealth coding technology, unmanned combat aircraft technology. All sorts of technologies were present. Each of these, taken individually, could change the world. And now, she could obtain them so easily. How could she not be excited? However, when she saw the reputation points required to exchange for these technological materials, her enthusiasm was instantly dampened. She thought her current 2.79 million reputation points were already quite a lot. Who knew that was relative to things she could buy in the real world? These things, unavailable in the real world, were astronomically valuable to her right now. The technology data section, which Yunxi valued most, had starting prices of at least 5 million reputation points. And now, she couldn't exchange for anything. This was incredibly awkward. If she hadn't seen these things, it wouldn't have been so bad. But now, these things were right in front of her, yet she could only see them but not obtain them. That feeling was simply unbearable.
Sigh.
Yunxi stared at the lithography machine technology data interface for a long time, finally letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed she needed to find a way to speed up her reputation point acquisition. She thought she was already high-profile enough, but now it seemed that was far from sufficient. To gain more reputation points, one method was to achieve something in her field, including academics, shooting, and the business sector. Furthermore, in the technology sector, if the research institute could develop some significant technological achievements, it would greatly help enhance her personal influence. Furthermore, in the entertainment industry, making Xingtian Entertainment bigger and stronger would definitely be a very good boost. The sheer number of related rewards the system gave her roughly indicates what the system encourages her to do. In short, it's about constantly showcasing her excellence to the world, amazing everyone, earning their admiration and followers, which will undoubtedly increase her reputation. Additionally, her contributions to society, the country, and even the world are also important factors affecting her reputation. Yunxi's current plans in this regard are roughly divided into 2 aspects: increasing her charitable efforts and quickly producing some useful scientific research results. Once she accumulates 5 million reputation points enough to exchange for technical materials, the resulting technology, once successfully implemented, will further increase her reputation. This is a mutually reinforcing virtuous cycle. And Yunxi closed the system shop interface with mixed feelings. Immediately afterwards, she claimed her December monthly sign-in achievement reward and the 2018 annual achievement reward. The monthly reward was a 1 million reputation point boosting card. It was like a pillow delivered just when she was sleepy. She was desperately short of reputation points, and the system had just given her one.
What was there to hesitate about?
Of course, she used it immediately. Seeing her reputation points increase from 2.79 million to 3.79 million, and Yunxi felt hopeful about reaching 5 million. And the 2018 annual achievement reward was the Cloud's supreme luxury yacht and its accompanying staff. And Yunxi wanted a private jet, but the system hadn't given her a reward, so she bought one herself. Now that she owned a private jet, was the system starting to provide her with other things? After reviewing the information, Yunxi realized that this yacht was anything but simple. This yacht was built by the Luxembourg shipyard in Germany, is 155 meters long, has a maximum speed of 47 kilometers per hour, and a displacement of 14.38 million kilograms. It can accommodate 70 people in luxury accommodations and is equipped with a crew of 98 to ensure everything runs smoothly. In addition, the yacht in Shanghai includes a concert hall that can accommodate a 50-person orchestra and is the world's largest superyacht by displacement. This yacht now belongs to her. By now, her status as a top-tier heiress is becoming increasingly complete. Over the past 6 months, system check-in achievements and lotteries have given her a considerable list of potential talents, recipes, scripts, variety show plans, and musical works. She has entrusted all of these to Xingtian Entertainment and the Research Institute for their use. Especially several musical works, which the company arranged for its artists to perform, quickly generated considerable buzz. Xingtian Entertainment has also gained significant attention as a result. Furthermore, regarding scripts, Xingtian Entertainment's first self-produced TV series has already begun filming, and a movie is in pre-production. Of the 5 variety show plans given by Yunxi, Li Haowen chose 2 girl group and boy group talent shows as Xingtian Entertainment's variety show debut. The girl group show is called Super Idol 101, and the boy group show is called Super Idol 108. The 2 programs were produced and recorded independently, but there would be some collaboration and promotion during their run. These 2 programs were chosen because they are more likely to generate buzz and allow the artists under their management to quickly gain recognition through participation. Monthly rewards and monthly raffles also provided Yunxi with many good things. Besides various industries, what Yunxi valued most were the 3 technical documents provided by the system. One of them was on aero engine technology. Aero engines are a crucial indicator of a nation's industrial level. Although China has made significant progress in the aviation field, there is still room for improvement in engine technology. Especially in engine performance, efficiency, and lifespan, further improvements are needed. This is because it involves complex material science, precision manufacturing, and advanced control systems, among other key technologies. Furthermore, the development of high-end engines requires substantial funding and technological accumulation, as well as time and sustained effort. The aero engine technology awarded by the system is even more advanced than the most advanced technology currently available in the world. The system's vision seems to be expanding. It seems it intends to lead China's rise. And Yunxi is very willing to do this. The second piece of technical information that caught Yunxi's attention was industrial robot technology. Intelligentization is an inevitable trend in the industrial development of all countries, especially for manufacturing. Assembly line work will inevitably be gradually replaced by industrial robots. And Yunxi is very clear that manufacturing is a crucial pillar industry for China. In the past 40 years, China's achievement of becoming the world's factory was due to the natural advantage that its manufacturing industry enjoyed, supported by its demographic dividend. However, with the passage of time, China has long since lost this demographic advantage. The increasingly serious aging population has even forced China to maintain development through other channels, and industrial robots are an important guarantee for replacing manual labor. According to Yunxi's understanding, One industrial robot can replace 4 workers, and its cost is only 23% of the cost of manual labor. Therefore, applying industrial robots to modern production can not only increase productivity, but also save costs. However, currently, China's industrial robot development is still very insufficient, especially in the field of high-end robots. According to relevant data, 90% of the high-end robots used in China are imported from countries such as Germany, Japan, and Switzerland. These countries have solid industrial foundations, and their high-end robots can even form a global monopoly. This feeling of being held back and unable to make decisions for oneself is truly unbearable. Previously, there was nothing that could be done without leading technology, but now it's different. The technology provided by the system is undoubtedly far more advanced than the most advanced technologies currently in the world. If these technologies can be mastered, then China can also be at the forefront of the world in the field of industrial robots. And Yunxi sighed inwardly. The system is as powerful as ever. The third technical document concerns CNC machine tool technology. Machine tools are known as the mother of industry, their applications permeating all aspects of industrial production, such as engineering machinery and automobile manufacturing. Although China is known as the world's factory, and its annual manufacturing output is generally the highest in the world, China's manufacturing industry is currently concentrated at the low to mid-end level, and correspondingly, the added value of its manufactured products is far from sufficient. A major reason why China's manufacturing industry cannot advance further is its relatively low level of CNC machine tool technology, and the high-end machine tools used in high-end manufacturing are basically dependent on imports. Globally, the manufacturing of high-end machine tools is largely monopolized by industrial powers such as the United States, Germany, and Japan. Upon seeing this technical document, Yunxi felt a sense of enlightenment. China indeed still has many areas where its technology lags behind, but we've been striving to catch up. However, our foundation is too weak, and we started too late. Even with rapid progress, we still rely on imports for many technologies. Science and technology, as the primary productive force, are also a major point of competition among nations today. Only by mastering core technologies can we break free from dependence and achieve independent development. These 3 sets of technical documents provided by the system each have the potential to change China's development landscape and international standing. And Yunxi took a deep breath, calming her excited emotions. Then, she opened her system inventory to check the number of custom top-tier scientific research personnel summoning cards. Through so much time spent signing in, drawing prizes, and receiving rewards, she had accumulated a lot. Currently, she had 67 unused cards. And Yunxi waved her hand, using them all to summon 67 researchers matching the 3 sets of technical documents. She packaged them together with the documents and handed them over to Xi and Yulin to arrange for research. On New Year's Day, Yunxi received another New Year's gift package. After opening the gift pack, the contents were largely the same as last year. 1 billion in personal funds, 1 skill upgrade card, 1 100 million yuan 10-fold consumption cashback card, 1 500 million yuan 10-fold investment cashback card, 5 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, 5 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, 1 reputation boosting card, 100,000. And ownership of Jeang Huafeng CNC Machine Tool Company, Limited. Just received CNC machine tool technology, and now a CNC machine tool company? The system is really giving her a boost. However, this company, located in Suzhou City, Jiangbei Province, isn't particularly large or small in the CNC machine tool industry. It ranks around 5th or 6th in the national CNC machine tool market. Of course, and Yunxi wasn't too concerned about this. Once her research yields results, the company will take off rapidly. Becoming an industry leader is just around the corner. She was confident in herself and in the technical data provided by the system. The system's prize for January was 5 kilograms of gold. And Yunxi, speechless and somewhat helpless. The system seemed to give her several kilograms of gold every year, but she wasn't quite sure why. However, since the system gave it to her, she would accept it. And Yunxi was just about to organize her plans for the new year when she received a call from Zhou Shiyan. Brother Shiyan, Yunxi, wanna have dinner together tonight? Yesterday was New Year's Eve, and the two had originally planned to spend it together, but Zhou Shiyan was unexpectedly called to the military base for urgent business. As soon as he finished his work there, Zhou Shiyan contacted his girlfriend to invite her to dinner. Okay, where should we eat? By family courtyard, let's have imperial cuisine today. I'll pick you up at 5:30. A clear, magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone, and Yunxi found it inexplicably pleasant. Okay. The restaurant Zhou Shiyan had chosen was located on Suzhou Street in Zhongguancun, not far from Peking University, and they arrived quickly. Upon arrival, the first thing that caught their eye was an ancient royal garden, brimming with historical charm. This was once the garden of Prince Li's mansion during the Qing dynasty. The antique architectural style and the well-arranged courtyard layout. Red walls and black tiles, carved beams and painted pillars, pavilions and terraces all exuding royal grandeur. Stepping into the restaurant, Yunxi felt as if she had traveled back in time to that magnificent era. All the waiters were dressed in Qing dynasty attire, greeting guests with "May you be blessed," serving them. It felt as if she were in an ancient royal banquet. After sitting down, Zhou Shiyan, knowing Yunxi's habits, immediately began ordering. As the dishes arrived, Zhou Shiyan served Yunxi food while introducing the restaurant's signature dishes. Pearl-shaped conch slices. A beautifully crafted ice ball was cracked open with a spoon, revealing conch slices served with caviar. The conch slices were crisp and tender, the caviar rose savory, and flavorful, a truly delicious dish. Scallion-flavored abalone. Golden fried, crispy scallions were sprinkled over the abalone. The abalone was of excellent quality, with tender and springy meat. Enjoyed with the scallions, each bite offered a rich texture and a deliciously fresh flavor. Hot stone M12 Wagyu beef. Carefully arranged M12 Wagyu beef was served on a piping hot rice stone, presented exquisitely. The Wagyu beef was tender and juicy, melting in the mouth, a must-try delicacy. Braised fish maw with dried scallops. The fish maw was thick and plump. The dried scallops were fresh and delicious, and the broth was clear yet flavorful. It's nourishing and beautifying, making it perfect for women. Every dish perfectly satisfied Yunxi's taste buds and expectations. Indeed, Zhou Shiyan's selection never disappoints. During the meal, there were also wonderful song and dance performances, allowing you to experience the unique charm of Beijing culture while enjoying the food. Yunxi enjoyed the food and watched the performances, feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Brother Shiyan, since being with you, I feel like I'm turning into a foodie. This sounded like a complaint, but the tone was full of teasing. Being able to eat is a blessing. Upon hearing this, Yunxi almost choked on her tea. Judging from the content of those words, I thought my grandparents said that. Zhou Shiyan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, put his arm around Yunxi's waist, and whispered in her ear. Yunxi, do you think I'm old or boring? His warm breath on Yunxi's ear made her involuntarily shrink back. Ahem, that's not what I meant. Yunxi tried to explain. Zhou Shiyan kissed her earlobe and pressed. Then what did you mean? Yunxi trembled from his kiss, turned slightly to the side, and awkwardly explained again. I meant that, Shiyan-ji, you're mature and steady, a benchmark and model for boyfriends. Zhou Shiyan pulled Yunxi back somewhat displeased, saying, Is that so? By the time Yunxi realized what was happening, she was already sitting on Zhou Shiyan's lap. Yunxi, she placed her hands on the man's shoulders, trying to create some distance. Seeing that she didn't speak, the man pressed on. Is that really what Yunxi thinks? Really, more real than pearls. Before she could finish, the man grabbed her neck and kissed her lips. Yunxi was startled at first. They hadn't chosen a private room today for the sake of watching the performance. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that their spot was partitioned and relatively secluded, making it difficult for others to see them, and she relaxed slightly. Noticing Yunxi's lack of focus, Zhou Shiyan's gentle tenderness turned into a forceful one. His arms tightened around her, his tongue gently prying open her teeth, their tongues intertwining, greedily stealing her breath. Soon, Both of their breathing became rapid, and Yunxi wrapped her arms around the man's neck, her face flushed with passion, and tears even welled up in her eyes. After all, they were in a public place, and it wasn't as unrestrained as at home. Zhou Shiyan used all his strength to barely suppress the surging desire within him, ending the passionate and ardent kiss. At this moment, Yunxi felt her tongue go slightly numb, as if she had lost all feeling. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with affection, a captivatingly alluring look that almost made Zhou Shiyan transform into a wolf. Yunxi? The man's voice was deep and slightly hoarse. He didn't even dare to look at Yunxi's mesmerizing eyes any longer, afraid that he would completely succumb to them. And so, until the two left, Yunxi's cheeks remained flushed. Back at Yunshui residence, Zhou Shiyan took out an exquisitely wrapped gift box and handed it to Yunxi. "Brother Shiyan, what's this?" Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan with a questioning gaze, somewhat puzzled. "A New Year's gift." Upon hearing Zhou Shiyan's reply, Yunxi was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by this unexpected delight. However, she quickly recovered, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. However, she didn't immediately accept it, but instead said, "Wait a moment." She then turned and went upstairs. A short while later, Yunxi returned with a box. "What a coincidence. I also prepared a New Year's gift for you." She took the box from Zhou Shiyan and placed her gift in his hands. Zhou Shiyan smiled as he held the box, emphasizing, "It's not a coincidence, it's just our unspoken understanding," and Yunxi smiled at him without saying anything. And Yunxi's New Year's gift for Zhou Shiyan was a Watcha Patek Philippe 5070 3p-minute repeater wristwatch, hailed as a platinum aristocratic luxury experience. This was a limited edition, available only to super VIPs. Upon its release, its unique design and exquisite craftsmanship made it a dream choice for collectors and watch enthusiasts. This timepiece not only boasts a chiming function reminiscent of church bells, but also features a perpetual calendar, showcasing its extraordinary complexity and practicality. Just how difficult is it to pre-order? To put it simply, if you go to a Patek Philippe boutique in Beijing and want to pre-order a standard minute repeater watch, you need to spend at least 5 million RMB and wait in line for over 2 years. Even then, there's no guarantee of success. But the model Yunxi is preparing is no ordinary one. The difficulty of pre-ordering it is at least 10 times greater. After all, this is a watch with a minimum price of over 10 million RMB, of which only a dozen or so have been made worldwide. Of course, for Yunxi, none of this is a problem. Yunxi pre-ordered 2 watches worth tens of millions of RMB, each one black and one blue. The 103 baguette-cut diamonds set on the bezel, along with the 55 diamonds on the dial and clasp, together create a luxurious masterpiece, showcasing unparalleled elegance. The dial design is exquisite, with meticulous attention to detail, making it a work of art that watch enthusiasts shouldn't miss. Yunxi presented both watches to Zhou Shiyan as New Year's gifts. Zhou Shiyan opened the box and, seeing 2 watches, said with some surprise, "2," and Yunxi explained, "I think both colors look good. Shiyan ji, you can wear them interchangeably." "Okay, I'll definitely wear them more often." Zhou Shiyan's lips unconsciously curved into a smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Immediately afterward, Yunxi saw Zhou Shiyan take off the watch he was wearing, pick up the black one, and steadily slip it onto his own wrist. The whole process was seamless, as if he was afraid of upsetting his girlfriend if he was even a step too slow. He was clearly prioritizing his girlfriend's wishes. And Yunxi, there was really no need for that. However, despite thinking this, it was undeniable that Zhou Shiyan's actions made Yunxi feel better. His hands were naturally beautiful, with long, slender fingers, well-defined knuckles, and always neatly trimmed, rounded fingernails. Perhaps due to martial arts training and frequent shooting in the military, his palms had thin calluses, giving them a powerful look. Even the faint blue veins on his wrist seemed beautiful to Yunxi. A black watch adorned with diamonds graced his wrist, its smooth lines and elegant silhouette further accentuating his mature, refined, and noble air. Zhou Shiyan noticed and Yunxi staring intently at his hand, and a subtle smile played on his lips. He slowly raised his right hand, gently flipped it so his palm faced upward, and then gently extended it towards Yunxi. Before Yunxi could even think, her body reacted first. Instinctively, she reached out and placed her hand in Zhou Shiyan's broad, warm palm without hesitation. When she realized what was happening, her hand was already firmly grasped by Zhou Shiyan. "Do you like my hand?" The man's deep, magnetic voice, like the gentle strains of a cello, reached Yunxi's ears. Yunxi blushed and nodded. Her hand fetish had been discovered, and she felt a little ashamed. Zhou Shiyan's chest heaved, and a pleasant laugh escaped his throat. "Look around, touch around." Upon hearing this, Yunxi looked at him incredulously. "I never expected you to be like this, Zhou Shiyan." Yunxi awkwardly withdrew her hand, trying to change the subject. "Let me look at the gift first." Upon opening the gift box, Yunxi was immediately drawn to the necklace inside. It was a heart-shaped pink diamond necklace. The central gemstone of the necklace was a 15.05-carat fancy vivid orange-pink heart-shaped modified brilliant cut diamond. A circle of round diamonds surrounded the heart-shaped pink diamond, and above the pendant was a trefoil decoration composed of 3 marquise-cut diamonds. The entire necklace looked romantic and gentle, and such a large pink diamond was precious and rare. Even if you wanted to buy it, you might not be able to. "Where did this necklace come from?" Yunxi asked directly, her mind filled with questions. "I bought a diamond at an auction, and had it designed and made recently." "You designed it yourself?" "Yes." Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she was secretly filled with admiration, thinking how incredibly talented he was. Just when she thought she knew him well enough, he would surprise her with something new. Zhou Shiyan observed Yunxi's facial expression and continued, "Do you like it?" Yunxi nodded and said, "I like it. No woman can resist the allure of beautiful jewelry, right?" Yunxi was no exception. "I'm glad you like it." Seeing his girlfriend's enjoyment, Zhou Shiyan was already mentally considering what kind of jewelry he could design from the jade and gemstones he had. This year's Lunar New Year's Eve was February 4th, and Yunxi, having finished her final exams, returned to Yunzhou on a private jet on January 27th. There had been some changes at home over the past year. For example, Fan Mingxia finally received the custom-made RV she'd been longing for, and it's currently parked in the garage built for it at the garment factory. Another example is that at the end of November, her eldest cousin, Fang Jiahao, and his wife, Chen Fei, who had been married for over a year, had a son named Fang Yuanjia. Both sons are boys, which disappointed her aunt, who wanted a granddaughter. Fortunately, the birth policy has been relaxed now, so they'll see if their sons and daughters-in-law consider having another child in a few years. On the Yin family side, Yun Chuan and Zhang Weiwei are engaged, and they've agreed to hold their wedding on May 1st. This is the first grandchildren in the Yin family to get married, and the elders, including Grandpa and Grandma, are taking it very seriously. It looks like she'll have to come back during the May Day holiday. She'll definitely be attending her eldest brother's wedding. During the family meal, they exchanged updates on their lives. "Xiaoza, are you adjusting well to high school?" And Yunxi, who hadn't seen her younger brother for 6 months, asked with concern. Back in September 2018, Yunza had officially become a high school student. "It's alright, pretty much the same as in junior high." And Yunza himself didn't feel much change. He considered himself an adult, capable of managing his own studies and life. "Are you going to apply to a university in Beijing?" Hearing this question, Yunza nodded without hesitation, confidently saying, of course, he was determined to get the sports car his sister had promised him. "Then good luck. Your sister will be waiting for you in Beijing. Xiaoxi, your brother is being watched by your dad and me. There won't be any major problems. But you, starting graduate school early, isn't the workload heavy?" Fan Mingxia asked while putting her daughter's favorite dishes on her plate. And Xiaoxi swallowed her food and calmly replied, "Not heavy at all. I've basically finished the graduate school curriculum. And Manhwa and the other two." After hearing this, the three looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Another day of being discouraged by their own daughter, sister. This year, it was in Jianhua's family's turn to celebrate. Early on February 4th, and Yunxi completed her daily check-in task as soon as she woke up.
Jeang.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Reward: 1 land gift pack, already added to your system inventory. This was in Yunxi's second land gift pack. Opening it, she found 10 plots of land scattered across various cities, just like before. Judging by the size and location of the plots, they were all suitable for building hotels. Luckily, she wasn't short of money. Otherwise, building so many hotels simultaneously would be financially impossible for most people. Of the hotels under construction, the ones in Jiangcheng and Hangzhou were among the earliest to begin construction. The construction and overall decoration of these 2 hotels were basically complete. They only needed to pass inspection and all preparations be finished before they could officially open. The main building of the Hot Spring Hotel in Beijing was also completed and decoration had begun. However, this hotel wouldn't open until the entire resort area was finished. Other hotels under construction are at varying stages of development, but they are all still some distance from completion and opening. Last year, when I returned to Yunzhou for the Spring Festival, the system provided me with land in a township under Yunzhou, including 2 mountain peaks. At that time, and Yunxi had the person in charge, Huang Yuan, prepare a construction plan for the Nanshan Ecological Park. After the plan was approved, construction began in May. The Nanshan Ecological Park is not just an agricultural demonstration park. It is planned strictly according to scenic area standards. The entire ecological park is a high-quality rural ecological tourism scenic area integrating leisure and vacation, sightseeing, health and wellness, gourmet food, and science education. The scenic area covers an area of 1,200 mu, approximately 80 hectares, with a total building area of about 50,000 square meters. The building area includes 4 exhibition halls: Melon World, Agricultural High-Tech, Jade Vegetable Forest, and Abundant Harvest. The halls gather various famous, special, rare, precious, and exotic agricultural crops from home and abroad, which will surely be a feast for the eyes of visitors after completion. In addition to these 4 exhibition halls, the open-air area is planned with multiple planting areas for growing various vegetables, fruits, Chinese medicinal herbs, and flowers suitable for local cultivation. The project alone includes over 10 varieties of fruit, such as blueberries, bayberries, strawberries, peaches, grapes, and oranges. Furthermore, one hilltop has been designated as a livestock breeding area. This area will house the free-range breeding of pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep. This project, with a total investment of 1 billion yuan, has received strong support from the Yunzhou municipal government since its inception. Not to mention Looming Town, where the land is located. The town has never encountered such a large-scale project. If it is successfully completed, Looming Town will be on the verge of takeoff. A tangible political achievement is at hand, and the town leaders are providing full support, giving them whatever they ask for. Add to that the influence of Jianhua and Yunxi in the area, and all the procedures are expedited. This project perfectly aligns with the government's development policies. When the mayor of Yunzhou saw the project plan, he was immediately impressed and pledged his full support. Nanshan Ecological Park, themed 100-mile ecological gallery, China's Hopeful Fields, is being planned and constructed from multiple dimensions, including mountains, rivers, fields, forests, roads, primary, secondary, and tertiary industries, production, living, and ecology and creativity, technology, and culture, allowing visitors to appreciate the beauty of modern rural life. To this end, supporting facilities such as an ecological restaurant, Lotus Pond Farm, Lutong Village Canteen, Gingdu Villa, and Lotus Pond Moonlight Inn have been built. If completed, the idyllic scenery, beautiful in its natural state, will allow visitors to escape the hustle and bustle of the city and find a tranquil escape from urban life. As a scenic area, it naturally includes attractions to attract tourists. Therefore, the park plans to construct more than 10 attractions, including Lotus Source, Round Source, Farmer's Cottage, China Modern Agricultural Technology Exhibition Hall, China Southern Medicinal Herb Garden, and Lomping High-Tech Hybrid Rice Planting Demonstration Base. There are also natural scenic spots such as Mount Weirin, Tianmen Pass, and the Immortals Footprint, as well as cultural and historical sites including the ruins of Yuanbao Temple and a planned ethnic minority folk culture village. Yuanbao Temple is planned to be rebuilt on its original site. With enough attractions and proper management, attracting visitors should not be a problem. After more than half a year of construction, the infrastructure of Nanshan Ecological Park has been completed. Planting is planned to begin this year in all major planting areas, while various breeding farms are currently under construction in the breeding area. As for the other exhibition halls, supporting facilities, and attractions, those cannot be built overnight. Planting and breeding can begin now, but the official opening of the ecological park is estimated to be at least a year away. Back to the topic of the Lunar New Year. Grandpa and Grandma, along with uncle and uncle's families, gathered at Yunxi's villa after breakfast. After sitting down and chatting for a while, Grandma started assigning everyone various tasks. Yunxi's main task this time was making dumplings, a task assigned by her mother. Their plan was to have a simple dumpling lunch and focus on the New Year's Eve dinner. With so many people, a considerable number of dumplings were needed, so Yunxi asked Yunzhou and Yunshun to help. Fortunately, the two knew how to make simple dumplings, saving Yunxi a lot of effort. At noon, Yunxi started making dumplings. There were 3 kinds of dumplings to choose from: pork and cabbage, pork and carrot, and pork and chives. The dipping sauce was prepared by her aunt, Jeang, with chili peppers placed separately for everyone to add according to their own taste. Yunxi grabbed a few of each type of dumpling and quickly filled her stomach. The entire afternoon was spent preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. As night slowly fell and the lights in the streets and alleys gradually lit up, the festive atmosphere grew stronger. Finally, with the family's combined efforts, a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner was laid out on the table. A variety of colorful dishes, each with its own unique appearance, aroma, and flavor, looked incredibly appetizing. The family sat around the table, their laughter and chatter filling the air. As usual, Grandpa gave a speech, and after everyone clinked glasses, the New Year's Eve dinner officially began. Yunzi picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and put it in his mouth. Wow, this fish is so tender. Of course, it's fresh sea fish that was just delivered today, Fang Mingxiao replied. Haha, Mom knows me best. I love this. Yunzi picked up another piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Fang Mingxiao chuckled. Don't flatter yourself. It wasn't bought especially for you. Yunxi silently picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks. It was indeed quite tender, retaining the original freshness of the fish. After tasting it, Yunxi quickly picked up another piece and put it in her bowl. The others also started eating the food on the table. At the table, everyone chatted about the stories that had happened in the past year. Yunzhou recounted the interesting things that happened during his entrepreneurial journey with his classmates, making everyone laugh heartily. Yunshun and Yunzi shared their experiences of studying and living at school. Xiaochun, you'll be graduating next year, right? What are your plans after graduation? Grandpa asked at the dinner table. Among his grandchildren, his eldest grandson Yunchuan took over the family business, and his second grandson Yunzhou, after graduating with his master's degree, started a computer-related company in Beijing with his classmates. His granddaughter Yunxi naturally didn't require his attention, and as for his youngest grandson Yunzi, he was still in school, so there was even less to worry about. Only his third grandson, who was already in his final semester of university and about to graduate, was someone the old man was very concerned about. Grandpa, I plan to go back to Yunzhou to work after graduation. I'm currently looking at suitable companies. And Yunshun is a bit of a homebody. Although he went to university in Haisher, he still wants to work in Yunzhou. Going back to Yunzhou is good. Yunzhou has developed rapidly in recent years, and there are many opportunities. Grandpa and Grandma strongly agreed. It would be easier for them to see each other more easily. Yang cooling glanced at her son and said, his father and I want him to take the civil service exam in Yunzhou, but Xiaochun absolutely refuses. Both she and her husband work in the government sector, so naturally, they hope their son will follow that path. But young people have their own ideas, and they aren't the kind of old-fashioned patriarchs who insist their child listen to them, so they can only let him have his way. Times have changed. There are many good options besides taking the civil service exam. Grandpa spoke up for his grandson. Exactly. Mom and Dad, how come you're not as open-minded as Grandpa and Grandma? And Yunxi said, holding his bowl with slight dissatisfaction. As a result, he received a flick on the forehead from Yang cooling. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? Did your father and I force you? And Yunxi muttered to himself, you weren't like this when we first heard the news. Has his mother forgotten how his parents went to such lengths to persuade him to take the civil service exam? And Yunxi dared not speak his anger, only daring to mutter a few words to himself. He absolutely dared not say these words aloud. His parents had finally accepted that he wouldn't take the civil service exam, and he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Third brother, you have a wide network of connections and know a lot about the big companies in Yunzhou. Do you have any suggestions? Uncle and Jianxi, for his son's sake, swallowed his pride and asked in Jianhua for help. And Jianhua naturally offered to help with this small matter. So, he asked in Yunxi, Shaochen, do you have any preferences? For example, what type of company would you like to work for? And Yunxi replied, I don't have any specific requirements, just a reasonably sized and reputable company. Those of them in finance positions were most afraid of companies that weren't properly regulated. He was just a fresh graduate, a newbie, and couldn't handle anything too complicated. And Jianhua didn't reply immediately, but instead considered which company would be suitable, or perhaps it wouldn't be a problem to have his nephew join the Yunnan group. At this moment, and Yunxi spoke up, Third brother, would you consider coming to my company? Upon hearing this, the whole family looked at Yunxi. Under everyone's gaze, and Yunxi calmly said, you all know the Yunzhou Jinxiu Xiangjiang Grand Hotel, right? Everyone nodded, indicating they knew. 2 years ago, I established the Jinxiu Hotel Group in Yunzhou, opening a chain of 5-star hotels in major cities across the country. Currently, besides the flagship store in Yunzhou, the hotels in Jiangcheng and Hangzhou are already renovated, and more than 30 other hotels are under construction. Seeing everyone listening attentively, and Yunxi continued, this company aims to expand into the international market, and Eve already acquired a considerable amount of land overseas. The Jinxiu Hotel Group is currently undergoing a major expansion, and we are in dire need of talent in all areas. If Third brother is willing to join, now is actually a very good time. The group is currently in a phase of rapid development, and if Yunxi joins and works hard, he will have many opportunities for promotion in the future. More than 30, and all 5-star? And Jianxi and Yang Cooling exchanged a glance, unable to hide their shock. This company is truly enormous. Xiao Chun, what do you think? They all thought the opportunity was pretty good. If I go, the work location will be the Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel in Yunzhou, right?
Yes.
There's a garden behind the hotel, and inside that's a building that houses the Jinxiu Group's headquarters. Of course, you can apply for an overseas assignment later. Overseas assignments can be discussed later. The opportunity his sister offered him was indeed excellent. I never thought I and Yunxi would have a day when I could get in through connections. This remark amused the whole family. They weren't opposed to using connections or currying favor. If the family had the resources, why not use them? Being arrogant wouldn't buy their child's future. And Yunxi clicked his tongue, thinking about how great it felt to get in through connections. Third brother, if you think it's suitable, send me your resume. I'll put in a good word with the person in charge. And Yunxi was willing to give Yunxi this preferential treatment for 2 reasons. First, the Jinxiu Hotel Group was genuinely short-staffed. Although Yunzhou is a provincial capital, it's still different from first-tier cities. Most outstanding university graduates still consider staying in first-tier cities. Furthermore, Jinxiu's expansion speed was too rapid, and they were indeed struggling to keep up with the demand for talent. On the other hand, Yunxi knew her third brother was an outstanding individual. He graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics with a degree in accounting, had already passed the Certified Public Accountant exam, and consistently received scholarships throughout his university years. Recruiting graduates from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics in Yunzhou wouldn't be easy. While let the opportunity slip through their fingers, they naturally wanted to seize it. And so, An Yunxin's post-graduation employment was decided over the dinner table. It must be said that the An family's children were all very well educated. Even though An Yunxi had surpassed them because of her so-called mentor, her cousins were only happy for her, without any jealousy. Even An Yunxi's parents' generation, despite An Jianhua's meteoric rise, didn't change the siblings' attitude towards their family. Of course, the children's behavior was inseparable from the influence of their elders' words and actions. Since you're going to your sister's company, work hard and don't bring shame to the An family. Seeing that his son's job was settled, and Jianxi instructed, "Dad, don't worry, when have I ever been unreliable?" And Jianxi didn't say anything more. "You've all grown up and become more sensible," Grandpa An said with emotion. "It seems like only yesterday you were children, and now the eldest is about to start a family. Your parents have worked hard all these years. From now on, you too should enjoy the filial piety of your children and grandchildren." Auntie said, "Come, let's raise a glass together and wish our parents good health and a long life." And Jeang finished speaking, raised his glass, clinked it with everyone's, and drank it all in one gulp. The others also raised their glasses, some drinking alcohol, some drinking beverages, offering their blessings. As night deepened, the New Year's Eve dinner drew to a close. At the end of the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandpa An raised his glass again and stood up. "Come on, let's raise a glass together to celebrate the new year." The whole family stood up and raised their glasses in a toast. "Happy New Year! May all your wishes come true. May your family be blessed." The blessings echoed throughout the room. After the dinner, Grandpa and Grandma An took out a handful of red envelopes from their pockets and handed them to their grandchildren. "This is New Year's money from Grandpa and Grandma. We hope everything goes smoothly for you in the new year."
Thank you, Grandpa.
"Thank you, Grandma." After dinner, the family sat in the living room watching the Spring Festival Gala. As the New Year's bell rang, everyone cheered in unison. "Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" And Yunza lit the fireworks that had been set up in the yard beforehand. The dazzling fireworks bloomed in the night sky, illuminating the entire yard and warming everyone's hearts. At this moment, the warmth of home, the preciousness of family ties, and the joy of the new year all converged, creating a most beautiful picture. The An family's New Year's Eve dinner this year thus came to a close amidst laughter and joy. But this warmth and happiness will forever remain in everyone's hearts. The Lunar New Year's gift package was only distributed to her by the system at the very last moment of the new year. Upon opening the gift package, everything else was the same as previous packages, except for the last asset, which this time consisted of 20 shops in Yunzhou City. This wasn't the first time An Yunxi had acquired shops, but this time it was different from before, because these 20 shops were all vacant and unrented. An Yunxi, could she possibly find an agent to rent out all these shops? An Yunxi pondered the use of these 20 shops. She carefully examined the information on these shops. Then An Yunxi discovered that the locations of these shops were actually quite good. The shops were either located on streets in commercial districts or near densely populated communities. Convenient transportation and high foot traffic made them ideal for opening shops. After some consideration, An Yunxi decided not to rent out these shops for the time being. She wasn't short of rent. More importantly, once the Nanshan Ecological Park was completed, it would produce a large quantity of vegetables, fruits, meat, and eggs. She could then open fresh food stores in nearby cities to sell these products. These 20 shops were all quite suitable for fresh food retail. After the new year, it was time for the usual visits between relatives. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, because An Yunxi's family was hosting 2 aunts who were visiting their maternal grandparents, they arranged to visit her maternal grandmother's house on the 3rd day. Her cousin, Zhou Fengfei, was taking the college entrance exam in June. The girl herself didn't seem to mind, but her aunt had been feeling anxious and stressed for the past 6 months. "Xiulan, really, you're such a grown woman, yet you're not as composed as Fengfei," and Xiuying was a little annoyed by her younger sister's naivete. She wasn't like this when her son took the college entrance exam. I'm just worried that if she doesn't do well, it'll be a blow to her. And Xiaoying rolled her eyes and said, Fangfei's grades are stable. As long as she performs normally, getting into a top-tier university shouldn't be a problem. Don't put too much pressure on her right now. I've already tried my best not to show it in front of her. At least you have some sense. In today's fast-paced world, this is the only time of year when everyone can gather together like this. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. When they got together, they talked about work, life, their children's studies, marriages, and so on. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, when they visited their maternal grandparents, the same topics came up again. The twin cousins from the eldest uncle's family were already married and had children, putting pressure on the second uncle's cousin, Fang Jiaxing, and the eldest aunt's cousin, He Jessen. The two men, one 31 and the other 28, were both at the prime age when their parents were pressuring them to get married. Yunxi, have you seen your cousin seeing other girls in Beijing? Her aunt, Hu Haiying, anxiously awaiting her son's marriage, asked. And Yunxi, wait, why is she being brought up like this? What does this have to do with her? Helpless, she could only smile and reply, Aunt, my cousin and I only see each other once or twice every 6 months. I don't know the specifics. Hu Haiying wasn't unaware of this, but she was just grasping at straws. Sigh, he's already in his 30s and doesn't even have a girlfriend. It's really worrying. Fang Jiaxing. He's only 31, not 39 or 40. Why does his mother act like he'll never find a girlfriend? Jiaxing is a boy, so it's okay if he gets married a few years later. We haven't heard anything from Jessen either, and her father and I are really worried. Fang Mingmei, standing nearby, also joined in the discussion about urging her to get married. Hiaigua. No, I didn't. Unlike his wife Fang Mingmei, Hiaigua felt that his daughter was still young and there was no need for her to get married so early. Hearing the mother's identical complaints, He Jessen and Fang Jiaxing exchanged a glance and smiled awkwardly and helplessly. It really is true that they always urge each other to get married during the spring festival. Mingxia, Yunxi is so lucky. She found a boyfriend early, and she can get married as soon as she graduates. That's right. Maybe in a few years you and Jianhua will be holding your grandchild. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia. They had no such thoughts. Why would they let their daughter, whom they had raised with so much effort, get married so early? They couldn't bear to see her go. Gathering together for the spring festival, the conversation was mostly about these mundane family matters. The younger generation also had their own circles and topics of conversation. Sister Siki, you're graduating with your master's degree this year, right? After being teased by everyone, and Yunxi tried to change the subject. Yes, I'll graduate in 6 months. What are your plans for the future? And Yunxi pressed. Fang Siki started school relatively early, graduating with a master's degree at only 24 years old this year. I had an interview with Costco Shipping Group and passed. If all goes well, I'll complete the onboarding procedures after the new year. Graduate students don't wait until after graduation to start looking for jobs. They start a year before graduation. For example, if you graduate next June, then the end of your first year of graduate school is your pre-job hunting period. Because the summer recruitment season in July and August, the autumn recruitment season from September to February of the following year, and the spring recruitment season from March to June are all prime recruitment periods for you. The later these periods arrive, the fewer the number of positions and the lower the quality of jobs become, so it's better to find employment early. Fang Siki had clearly prepared in advance, securing her employer early on. Costco Shipping, that's a state-owned enterprise, right? It's a good company. State-owned enterprises generally offer very good salaries and benefits. Moreover, this company is a large-scale state-owned enterprise directly managed by the central government, headquartered in Shanghai, with total assets of 880 billion yuan and 118,000 employees. It is a Fortune Global 500 company. Shanghai, a state-owned enterprise, a Fortune Global 500 company at scale and strength. For Fang Siki, it certainly seemed like an excellent choice. What did Uncle and Aunt say? Fang Jiaxing asked. My parents also think it's a good idea. I thought Uncle and Aunt wanted you to come back and develop your career here. After all, Siki's cousin was an only child, and it was understandable that her parents wanted to keep her close. High City definitely offers more opportunities than Yunzhou. My third uncle and aunt aren't short-sighted people, he Jessen interjected. She felt that where one wanted to develop their career ultimately depended on their own wishes. The reason she chose to stay in Yunzhou back then was because she loved it there, preferring a stable life. She was used to living in Yunzhou and didn't want to move. Fang Siki nodded, saying, "Yes, my parents have always been very supportive. Everyone has their own thoughts and lives, and it's really not appropriate for others to interfere. Staying there is fine too. If we go to Haishur later, we'll have someone we know there." These words were spoken by He Jai. "You wish you could have someone you know in every city, don't you?" He Jessen said, looking at her younger sister. Isn't that great?" She genuinely thought so. Her sister really understood her. "I'll graduate next year too. Maybe I can stay in Haishur too." "Really? Then we'll have company." "The chances are pretty high. That's what I'm planning anyway. We'll see if I get accepted into the orchestra there." "Your parents are willing to let you go?" Fang Jiaxing asked, somewhat surprised. Her aunt's personality didn't seem like the type to want her daughter left behind in another city. "My dad supports me. He says Haishur is better for my development. As for my mom, she listens to my dad. Everyone." After the New Year and visiting relatives, and Yunxi also went to Nanshan Ecological Park to check on the progress. On the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, and Yunxi left her home in Yunzhou and returned to Beijing. That day happened to be Valentine's Day, and Zhou Shiyan drove to the airport to pick her up. The two went shopping, had dinner, and watched a movie like any other couple. In the evening, Zhou Shiyan even arranged a fireworks show. Zhou Shiyan also specifically asked about her competition schedule for this year and carefully wrote everything down. To this end, he even sent An Yunxi's personal competition schedule to Wang Lin, asking him to arrange his schedule in accordance with An Yunxi's availability. Wang Lin. He was inexplicably given another dose of food, a slang term for being forced to eat. And Yunxi's competition schedule was incredibly tight in the new year. Especially in the first half of the year, from April to June, there were competitions almost every month. In July, there was also a world-class multi-sport event like the Universiade. Then in November, there were the Asian Championships and the World Cup finals. Fortunately, two of these competitions were held domestically, and one was even in Beijing. Throughout March, An Yunxi was basically busy with her research project at school. Even Ning Huaqing didn't expect that An Yunxi, who had just completed one project last semester, would complete another one independently just 1 month into the new semester. Actually, An Yunxi's rapid progress was due to two main reasons. First, her professional knowledge was indeed solid. Second, the system had given her a significant advantage. She possessed a photographic memory skill, a comprehension enhancement buff, and a 10 times long study room. If it weren't for the numerous competitions ahead, she wouldn't have been in such a rush to complete her research project by March. After submitting her research findings, An Yunxi began her journey of competing everywhere. April 15th to April 25th, Shooting World Cup, Beijing, China. May 4th to May 14th, Shooting World Cup, New Delhi, India. May 26th to June 5th, Shooting World Cup, Munich, Germany. June 14th to June 24th, National Shooting Championships. Competitions came one after another, and Yunxi spinning like a top. Even returning to Yunzhou to attend her older brother's wedding was a struggle, requiring her to squeeze in a little time. She attended a wedding on May 1st and boarded a plane to New Delhi, India on May 2nd. Therefore, instead of traveling from Beijing with a shooting team, she applied for a private jet to fly directly from Yunzhou. The plane's already bought, might as well use it while it's available. At the wedding, she briefly met and chatted with Zhao Yaro. Neither of them expected such a connection. When they met by chance in Yunzhou, who could have predicted such a coincidence and fate? It can only be said, it's destiny. It's worth mentioning that this year's Munich World Cup is the third World Cup event this year, and also a qualifying event for the Tokyo Olympics. Compared to the previous two World Cups in Beijing and New Delhi, the Munich World Cup saw a significant improvement in both the number of participants and the level of competition. Under the training program provided by Yunxi, the Chinese shooting team secured the maximum number of 20 Olympic qualifying spots before the Asian Championships even began. Yang Kaiwang was overjoyed, his face beaming throughout the interview. The next step for the Chinese shooting team will be targeted training based on their performance at the Munich World Cup, strengthening their fundamentals, reducing errors, further refining the team, and improving the athlete's ability to perform in crucial matches and tough battles. Watching Yang Kaiwang's spirited demeanor during the interview, and Yunxi smiled. It has to be said, Coach Yang is quite professional in formal settings. On June 26th, Yunxi, as an athlete, participated in the founding ceremony of the Chinese University Sports Delegation for the 30th Summer Universiade, held in Beijing. Attending such a meeting is actually a bit boring, but it wouldn't be right for Yunxi, being in Beijing, not to attend. Time flies when you're busy. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of June, and the college entrance examination results were available. Upon learning that Zhou Fengfei's score was more than 60 points above the first-tier university admission line, Yunxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Therefore, Xiuyun specifically consulted her older sister and brother-in-law, both high school teachers, about filling out college applications. Even Yunxi called to ask for her opinion. Yunxi suggested several schools and majors for her cousin's reference based on her scores. The final decision on how to fill them out was up to them. She couldn't worry about anything else after that, as she had already flown to Naples, Italy, to participate in the 30th Summer Universiade. Unlike the previous Universiade, Yunxi's events had increased from 2 to 4. This Universiade had over 12,000 athletes and officials from more than 120 countries participating. The Chinese delegation consisted of 376 people, including 215 athletes with an average age of 22, representing 66 universities across 21 provinces and municipalities. These 200-plus athletes would compete in 15 major events and 159 sub-events. Zhong Jiangwen, Vice Minister of Education of China, served as the head of the Chinese delegation. On the evening of July 3rd, the 30th Summer Universiade opened in Naples, Italy, witnessed by tens of thousands of spectators and athletes. Around 11 p.m., the Italian president declared the games open. The subsequent torchlighting ceremony saw Naples football striker Insigne kick a burning fireball towards a volcano-shaped summit, igniting the main torch. Blind tenor Andrea Bocelli performed Nessun Chinese men's basketball player Wang Yiming, holding high the 5-star red flag, led the Chinese University sports delegation into the stadium. Inside the San Paulo Stadium, thousands of chairs were arranged to form a large letter U, like a giant embrace extending to all the Universiade athletes. The U also represents universality, reflecting the Universiade's emphasis on the integration of sports and culture. Following the opening ceremony, the various competitions commenced. On July 4th, the first day of competition, there were shooting events. Yunxi would sometimes go to watch other people's competitions. As her activity progressed, the system's daily check-in rewards began to extend to Italy. The rewards primarily consisted of real estate, shares, and land. The shooting skills of the athletes in this competition were significantly improved compared to the previous one. However, Chinese shooting athletes have also made great progress in the past 2 years. The results achieved by the Chinese shooting team over 9 days of competition proved this. 8 gold, 5 bronze, and 4 silver medals. This is the best result ever achieved by the Chinese university shooting team in the Universiade. Yunxi lived up to expectations, winning 4 gold medals. In addition to the 3 gold medals in the individual events, she partnered with Gu Linhua in the mixed team skeet shooting event, performing consistently and securing the championship. As the competition progressed, various related pictures and videos spread widely across various platforms. News about Yunxi was managed and controlled by a dedicated team, quickly attracting a large amount of attention. Yunxi also gained a considerable number of followers as a result. As her fanbase grew and her fame increased, her reputation points had accumulated to 4.68 million. She was just over 300,000 short of enough to redeem a single technical document. It had been incredibly difficult. After finishing the series of competitions, Yunxi returned to Beijing and began dealing with the affairs of her companies. It was summer vacation, but Yunxi didn't go home or plan any travel. She simply had too many things to handle. First, there was the Jinxiu Hotel Group. The hotels in Jiangcheng and Hangzhou opened in May and June of this year, respectively. Even with the revenue from these two hotels, it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the company's daily expenses. Due to the purchase of large amounts of land and the simultaneous construction of 48 hotels, the company's cash reserves were simply insufficient. And Yunxi invested another 10 billion yuan, thinking this would be her last investment. She was certain that no one else in the world would do something like this in the hotel industry. But who could blame her for having money? Having money meant she could be a little more capricious and do whatever she wanted. Yunfeng Capital, with its steady and pragmatic approach, had already invested in over 200 projects with a total investment of 12 billion yuan. Fortunately, starting last year, some of the previously invested industries began to generate returns. Last year, the company's revenue reached 5.38 billion yuan, and the team expanded to over 100 people. Although the overall books were still showing a loss, at least it wasn't a bottomless pit of investment with no returns. Yunxi Biotechnology, with the continuous launch of new products, was also experiencing rapid sales growth. Last year, its revenue exceeded 2.1 billion yuan. Because it was self-developed and self-produced, and its sales were conducted through an online direct sales model, after deducting all production and operating costs, the net profit margin reached 53%. The main reason for the higher profits was the significant investment in marketing and new product launches last year. Otherwise, the profits could have been even higher. Yunnan Research Institute received 100 million yuan in technology achievement dividends last year. Of this, Yunxi Bio contributed a small portion, while the new materials developed in cooperation with ZT Corporation contributed the majority. This dividend is a drop in the ocean compared to the Institute's annual R&D investment of 2 billion yuan. Currently, the Institute has sufficient funds, so Yunxi has not invested further. Because more technological achievements will soon be launched, the Institute is expected to become self-sufficient soon. The Dongliyuan Resort, after more than 2 years of construction, is taking shape. At the current pace, it should be open by the end of this year. Shengtian Entertainment, since Yunxi took over last year, has expanded significantly in terms of brand awareness, industry influence, business segments, and scale. With more business and higher revenue, there is also more investment to be made. The profit figures in the financial report at the end of last year were roughly the same as the previous year. This year, 2 variety shows produced by Shengtian Entertainment officially launched on the Yunxi video website in July. Judging from the data of the first few episodes, the response has been quite positive. Contestants who performed well on the shows have already gained considerable popularity. It's worth mentioning that the first season of Yunxi's first invested drama, Shan Hai Chen Fu, has completed post-production and is scheduled to premiere on October 1st. In Yunzhou, the only project under construction is the Nanshan Ecological Park. Although the entire ecological park is not yet complete, the first phase has already planted the necessary plants and raised the required animals. Vegetables and poultry/eggs, in particular, have been produced since July. To address the sales issue of these products, Yunxi's planned Nanshan Fresh Food has officially opened for business. The shops are all ready-made. They only need to be decorated to fresh food store standards before opening. Considering that the current output is not yet very high, only 8 stores have been opened in the first phase, which seems sufficient for now. The person in charge of Nanshan Fresh Food was a professional management talent from a fresh food chain enterprise, recruited by Yunxi using a custom top-tier management talent summoning card. Managing these 8 stores was a piece of cake for him. As a result, the Yin family began consuming fresh produce from Nanshan Ecological Park. At least they no longer needed to buy vegetables, poultry, fish, or eggs from outside. This saved Aunt Kong a lot of grocery shopping trouble. There was a Nanshan fresh food store near the Lushan Yunjing Villa area. If they needed any groceries, they could just tell the store, and it would be delivered to their home. Even other relatives of the Yin family enjoyed the benefits of Nanshan Ecological Park. and Yunxi would arrange for some to be delivered to everyone from time to time. And Yunxi felt that the current output of the ecological park was too limited. If possible, she even considered building a food processing plant near the ecological park to process its produce into various specialty products and sell them nationwide. To Yunxi's surprise, just as she had Huang Yuan conveyed this intention, the city and town governments expressed their full support, directly allocating 3 more hills and a large tract of land adjacent to the ecological park to her. The price was so low that Yunxi couldn't believe it. However, considering that these hills and land were originally wasteland, Yunxi seemed to understand. Thus, the total area of Nanshan Ecological Park increased from the original 1,200 mu to 3,000 mu. The government also indicated that it could be expanded further if needed, and Yunxi could freely choose any undeveloped wasteland. And Yunxi, what could she do? Just get started. Since she was going to do it, she wanted to do it as well as possible. With such a large increase in area, the original design plan definitely needed to be changed. Huang Yuan quickly assembled his team to create a completely new plan based on the original design scheme. Overall, the various industries under Yunxi's name were developing quite smoothly. All the responsible personnel were capable, so there wasn't much for her to worry about. August 1st was the Great Army Day. Early in the morning, Yunxi was woken up by the phone ringing. She groggily reached for her phone and saw that the caller ID showed it was Yunxi. Calling at 6 in the morning. What could be wrong? As soon as the call connected, Yunxi's excited voice came from the other end. Boss, the solar panels and energy storage system are a success. Hearing this news, Yunxi's sleepiness vanished instantly, and she became wide awake. That's great. What's the conversion rate of the solar panels now? Yunxi asked eagerly. 85%. Well done. Is there any room for improvement? Yunxi pressed. Yunxi paused slightly before replying. There's still room for improvement, but this is the highest level our team can achieve right now. If it weren't for waiting for the energy storage system to be launched together, he would have already discussed marketization with his boss when it was 80% complete. Okay, you've worked hard. Compile the relevant materials as soon as possible, and then communicate with General Manager Tang to have him plan the subsequent work arrangements. No problem, boss. I'll get right on it. Yunxi replied enthusiastically. The General Manager Tang that Yunxi mentioned was Tang Guiming, the General Manager of Yunchuang Technology. The Research Institute had always focused on technological research and development, while commercial operations such as technology transfer were entirely handled by Yunchuang Technology. This was a clear division of labor, with each person fulfilling their responsibilities. After each technological achievement was developed, the question remained, should they choose to produce it themselves, collaborate with others, or sell it directly? These decisions were all evaluated by the Yunchuang Technology team led by Tang Guiming, who then drafted a detailed plan before submitting it to Yunxi for final review and approval. A week later, Yunxi received the plan from Tang Guiming. Tang Guiming even held a video call with Yunxi to report on the details. Boss, this technology is currently leading both domestically and internationally. Once released, it will definitely change the landscape of many industries. We basically have no intention of selling it to others. In the video call, Tang Guiming spoke with a serious yet confident expression, explaining the contents and viewpoints of the plan. Seeing the boss in the video nod in agreement, Tang Guiming continued, if we do it ourselves, the advantage is that we can completely control this technology. However, since you don't have a company in this field, we'll need to invest in building a factory from scratch, which will take a relatively long time. The manpower, resources, and time costs required during this period all need to be carefully considered. If we find a suitable company to cooperate with, we can quickly open up the market by utilizing their existing production lines and sales networks. From these words, Yunxi could tell that Tang Guiming preferred that she find a partner for this project. Attached to the proposal is a list of companies we think are suitable for cooperation. You can take a look first, boss. Upon hearing this, Yunxi opened the proposal Tang Guiming had sent and flipped to the last attachment. It listed the top-ranked companies in the field that were a good fit for the project. Number 1 listed was none other than Huayao Solar Energy Company, a subsidiary of ZTE Group. Yunxi, If she said it was a coincidence, and that she didn't know about this beforehand, would anyone believe her? After quickly reviewing the information of the 5 companies, and Yunxi realized that, considering everything, Huayao's solar energy was indeed the best partner. No wonder Tang Guiming put it first. I agree to the proposal to find someone to cooperate with. Contact Huayao and see what their intentions are. Although she said this, and Yunxi was very confident that Huayao wouldn't easily refuse such excellent technology. The remaining issues were simply the details of how to cooperate.
Boss, why don't you just talk to young Master Yen at ZT?
Going through the proper channels will be much slower. If young Master Yen leads the way, the process will be at least 3 times faster. And Yunxi, you've really got guts, President Tang. Even using the boss, you're quite ingenious. Hearing the teasing in his boss tone, Tang Guiming chuckled, remaining calm and composed, replying, Boss, please don't take offense. I'm just looking out for the company. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. All right, I understand. Wait for news. Before she finished speaking, she hung up the video call without hesitation, clearly not wanting to continue this idle chatter. On the other side, Tang Guiming, whose call was abruptly ended by his boss, looked a little embarrassed. He subconsciously touched his nose, a helpless smile on his face. After all, his assistant was sitting right next to him, and he had witnessed everything. However, if given the chance again, he would still make the same decision without hesitation. It was common knowledge that Yan Xiao of Zhongxing Group was his boss's official boyfriend. Such a precious and unparalleled resource was right in front of him. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make good use of it? No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of any reason to convince himself to give up. Ahem. Go and prepare. We'll probably be negotiating with Huayao soon. The assistant, without glancing at him or changing his expression, calmly tidied his belongings and left. And Yunxi, having ended her call, didn't waste any time and immediately dialed Zhou Shiyan's number. Yunxi? Zhou Shiyan's deep, magnetic voice came through the receiver. Just hearing that voice made Yunxi pause slightly. His voice was still so pleasant on the phone. Brother Shiyan, are you busy? And Yunxi asked softly. Not busy now. Miss me? Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone teasing. And Yunxi? Not hearing a reply from his girlfriend, Zhou Shiyan knew Yunxi probably wanted to talk to him about something. Yunxi, did you need something? Yes, I'd like to discuss a collaboration with you. A collaboration? Zhou Shiyan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He knew that anything Yunxi offered was always top-notch. Recalling the polymer materials from last time that had genuinely solved a major problem for ZTE. Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyan quickly replied, Sure. Shall I come find you? I'll come to Zhongxing to find you, and I can bring you lunch while I'm at it. Discussing this at home felt too informal. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhou Shiyan was overjoyed that his girlfriend was coming to bring him lunch, a happy smile involuntarily spreading across his face. He even specially called Wang Lin over, asking him to prepare some snacks that Yunxi liked. Wang Lin, being a clever man, immediately understood that the future boss's wife was coming to the company. He quickly nodded in agreement, then turned and left to prepare. And Yunxi arrived at Zhongxing Group at 11:40 a.m. Having been there before, the security guards and receptionist at the entrance were already familiar with her. The receptionist, in particular, warmly greeted Yunxi. After exchanging greetings, Yunxi headed straight for the private elevator on the top floor. The elevator ascended smoothly to the top floor, and Zhou Shiyan's office was now within reach. Yunxi raised her hand and gently knocked on the tightly closed office door. However, there was no response from inside. She hesitated for a moment, and just as she was about to knock again, suddenly, the heavy double doors slowly opened. As the door swung open, a handsome yet aloof familiar face came into Yunxi's view. Was Zhou Shiyan. His deep, pool-like eyes were now fixed on Yunxi at the door with doting affection, and she could almost sense a hint of a smile in them. Yunxi. The CEO himself came to open the door after hearing the knock. This seemed a little off. Brother Shiyan. Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan extended his long, strong hand and naturally took the food Yunxi was carrying, then led her into the office. The two sat down side by side on the sofa. Zhou Shiyan carefully brought Yunxi's hand to his lips, as if cherishing a rare treasure, and gently kissed it. Then, he gazed deeply into Yunxi's eyes and softly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Yunxi was speechless again. She hadn't cooked the food, nor had she driven. She had simply acted as a porter, taking a nap in the car before arriving at their destination. He could easily say, "You've worked hard," but she was too embarrassed to respond. Zhou Shiyan didn't seem to expect a reply. Instead, he pulled her into his arms, burying his nose in her hair, inhaling her unique scent. This fragrance captivated him, intoxicated him, and calmed his heart. "Brother Shiyan, it's time to eat." In an instant, the romantic atmosphere that had filled the office vanished. Zhou Shiyan sighed, planted a firm kiss on her red lips, and then released her. If he didn't let this little girl eat soon, she would protest. Many times, he felt his own appeal diminished significantly in the face of delicious food. The food was meticulously prepared by a top chef, using only the finest ingredients. The taste was naturally superb. The two had lunch together. Yunxi originally planned to talk to him directly, but Zhou Shiyan told her to rest first, and that his father would come over in the afternoon so they could talk together then. Yunxi, "Brother Shiyan, I haven't even explained what kind of collaboration it is, and you've already told Uncle Zhou." "Yes, I believe that something you value so highly can't be a small project." Seeing Yunxi's serious expression, Zhou Shiyan explained, "I didn't specifically tell him, it's just that he happened to be coming over this afternoon, so I mentioned it to him," and Yunxi couldn't help but glare at him. This guy, still keeping her in suspense, not even finishing his sentence at once. Yunxi didn't say anything more and turned to Zhou Shiyan's suite for a nap. But not long after, Zhou Shiyan shamelessly followed her in, claiming he was keeping her company during her nap. Yunxi felt a little helpless, but she was too lazy to pay attention to this guy anymore. Anyway, this was his territory. Could she really stop him from sleeping? So, she simply lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. She slept soundly, and when Yunxi woke up, she felt brimming with energy and incredibly refreshed. She stretched lazily, then sat up in bed, went to the bathroom to tidy her slightly disheveled hair and clothes, and left the suite. Zhou Shiyan was already up and working. Yunxi looked at Zhou Shiyan and asked, "Shall we go see Uncle Zhou now?" Zhou Shiyan looked up at her, smiled slightly, and then picked up his phone and dialed the chairman's office. After a brief exchange and confirming that his father had arrived at the company, Zhou Shiyan nodded to Yunxi and said, "Let's go." Yunxi responded, picked up the documents she had brought, and walked with Zhou Shiyan towards the chairman's office on the same floor. This was Yunxi's first time in Zhou Xinhua's office. She subtly glanced around. The layout seemed quite similar to Zhou Shiyan's office, with no major differences. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences could be detected. This was probably because it was arranged according to Zhou Xinhua's preferences. "Dad." Uncle Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Xinhua, who had been busy at his office chair, immediately stood up upon hearing the voices, a kind and approachable smile on his face, and strode confidently towards the reception area. "You've arrived. Please come and sit down." As he spoke, Zhou Xinhua rose from his desk and walked to the reception area. After the assistant had brewed tea and poured it for everyone, Zhou Xinhua finally asked, "Yunxi, don't you have any matches lately?" Yunxi smiled and nodded, replying, "Uncle Zhou, I don't have any matches for a while. The next one isn't until November." Hearing this, Zhou Xinhua smiled with satisfaction and said, "Your aunt and I have been following your matches." Well done. The Zhou family originated in the military. Although he had gone into business, the Zhou family's most formidable strength remained in the military. Since their son Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi started dating, the whole family naturally developed a strong interest in various shooting competitions, closely following Yunxi's outstanding performance on the field. Because of this, after learning about Yunxi's performance since joining the shooting team, even her grandfather and grandmother were full of admiration. Whenever she participated, she was always number one. Such achievements are not something ordinary people can do. Moreover, Yunxi's excellence is not limited to shooting. They used to worry that their son's personality would make it difficult for him to find a girlfriend, but now that he has found someone so excellent in every way, the heavy weight in their hearts can finally be lifted, and they can finally rest easy. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. And Yunxi replied humbly with a smile. Yunxi, why don't you take some time to visit the old house with Ian? You two have been together for so long, but you haven't been there yet. And Yunxi glanced at Zhou Shiyan subconsciously, meeting his encouraging and accommodating gaze, which seemed to say, it's up to you to decide. Uncle Zhou, well go. It's good that you young people understand. Seeing this, Zhou Shenhua nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject, asking, by the way, I heard from Ian that you have another project you want to collaborate with ZTE on? Yes, Uncle Zhou. To be precise, you want to collaborate with Huayao, a subsidiary of ZTE? Zhou Shenhua was somewhat surprised. Huayao in the solar energy field? And Yunxi didn't answer immediately, but instead took out 2 printed documents from her bag, handing one to each of Zhou Shenhua and Zhou Shiyan. Uncle Zhou, Brother Shiyan, please take a look at the documents first. Zhou Shenhua took the documents and immediately began to examine them carefully. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the rustling of pages turning. And Yunxi picked up her teacup, took a sip, and patiently waited for them to finish reading. Time ticked by, and finally, the father and son finished reviewing the documents. Zhou Shenhua looked up, took a deep breath, and asked somewhat uncertainly, are these parameters all accurate? And Yunxi gently set down her teacup, a confident smile playing on her lips. She calmly replied, of course they're accurate. Uncle Zhou, don't you know me? If I weren't absolutely certain, why would I present this to you? Since I've brought this technology, it's enough to show that it's essentially ready for mass production. Zhou Shenhua and his son exchanged a glance, both looking surprised. ZTE has a subsidiary like Huayao Solar Energy, and both men have considerable knowledge of these products and technologies. Currently, the conversion rate of solar panels is less than 40%. An 85% conversion rate is unheard of. Moreover, the information Yunxi presented included more than just this one technology. The energy storage system solutions in the information were far more advanced than the best currently available on the market. The battery technology, in particular, could even be used in many military products. At this thought, Zhou Shenhua felt his heart race, and his breath caught in his throat for a fleeting moment. At this moment, even Zhou Shenhua, who considered himself to have weathered countless storms and possessed an incredibly strong inner strength, couldn't maintain his composure. He steadied himself and looked at Yunxi again, his voice slightly excited as he asked, Yunxi, do you mean to cooperate with Huayao using these technologies? Yes, Uncle Zhou. You know I don't own any companies in this field. Doing it myself would require starting from scratch. Partnering with Huayao is the best choice. Zhou Shenhua knew perfectly well that Yunxi had neither lack of funds nor resources. Doing it herself was entirely feasible, it just would take some time. Now that she was willing to cooperate with them, they were actually the ones who benefited. After all, he was all too aware of the immense value behind these advanced technologies. Yunxi, I really want to thank you for thinking of collaborating with ZTE on such excellent technology. Please don't say that. Isn't cooperation always about mutual benefit? Zhou Shenhua laughed heartily. Yunxi, you're right. Don't worry, ZTE will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Then, the three of them discussed the relevant matters of this cooperation in depth and initially drafted a general framework. As for the more detailed, specific terms and operational procedures, these were left to their respective professional staff for further implementation and refinement. After discussing the cooperation, Zhou Shiyan left early to take Yunxi on a date, leaving his father at the company to hold a meeting to arrange the next steps. Zhou Shenhua, who remained at the company to continue his work, could only shake his head helplessly. This brat, if it weren't for Yunxi's sake, he would never have agreed. As Tang Guiming had hoped, with the encouragement of both bosses, things progressed very smoothly. Within just 1 week, the formal cooperation agreement was signed. As for whether or not to hold a product launch event, of course, yes, but not now. The timing would be more opportune when the first batch of products was produced. This wait lasted for over a month. ZTE Corporation announced the news on the last day of the National Day holiday as a gift to the motherland's birthday. On the day of the product launch, and Yunxi, as the boss of Yunnan Research Institute and Yunchuang Technology, attended the event. Just as they had expected, the announcement caused quite a stir. Before the launch event even ended, the related topics were already trending, quickly climbing to the top of the trending searches. Following this, even more people were attracted to watch the live stream of the launch event. If the technical department hadn't promptly opened multiple live stream rooms to distribute the traffic, the system would have almost crashed. Want to get rich quick? What's going on? Didn't we already have solar panels? Why are so many people paying attention? Confused Jeang. Please, that's ZTE Corporation. Even their farts get attention. Disdain, spicy strip. Can anyone knowledgeable explain this? Salted duck egg. Do you only see ZTE? Didn't you see my sister? She's Cloud Security Research Institute. I'm not on a diet. I don't understand this technology. Is this really that impressive? Surprised, personalized spinach. Can any expert explain this? Science guru. I think I know this. Personalized spinach. Tell me quickly. Angelica root. Same here. Science guru. As we all know, solar power generation technology has existed for a long time, but currently the highest conversion rate solar panel globally is only 34.6%. Want to get rich? Wow. ZTE's technicians say their new product can achieve an 85% conversion rate. I'm just a passerby, such a big improvement all at once? Really? Meow sauce. This is ZTE. How could it be fake? Cool, queen, as our great China gained another global leadership position? Salted duck egg. Everyone, please note, the research and development unit for this technology is the Yunnan Research Institute. It's a collaboration between Yunnan and ZTE. Fishing enthusiast. What kind of organization is the Yunnan Research Institute? Angelica does a return. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard of it before. They developed a shooting suit that broke a foreign monopoly or something. Salted duck egg. Not only that. Groundhog scream. The Yunnan Research Institute. Isn't that founded by my sister 11? Those Ziyujinfang and Huaxiangrong products are all researched by them. They're incredibly useful. My whole family loves them. A scoundrel. Wasn't it about ZT? Why are you talking about a research institute now? Is it Yang or Yang? Who is Sister 11? If it's true or false. Haha, let me introduce her to you. If it's true or false, Sister 11, full name Yunxi, is a top student in the finance department of Peking University, a Chinese shooting athlete, and a champion in the women's 25-meter pistol and multiple women's skeet shooting events at the 29th World University Games. Her businesses include Yunfeng Group, Yunnan Research Institute, Yunchuang Technology, Huaxi Biotechnology, Shengtian Entertainment. Since its establishment, Yunnan Research Institute has successively developed rifle shooting suits, breaking the foreign monopoly, the Ziyujinfang series of hair care products, the Huaxiangrong series of beauty and skin care products. Now it has launched world-leading solar panel technology. If it's true or false, most importantly, my sister 11 is incredibly beautiful. Image, fishing enthusiast. Sounds amazing.
Can't leave.
The bed. Crap. So outstanding and so beautiful. That's a bit much. A cure for dissent. I knew Nuwa was incredibly biased. She's the queen. Wow. What a powerful female protagonist's life. I wouldn't even dare write a novel like this. Flying fish. So, which window did God close for her? So, what if I'm a mongrel? I've felt like a complete waste more than once. Salted duck egg. And that's not all. Meow sauce. What else do you know? Tell me so I can give up. Smoking cigarette, salted duck egg. My sister 11 passed the undergraduate graduation exam and postgraduate entrance exam arranged by the school last year, and is now in her second year of master's and doctoral studies. Little flying man. Jealousy is making me split apart. Salted duck egg. My sister Xi's boyfriend is the young master of the Zhou family, the head of the 5 major families in Beijing, and the heir to the ZT Corporation. Salted duck egg. They are both highly intelligent and good-looking, a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Picture, 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 can't leave the bed, so this person is a CP fan. Sleepless night. They do look quite compatible in the photos. Salted duck egg. Sister 11 is about to appear. Everyone look. And Yunxi, dressed in an elegant white gown, looked as ethereal as a fairy descending to earth. Her exquisite makeup perfectly accentuated her radiant and captivating face. The moment Yunxi gracefully stepped onto the stage, all eyes in the audience were instantly drawn to her. A silent tribute. Wow, she's so beautiful. And Yunxi walked to the podium, smiled confidently, and began, "Distinguished guests, friends, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to see you all again." She then briefly reviewed the achievements of the Yunnan Research Institute since its establishment, before focusing on the development process of the new technology to be released today, including its superior product performance. Next, she expressed the convenience she had experienced after collaborating with ZTE and how ZTE transformed the technology into practical products and solutions in just over a month. Finally, she expressed her expectations for the future. Sleepless night. Her temperament and stage presence are excellent. Salted duck egg. This is just basic stuff for my sister 11. So, what if I'm a country dog? I'm becoming a fan? Queen, me too. Salted duck egg. Hey, hey, hey. That was young Master Yen when the camera panned across him. Silent time. Which one? Which one? Salted duck egg. Screenshot, 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 can't leave the bed. Wow, your hand speed is so fast, you even managed to screenshot this? Potato shreds pancake. Single for years, right? At salted duck egg, salted duck egg. Salted duck egg. Please have some decency. Is it Yang or Yang? To be honest, he is indeed quite handsome. Sister Mushi. Handsome is just the least noteworthy thing about him. I'm a passerby. I just specifically checked. This Yan Xiao you mentioned also graduated from the finance department of Peking University. After graduating with his bachelor's degree, he went to the United States to study and obtained his doctorate at the age of 23. I'm a passerby, moreover. He founded an investment company while studying in the United States and created many classic success stories. He became a billionaire on his own. Cute or not? You can't say that. If he didn't have this background, he wouldn't have received such a good education, and he might not even have the money to start a business. Old book fan. What you said seems to make some sense. Netizens commented. Even with a good background, you still have to work hard. There are countless examples of families squandering their wealth on spendthrift children. I'm a koi fish. All I can say is, being born into the right family is a skill. Flying bird. Sadly, I'll never reach their starting point in my entire life. Crying loves spicy food but doesn't. Too late in this life, but I'll definitely be born into a better family next time. Cool, Lindayu. I'm going to burn some incense, hoping I can be born into a better family too. Please, cold soda. 2 high-achieving, good-looking students. I can't imagine how outstanding their children will be. Peter Pan. Not necessarily. Sometimes positives turn into negatives. Smug. So, what if I'm a country dog? Ha 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 ha. I can't help but think of that story about 2 PhD students whose child was last in the class. Salted duck egg. And that's not all. Sister Mushi. It's not over yet. Are you starting a TV series? Potato shreds roll. This is much more exciting than current TV dramas. Salted duck egg. Hee hee. Salted duck egg. Also, the technology presented by Yunnan Research Institute this time includes not only solar panels with an 85% conversion rate, but also more advanced energy storage and transmission technologies. Flying fish. What's going on now? Science student's dilemma. This means that building solar panels in the Gobi Desert of northwest China and then storing or transmitting the generated electricity to developed eastern provinces will no longer be difficult. Salted duck egg. That's right. Queen, look, The press conference said ZTE has not only launched commercial products, but also home-use ones. Rabbit on the moon. Don't get too excited. It's possible in rural areas and villas, but those of us living in apartments shouldn't even think about it. Queen, if we can't use it in the city, can't we use it in our hometown? The online discussion grew increasingly heated, and with many professionals in the field joining the discussion, more and more people were paying attention to this matter. After the press conference, Yunxi had a meal with the Zhou family. She met Zhou Shurian's cousin, Zhou Xiyu, and his uncle and aunt, Zhou Xingjing and Xiaoing, for the first time. This family were all soldiers. The undeniable, tough guy aura emanating from Zhou Xingjing and his son was impossible to conceal, seemingly innate. Xiaoing, on the other hand, greeted Yunxi with a smile and chatted with her for a few moments. Looking at Zhou Xiyu, he was also exceptionally handsome and strikingly dashing. However, if you compared him to Zhou Shurian, you would notice that Zhou Xiyu's facial features were more rugged, with sharp, angular lines, as if sculpted by a knife. Although dressed in civilian clothes, his posture was as upright as a pine tree, his eyes as resolute as iron, and the heroic spirit between his brows made his military bearing unmistakable. When Yunxi greeted him, his previously tense expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently in response, his attitude quite mild and polite. Yunxi, don't take offense. Your older brother has been in the military for a long time. That's just his personality. Xiaoing looked at her son, who was a carbon copy of her husband, and felt rather worried. With her son's personality, would he ever find a girlfriend? The reason her husband had a wife was entirely thanks to her own initiative back then. With her son's situation, would he ever meet a girl who actively pursued him? Auntie, please don't say that. My brother is quite good. If this were in a university, he'd probably charm a whole bunch of girls. What's so great about him? With such a cold personality, how will he find a girlfriend? This is truly his mother. And Yunxi looked at Zhou Xiyu with some pity. Zhou Xiyu inexplicably understood his future sister-in-law's meaning, and his lips twitched slightly. His mother is at it again. Many times, he felt that his mother didn't seem like a soldier at all. What soldier is so carefree? Even though she's transferred to a civilian position now, she shouldn't be like this. But his mother is precisely the maverick in the military. He's a little overwhelmed, but she's his mother, and there's no other way but to endure it. Auntie, you don't know, a lot of girls at school like guys like him. And Yunxi wasn't just saying this casually. Tall, handsome, and muscular, a soldier overflowing with male hormones, of course he's popular. Besides, Zhou Xiyu isn't an ordinary soldier. With his background and status, he'd have no shortage of women eager to woo him. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet, probably because he hasn't met someone he likes. Xiaoing was excited upon hearing this. Are you serious? Yes, Annie. Many girls at my school really like someone like you, big brother. At this moment, Xiaoing was already thinking about finding an opportunity for her son to spend more time at university. After Uncle Zhou and his family left, Zhou Shenhua chatted with Yunxi about the application and transformation of solar energy technology. It turned out that besides the series of residential and commercial products launched by Huayao Solar Energy, about 10 products in the military industry had already started using this technology. And Yunxi was also very happy about this. This was probably the meaning of her transmigrating to this world. After saying goodbye to the Zhou family, Yunxi also paid attention to the online news about the incident. After 3 days of development, Yunxi's reputation points successfully exceeded 5 million. Yunxi immediately opened the system shop and redeemed the technical data for the 1-nanometer lithography machine. Looking at her remaining points, which had dwindled to 230,000, Yunxi felt that gaining reputation points was truly difficult. Therefore, Yunxi once again used up all the custom top-tier scientific research mission summoning cards she had accumulated. With 36 character summoning cards plus the 16 existing researchers in related fields at the Research Institute, a lithography machine R&D team of 52 researchers began the project at the Yunnan Research Institute. The lithography machine research involved multiple aspects. These mainly included optical systems, mechanical systems, control systems, lithography materials, and application technologies. Among them, the optical system was its core component. The research content included the design, manufacturing, and optimization of the optical system to improve the resolution and accuracy of the lithography machine. The applied technology fields involve semiconductor manufacturing, microelectronics, and nanotechnology. Xi and Yulin broke down the technical materials related to different fields, dividing them into smaller groups to work simultaneously. It can be said that, to date, this is absolutely the largest and most important project their research institute has undertaken. Xi and Yulin is putting in utmost enthusiasm and taking it very seriously. Boss, the above is the institute's arrangement for the lithography machine technology research. Do you have any further instructions? You can handle the research. For security and confidentiality, contact General Manager Huang of Blue Shield. I hope the institute's security level can be raised to the next level. Because of Yunxi's increased popularity and the new technologies the institute has been launching, Yunnan Research Institute has attracted considerable attention. This technology is different from the past. It has the potential to change the entire country's situation and even influence the world order in certain areas. And Yunxi has no choice but to take it seriously. Hearing his boss's words, Xi and Yulin sat up straight, his expression becoming serious. Boss, I'll get on it right away. Regarding security, Xi and Yulin believed that no amount of caution was excessive. By the way, I'll arrange for a few more trustworthy hackers to form a cybersecurity team, permanently stationed at the Research Institute, responsible for building the institute's network security and protection systems. Later, you and General Manager Huang should communicate with them to see how the software, hardware, systems, and personnel can coordinate. Don't worry, boss, I'll definitely handle this well. And Yunxi nodded. She naturally trusted Xi and Yulin's abilities. Because the research on lithography machines required a large amount of funding, and the institute's current technology dividends were clearly insufficient. Helplessly, and Yunxi had to change her plan to stop investing in the institute and make it self-sufficient. After some consideration, and Yunxi chose to invest another 10 billion in the institute. Investing was also a form of investment, and she took the opportunity to use all the investment cashback cards she had on hand at once. After partnering with ZTE Corporation, the solar power technology will bring a steady stream of revenue to Yunnan Research Institute. Furthermore, sales of all product lines at Huaxi Biotechnology are steadily increasing. The shooting suits are also starting to turn a profit as overseas orders continue to come in. Although the profits aren't huge, it's still a source of income. In short, the Research Institute is finally on the right track. Unlike before, when there was only investment and no return, like a bottomless pit. After the new product launch, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi to visit the Zhou family's old residence. The Zhou family's old residence is a traditional-style manor where Grandpa and Grandma Zhou usually live. Uncle Zhou's family mostly lives in the military compound, while Zhou Shiyan's family lives in a courtyard house closer to ZT Corporation, only occasionally returning to the old residence. And Yunxi has met all three members of Uncle Zhou's family before and considers them acquaintances. And Yunxi also met with Zhou Shiyan's second grandfather's family there. Zhou Shiyan's younger brother, Zhou Yanzheng, had pursued a political career, retiring as a ministerial-level official, paving the way for the Zhou family's descendants. Zhou Shiyan's second grandfather carried the air of a long-established authority, but this had no effect on Yunxi. Facing Zhou Yanzheng, she remained poised and natural, her manners impeccable, leaving a very good first impression. Zhou Shiyan's grandmother, like Zhou Shiyan's grandmother, was a very kind and easygoing elderly woman. Yunxi is going to participate in the Olympics next year, right? Zhou Yanzheng was always very interested in such important events that brought glory to the country and enhanced China's international influence. Based on the current situation, securing an Olympic spot shouldn't be a problem. As long as Yunxi's performance didn't decline, this spot was practically guaranteed for her. As for the possibility that her skills had declined, that was absolutely impossible. Very good. The future development of the country will depend on you young people. Zhou Yanzheng smiled and nodded, speaking to Yunxi. And Yunxi could only think to herself, no wonder he comes from an official background. He's already on this topic in just the second sentence. Regardless of her inner thoughts, and Yunxi remained elegant and poised on the surface. She said with a smile, "Second grandfather, you're right. Our China will definitely get better and better. Your research institute is also doing well. With more talents like you, we old men can rest easy." Since the shooting suits were domestically produced, Zhou Yanzheng had begun to pay attention to Yunxi's Yunnan Research Institute. Recently, the solar power generation technology developed in cooperation with ZTE has caused a huge sensation worldwide. China has once again taken the lead in a technology. He himself had come through those most difficult times. How could he not be happy about this? And Yunxi chatted with the two elders for a while, discussing everything from the competition to her research institute, her company, and her studies, showing concern for all of them. After their conversation, both elders looked at Yunxi with admiration. This girl is so outstanding that everyone who sees her is incredibly likable. If she were their granddaughter, they would be overjoyed. Zhou Yanzheng even looked at his elder brother and sister-in-law with envy. How did they end up with such an excellent granddaughter-in-law? Glancing at his equally outstanding eldest grandson beside him, Zhou Yanzheng thought to himself, his eldest grandson has graduated and started working. Should he start urging him to find a girlfriend soon? Zhou Shihan. Thanks for the invitation. Absolutely not. Speaking of the second branch of the Zhou family, Zhou Yanzheng's three sons all followed in their father's footsteps and embarked on political careers. And Yunxi had previously met Zhou Shiran's parents, who were Zhou Yanzheng's second son and daughter-in-law. Zhou Shiran's eldest uncle, Zhou Xingrong, and his wife, Xiao Yun, have a son named Zhou Shihan, while his third uncle, Zhou Xinquan, has a daughter named Zhou Xia. Zhou Shihan is 1 year younger than Zhou Shiyan, 25 years old this year, with a stable personality and decisive actions. He has now graduated with a master's degree and passed the civil service exam for a low-level position. With the foundation and background laid by the Zhou family, as long as he doesn't make any fundamental mistakes, his future career will undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Zhou Shiran, 1 year younger than Zhou Shihan, has a more unconventional personality. Having just started his first year of graduate school, he clearly doesn't intend to follow in his parents' footsteps, instead showing a particular interest in computers. From undergraduate to graduate studies, he has studied related majors. Zhou Xingxing and Su Jing didn't interfere with their son's choices. After all, as parents, they knew their son's personality all too well. Even if this kid goes into politics, he probably won't go very far. It's better to let him choose what he likes. Even if he's a spoiled brat, as long as he has principles and doesn't break the Zhou family rules, the family can afford to support him. Spoiled brat Zhou Shiran. After getting to know everyone, and Yunxi had a preliminary assessment of the Zhou family. Of the Zhou family, apart from Zhou Xinquan's wife, Wang Meru, who was somewhat snobbish and disliked by Yunxi, everyone else was quite easy to get along with. However, precisely because Wang Meru was snobbish, knowing Yunxi's true identity and background, she dared not show Yunxi any disrespect. Not only did she dare not show her any disrespect, but she also appeared overly enthusiastic and obsequious. After all, people at their level were familiar with the Jeang family, which was controlled by Yunxi's mysterious master. Although the Jeang family left China and went overseas decades ago, its influence remained. It should be noted that at the height of the Jeang family's power, even the combined influence of the 5 major families couldn't rival them. After so many years of accumulation, the Jeang family's power abroad was undoubtedly considerable. Everyone in the circle knew that Yunxi was the sole heir of the Jeang family. Under these circumstances, Wang Meru naturally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with her. Dealing with this kind of person only requires maintaining a superficial facade. After all, they don't live together, and seeing them once a year is considered good. Fortunately, Wang Meru's daughter, Zhou Xia, unlike her mother, possesses the qualities and temperament expected of someone from the Zhou family, making her quite likable. The 17-year-old girl, a recent university student, exudes the air of a wealthy family's daughter, speaking gently and politely with impeccable manners. Moreover, after a few exchanges, Yunxi noticed that this girl seemed to admire her somewhat, treating her as a role model and idol. Yunxi, how did a visit to old Zhao's house in the Zhou family result in gaining a fan? The two exchanged contact information before Zhou Xia reluctantly returned to her parents' side. Up to this point, Yunxi had appeared before everyone in the Zhou family. As for those from the collateral branches, there was absolutely no need to see them. These people would probably have to wait until their wedding to see Yunxi. October, the golden autumn, quietly departed, and November arrived. On the very first day of November, Beijing's first snowfall came unexpectedly, catching Yunxi completely off guard. Yunxi didn't know when the snow started falling. She only knew that when she woke up the next morning and drew back the curtains, the world outside was a blanket of white. Two magpies, weighed down by the snow, hopped about on the branches, chirping incessantly, as if urging people to hurry and enjoy the snow. Yunxi changed into warm clothes, shoes, a hat and gloves, and stepped out of Yinshui residence to admire the winter scenery after the snowfall. The entire Tsuaming Lake Villa area was covered in a layer of pure white snow. Willow branches swayed in the wind along the lake shore, and the green pines and cypresses were adorned in a snowy white, their beauty complementing the falling snowflakes. Looking into the distance, Tianyu Mountain was also covered in a blanket of white, the pines and cypresses like soldiers in silver armor, guarding this land. Along the way, Yunxi saw small groups of people strolling through the snow, some admiring the scenery, some playing in the snow, some taking photos. The snow, however, seemed to lament the lateness of spring, adorning the trees like flying blossoms. A world of silver and white, branches adorned with ice and jade, red walls, white snow, and glazed tiles. Who could fail to praise its picturesque beauty? Even though she had seen it many times before, Yunxi was still captivated by the beauty of Beijing after a snowfall. So, Yunxi's camera came in handy once again. Yunxi once again used her camera to capture this indescribable beauty. After settling her company affairs, Yunxi flew with a Chinese shooting team to Doha, the capital of Qatar, to participate in the Asian Shooting Championships. Qatar is a small country located on the Qatar Peninsula on the southwestern coast of the Persian Gulf, with a land area of only over 11,500 square kilometers. Qatar has a tropical desert climate, with a low-lying terrain and abundant oil and natural gas resources. The entire country has a total population of only 2.79 million, and the majority of its residents are Muslim. Arabic is the official language, and English is also widely spoken. Given the size of the country, Yunxi initially thought the system's rewards wouldn't be anything special. Unexpectedly, besides a piece of land in Doha, the system directly rewarded her with an oil field. Yunxi, after reviewing the information, Yunxi realized, to be precise, the system had given her the rights to exploit an oil field. But this didn't make sense. Oil and natural gas resources belong to the state, and private individuals are not allowed to exploit them. How did the system obtain the rights to exploit an oil field? Moreover, she wasn't even a native of Qatar. This oil field would bring her $6 billion in profit annually. With countless questions in her mind, Yunxi naturally consulted the system directly. System, what exactly did you do? I need an explanation. The system remained silent for a long time before replying. Naturally, I did Qatar a huge favor, as a condition for the exchange. Yunxi wasn't so easily fooled. What kind of huge favor could make Qatar give up such a large benefit? Did you provide them with weapons?
No.
In exchange for technology?
No.
Could it be you helped them seize power, system? The system didn't answer, but Yunxi interpreted this silence as tacit agreement. Good heavens, this is truly something else. As far as she knew, the country's regime had stabilized over 20 years ago. Since Khalid seized power in a coup in 1995, the country had remained stable. So, the system was already active in this world back then? This is terrifying to think about. How did a system like you get involved in these things? Was it through the previous host? Yunxi wanted to press further, but the system remained silent. Yunxi. She understood. She didn't have the authority to know the rest yet. She got it. Since the system wasn't willing to talk, there was nothing she could do. She'd find out sooner or later anyway. She had the patience. After winning 4 Asian Championship gold medals in Doha, Yunxi immediately flew to Pryang City in Mincheng Province to participate in this year's Shooting World Cup finals. This competition was held in China, but there was no need to worry about adapting to the environment or adjusting to the time difference. Yunxi was familiar with Pryang, a city she had previously participated in the National Shooting Championships in before. During her 10 days there, Yunxi acquired 3 plots of land, ownership of a company, and equity in 3 other companies. The 3 plots of land were located in Xincheng, Minzhou, and Nan'an respectively. Adding to the plot in Jinan she had previously acquired, Yunxi now had 4 plots of land suitable for building hotels in Mincheng Province. One of the companies was Xincheng Qingbai International Trade Company, Limited, an international trading company headquartered in Xincheng, Mincheng Province. This was a new company established only 2 years ago, and its current scale wasn't very large, with an annual turnover of around 30 million last year. But the system's reward of acquiring this company to her must have had its significance. Since it came under Yunxi's control, this company was bound to usher in a new era of development. Putting aside everything else, the company's location alone possesses unique advantages for international trade. As the saying goes, circumstances create heroes, and Xincheng, as an important special economic zone and port city, boasts a unique geographical location and a superior trade environment, providing fertile ground for the development of international trade. Now, with Yunxi's resources behind it, Qingbai International Trade Company is in a completely different position than before. However, this requires careful planning from her in the future. When Yunxi received the call from the company, she learned that the company's general manager was a confidant of the former boss and had left with him. Not only that, several senior managers had also left with the former boss. Currently, the company is in a state of chaos, leaderless. Yunxi. Why is the system giving her such a mess to deal with? Is this a test? Surely not. You're the foreign trade manager, right? Yunxi didn't expect it to be a company manager calling her. Yes, boss, I'm Zhu Wenli, the manager of the foreign trade department. A person who would step forward to contact the new boss at this time, at the very least, is trustworthy in terms of responsibility. Yunxi added Zhu Wenli to her team and checked the system's team panel, finding that Zhu Wenli's initial loyalty score was 76. Even Yunxi herself didn't know where this guy's loyalty came from. In terms of ability, his system score of 85 was also very high. Yunxi couldn't help but think to herself, I didn't expect him to be such a talent. Checking the system panel information and thinking about it took her only a moment. Knowing that this person was trustworthy, Yunxi said, call a meeting with the company's management first and announce my identity. I'll send you my personal introduction in a bit. Given Yunxi's reputation and influence, keeping everyone calm for now shouldn't be a problem. The new general manager will be on duty within a week. Until then, all departments will operate as usual. Please keep an eye on things for the next few days. If there's anything urgent, feel free to call me. Zhu Wenli was initially taken aback, but quickly replied, okay, boss. After hanging up, Yunxi immediately used a character summoning card to find a general manager for Qingbai International Trade. Ouyang Yu, 35 years old, with a system ability score of 95. Managing this international trading company is more than sufficient. He also holds shares in 3 other companies, Happiness Coffee, Anshin Foods, and Ledong Sports. These 3 companies are among the top-ranked private enterprises in Minjiang Province. Combined, their annual profit reaches 18.3 billion. It can be said that their performance, scale, influence, and profitability are all excellent. Since she only needs to wait for the dividends, Yunxi isn't too concerned about it and will leave it to Chu Ziyi to handle. Besides these industries, the biggest takeaway from the trip to Pryang City was the 4 gold medals won at the World Design Championship Finals. By the time Yunxi returned to Beijing after the competition, November was almost over. On October 1st, Yunxi's first invested TV series, The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas 1 premiered simultaneously on 2 major satellite TV channels and 3 major video websites, achieving impressive ratings from the very first episode. As the plot unfolded, this heartwarming period drama experienced a surge in viewership. Furthermore, as the story progressed, the series' compelling plot, logical storyline, superb acting, and high-quality production all contributed to its rising ratings, ultimately concluding with a perfect score of 9.2 on Dubon. The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas 1, as a period drama, tells the story of the 1970s and 80s, revolving around the protagonist's life and showcasing China's development and transformation. This series possesses all the essential elements of an excellent period drama: compelling storytelling, costumes and props, set design, and superb acting. In addition, director Lee Ji-hoong's meticulous attention to detail is almost obsessive. For example, The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas 1 realistically recreated a village from the late 1970s at a 1:1 scale. Every piece of furniture in the drama authentically recreates the living conditions of the 1970s. Of course, and Yunxi's involvement also provided director Lee with ample funding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to unleash his creative freedom as he does now. But that alone isn't enough. The reason The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas 1 is considered a masterpiece among period dramas lies primarily in its moving and realistic portrayal of the emotional and plot lines from the original novel. The success of the first season greatly encouraged the entire production team, including director Lee Ji-hoong. Thanks to Yunxi's 3-part funding secured in one go, director Lee Ji-hoong was already filming the second season before the first even aired. By the time the first season officially premiered, the second season was already nearly halfway through filming. This series of excellent results undoubtedly gave the entire production team a sense of reassurance. By the end of November, the total revenue of The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas 1 had reached 250 million yuan. This revenue included paid viewing, membership and on-demand, product placement, traditional TV advertising, copyright sales, and revenue sharing. This was just the beginning. More revenue would continue to come in. Director Lee Ji-hoong breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't let President down. Taking advantage of the first season's success, the production team launched extensive promotional activities to build momentum for the second season. December arrived, and Beijing was already quite cold. But the topic of Yunxi remained incredibly popular, because on December 12th, the long-awaited Dongliyuan resort officially opened. On the opening day, a grand opening ceremony was held at the Baiyenshan Hot Spring Hotel, which opened simultaneously with the resort. Besides business partners, relatives, and friends, a number of media outlets, travel bloggers, and popular online influencers were specially arranged to witness the event. Even in Jianhua and Fang, Mingxia flew from Yunzhou to Beijing to attend the opening ceremony. All invited guests attended the opening ceremony in the morning and were free to explore the resort after lunch. The opening ceremony was a grand affair, and Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan, Yi Muang, and Liang Wentao, who attended as shareholders, attracted considerable attention. Everyone believed that with these individuals involved, the project's success was almost guaranteed. After the speeches by various leaders, Chen Weihua, general manager of Dongliyuan Resort, took the stage to introduce the entire resort and its projects. A promotional video was specially filmed and produced for this purpose. And it must be said, the promotional video was quite well made, making viewers want to visit. As Chen Weihua introduced the resort, viewers watching the live stream began ordering tickets and services. To ensure the quality of service and the visitor experience, the resort has a daily limit on the number of visitors. All visitors must purchase tickets and make reservations online using their real names. The resort's reservation page details what the ticket includes and what other paid services are available. The approximate cost of each service is clearly stated. Even optional services like renting costumes and doing makeup/photography are listed. Businesses operating within the resort must adhere to the pricing standards published on the official website. Price gouging and overcharging are not permitted. Spicy duck neck is my favorite. This is great. All the pricing is publicized. No need to worry about being ripped off. Tangdang. Are there any sisters from Beijing who've gone to check it out first? If it's fun, I'll go too. Runyu 666. Booked tickets. We'll tell you if it's fun at Tangdang Ahua. Seriously? All the December tickets are gone so quickly? What kind of devils are you? Surprised, Chu Tianla. I didn't get any either. Lonnie, book quickly, or the January tickets will be gone too. De Bailey, they're all gone, but I managed to snag a New Year's Day ticket. Smug Anonymous. This transparent standard is something other scenic spots should learn from. Smoking. I'm a drama queen. You're overthinking it. That's impossible. Uprooting the willow. You might as well hope my sister 11 develops more scenic spots. If it's true or false, the good news is my sister 11 also has a scenic spot in Beijing Kangxi Grassland Tourist Scenic Area. Salted Duck Egg. That's right. And there's also the Kangxi Grassland Equestrian Club. Must stay put. Now that you mention it, I'm actually starting to want to go. Thanks to the efforts of netizens, even ticket bookings for Kangxi Grassland have started to pick up. Dongliyuan Resort was planned and constructed according to 5A level scenic spot standards. However, there's still a long way to go to actually obtain 5A level scenic spot certification. Because Chinese regulations state that even if you meet all the requirements, you need to operate for more than a year before you can apply for 3A level scenic spot certification. To apply for 4A level scenic area status, a scenic area must have maintained a 3A level quality rating for at least 1 year. The application standards for 5A level scenic areas are even more stringent. While the 5A level standard is based on a score, not all attractions can directly apply. To become a 5A level scenic area, 3 prerequisites must be met before meeting the specific requirements of the scoring criteria. First, the scenic area must already be a 4A level scenic area, and this status must have been maintained for at least 3 years since the announcement of its 4A designation. Second, the scenic area's area must be at least 3 square kilometers. Third, the scenic area's annual visitor volume must be at least 600,000, with at least 50,000 being overseas tourists. Furthermore, the total score for 5A level scenic area evaluation is 1,000 points. This includes 8 aspects: tourism transportation, sightseeing, tourism safety, sanitation, postal and telecommunication services, tourism shopping, comprehensive management, and resource and environmental protection. There are a total of 44 major categories, 118 minor categories, and 216 scoring points. The sheer complexity of these rules and regulations makes you reluctant to even look at them. For one thing, Dongli Garden doesn't even meet this standard in terms of land area yet. 3 square kilometers, which translates to 4,500 mu, approximately 233 hectares. The entire Dongli Garden complex currently only covers 3,600 mu, approximately 247 hectares. However, Yunxi isn't without plans. To the west of Dongli Garden, there are several hilltops and wastelands that Yunxi has already acquired at great expense. This 6,000 mu, approximately 400 hectares, plot of land is what Yunxi has prepared for the second phase of the Dongli Garden Resort project. But it's a bit early to talk about that now. At least we need to wait until the first phase of the project starts generating profits before making any plans. After the opening ceremony, Yunxi greeted all the friends she had invited. Yunxi invited all of her roommates from room 303. Also, most of the wealthy second-generation individuals from Nanling province who are still in Beijing were present. Liang Wentao returned to his hometown after graduating from university last year to participate in his family business. However, he is also a shareholder in this project, so naturally, he came to support it. Xia Xiyuan, although she also graduated and returned to Yinzhou, opened a jewelry store in the Dongliyuan shopping street. It sells beautiful but very cost-effective small jewelry pieces. Of course, there are also high-end jewelry pieces, but in small quantities, mainly for display. If someone actually buys them, they can be sold. After all, this is a tourist area, and cheap, unique jewelry will be more popular. She flew from Yunzhou to Beijing specifically for the opening ceremony. Yunxi, congratulations. I wish you booming business. Xia Siyuan stepped forward and hugged Yunxi, patting her on the back as she spoke. Siyuanjia, I also wish you abundant wealth. After saying this, the two released each other and smiled, everything understood without words. Wei Cheng, standing to the side, exclaimed, Yunxi, I really didn't expect that you would start such a big project as soon as you arrived in Beijing. Yes, even now, seeing this resort feels a bit unreal. Liang Wentao chimed in. Because of his cousin's relationship with Yunxi, he had also become a minor shareholder. Although the investment money came from his father, he was the one who facilitated this. When his father learned of his involvement in the project, he praised him highly. He added, whether this project is profitable or not isn't important. The key is that they've used this opportunity to establish a connection within Yunxi and the Zhou family. The benefits it will bring to their family in the future are immeasurable. You bastard, you've gotten such a huge bargain. You have to treat us. Xia Siyuan looked at this guy who had gotten such a great deal and said somewhat resentfully, Haha, don't worry, I definitely will. Because there were other guests, the group only exchanged a few brief pleasantries before and Yunxi left. Representatives from the Zhou, Yi, Yun, and Song families in Beijing came. And Yunxi was only familiar with Gu Lanxin from the Gu family, so she invited her. Representatives from the Qin, Bai, and Duan families from the Martial Arts Association also came. And Yunxi also invited Yi Yunhan and Su Kai, who had guided her onto the path of shooting. On the shooting team side, and Yunxi had also sent invitations to several coaches and athletes she was close to, and those who had time came. In addition, there were the heads of Yunxi's various businesses. The number of people included was quite considerable. After walking around, and Yunxi felt her throat was a little dry from talking. Back in the lounge, Zhou Shiyan handed her a glass of warm water, and Yunxi took it and drank half before asking, Brother Shiyan, how long have you been back? I just got back, are you tired? Zhou Shiyan stroked Yunxi's hair and asked. And Yunxi shook her head and replied, not tired. She was, after all, a martial artist. This kind of work was nothing to her. Then let's invite mom and dad and uncle and aunt and go out for a walk, Zhou Shiyan suggested. Okay, it was their own scenic area. They should definitely explore it properly. When they went to find her, Yunxi waved her hand and said, you young people go explore by yourselves. We'll go by ourselves in a bit. She and Mingxia hadn't seen each other in a long time, and they had so much to talk about. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan actually wanted to go out with his girlfriend, but his parents and future in-laws were there, so he couldn't leave them out. Unexpectedly, his mother was so helpful, creating this opportunity for him. Mom and Dad, we're leaving. Go ahead, go ahead. The two got dressed, put on scarves, and walked out of the hotel hand in hand. Neither of them was interested in the amusement park area, but Yunxi was very interested in the 10 new attractions added to the design plan. These were design plans rewarded by the system, so they were definitely all top-notch. The 10 attractions of Dongli Garden refer to 10 man-made attractions: Ziyuan Finghe, Zhulin Maze, Jianjia Songsong, Onxiang Shuang, Shirley Taolin, Xiaoqiao Lu Shui, etc. Although it is man-made, anything produced by the system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Each scenic spot possessed a poetic beauty, a truly stunning location for taking photos and catching every shot. In this era of social media, it would be easy for it to go viral online. Hand in hand, the two strolled through each spot, exchanging a few words now and then. They stopped to take photos at the perfect angle. For a moment, Yunxi felt a sense of familiarity, like that of an old married couple. As the owner of Dongli Garden, possessing a fully functional 3D panoramic map of the resort, Yunxi knew exactly which parts of the area were the most beautiful and scenic. Furthermore, since the only visitors to the resort today were guests invited for the opening ceremony, the area didn't feel crowded. These two busy people rarely had such a peaceful moment alone, and they both thoroughly enjoyed and cherished it. As they walked, Zhou Shiyan suddenly said, Yunxi, do you remember what you promised me? And Yunxi was taken aback. This was completely out of the blue. She had no idea what he was talking about. Zhou Shiyan stopped, pulled her hands to his chest, and held them together, staring intently into her eyes. He said, Marry me after graduation. You've forgotten, haven't you? Her cheeks flushed under his ardent gaze. And Yunxi explained, I haven't forgotten. But I'm not graduating until next year, right?
No.
No what? You graduated last year, and Yunxi. Is that how it works? Normally, she was supposed to graduate with her bachelor's degree next year. But because she graduated early to pursue a master's degree, she graduated with a master's degree. And Yunxi looked up at the man and said, Then you didn't propose last year? So you said yes, right? Zhou Shiyan stared intently at Yunxi's face, not wanting to miss a single expression. Seeing the man's expectant yet slightly nervous expression, and Yunxi blushed and nodded. Zhou Shiyan excitedly pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear, Yunxi, I will definitely prepare a grand proposal ceremony for you, and Yunxi held tightly in his arms. Shouldn't this be something he secretly planned and then surprised her with? He just blurted it out so directly. But then, thinking about it again, and Yunxi felt it was quite nice this way. Their relationship couldn't be like that of a typical couple. Brother Shiyan, someone's coming, seeing someone approaching in the distance, and Yunxi struggled to get out of the man's embrace. Zhou Shiyan released her with a hint of regret, then took her hand again and continued walking along the scenic path. They didn't return to the lounge until sunset, met their parents, and then went their separate ways home. In the car, Fang Mingxia asked her daughter, Xiaoxi, you'll be graduating with your master's degree next year. Do you have any plans with Ian? Are you going to get married right after graduation, or wait until you finish your doctorate? Her daughter had been dating for several years now, and in her opinion, it was about time to get married. Just dating without getting married wasn't a sustainable path. Let's get married after graduation next year. It wasn't far off, and there was no point in hiding it from her parents. Then your father and I need to prepare a dowry for you. Fang Mingxia mentally considered what she could prepare for her daughter. This matter was truly worrying Fang Mingxia. Her daughter was simply too capable, possessing everything. It left them, as parents, feeling somewhat useless. Xiaoxi will only be 22 next year. Unlike Fang Mingxia, and Jianhui felt that his daughter's age was a bit too early to get married. Fang Mingxia glared at him upon hearing this. I wonder who is in such a hurry to marry me at 21 and Jianhua. How could that be the same? His daughter was going to marry someone else. He couldn't bear to see her unable to. And Yunxi, on the other hand, began mentally reviewing the competitions she would participate in next year. Because next year included a major event, the Quadrennial Olympics. This was the most influential event in the sports world, so she would primarily focus on participating in the Olympics. Therefore, her coach advised her to avoid all domestic competitions and only participate in one international event besides the Olympics, the ISF World Cup. The International Shooting Sport Federation, ISF, is the highest-level organization in shooting, founded in 1907. The ISF World Cup, along with the Olympic shooting events and the World Shooting Championships, are considered the three major international competitions in modern shooting sports. The ISF World Cup is held annually worldwide, consisting of 4 preliminary rounds and 1 final. And Yunxi has participated every year for the past few years and is quite familiar with it. Of these major competitions, and Yunxi has only missed the Olympics. Next year, she will be able to complete the last piece of the puzzle. Mom, I have the Olympics to participate in next year, and the wedding won't be until at least the second half of the year. The Olympics? Hearing their daughter say this, Fang Mingxia and Jianhua were both excited. Although their daughter had already won numerous world championships, in the eyes of ordinary people, the Olympics held a greater influence than any other competition. In everyone's mind, Olympic champions were different from ordinary world champions. Shao 11, then focus on the competition. Your dad and I will handle everything else. The Olympics were a major event for bringing glory to the country. These mundane matters couldn't be allowed to affect their daughter's performance. Back at Yunshui residence, everyone washed up and went to sleep. And Jianhua and his wife stayed in Beijing for 3 days before returning home. They had finally managed to see Fang Mingxia and Yunxi and had a great time together. After her parents left, and Yunxi had some free time and rested for a while. Finally, on December 28th, and Yunxi started going out again. Today, her destination was the Yuntian Cultural and Art Exhibition Center in Beijing. Of course, she wasn't there to inspect the industry, but rather because she'd heard that a large-scale traditional Chinese painting and calligraphy exhibition, jointly organized by the Chinese Fine Arts Association and the Chinese Calligraphy Association, was being held. An event of this caliber would undoubtedly attract many master-level artists, and the exhibited works would certainly be of exceptional quality. She decided to go and take a look. Perhaps it would improve her calligraphy and painting skills. Showing her invitation, Yunxi entered the exhibition area and began examining the works. First, she saw the traditional Chinese painting section. Indeed, as expected of a national-level exhibition, the works on display were clearly carefully selected. She had already seen quite a few excellent works in the section featuring young painters. The further she looked, the higher the quality of the works became. By the time she reached the last section, almost all the works were by master painters. And Yunxi grew increasingly pleased and excited with each look, her eyes shining with a light unlike any she'd ever shown before. After this viewing, her understanding of Chinese painting had indeed deepened, and she had gained some new insights. After viewing the traditional Chinese paintings, an hour and a half had passed. Feeling she had gained a lot, Yunxi moved on to the calligraphy exhibition. This time, she quickly browsed the earlier sections, focusing her attention on the later sections showcasing works by master calligraphers. Just as Yunxi was intently studying the brushstrokes of a calligraphy piece, an elderly man's voice came from behind her. "Young lady, do you like this calligraphy?" Yunxi turned around and saw an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, dressed in a tang suit. Behind him was a middle-aged man. The elderly man was smiling at Yunxi, stroking his beard. Seeing that he meant no harm, Yunxi replied, "I do indeed like this calligraphy very much." It could be said that, excluding the antique paintings and calligraphy, this was her favorite calligraphy piece in the entire exhibition. The old man's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this, and he asked, "Young friend, could you tell me what's so good about this calligraphy?" This was no challenge for Yunxi. "The ink on this piece is rich and deep. The brushstrokes are fluid and powerful, each stroke vigorous and strong, and the structure and layout of the characters are just right." After a slight pause, Yunxi continued, "And also, what else?" the old man asked eagerly, stepping forward. "And what's most precious is the profound artistic conception conveyed in this calligraphy, allowing one to feel the calligrapher's tranquil and detached spirit." "Ha ha ha ha," Yunxi's words drew a hearty laugh from the old man. "Jeang, I told you this young lady understands calligraphy." He had noticed this young lady for some time. At events like this, aside from the students and descendants of those in the circle, it's rare to see young people like her attending. Moreover, this young lady seemed to really enjoy the works. He paid special attention. The works the young lady lingered on were all skillful and distinctive. "Teacher, you have a good eye." I thought this young lady was just casually looking around. "Jeang, you still need more experience." "Teacher is right," the middle-aged man called Jeang replied respectfully. Yunxi wondered in her heart about the old man's identity. Suddenly remembering something, Yunxi tentatively asked, "Sir, is this calligraphy your work?" Upon hearing this, the old man laughed even louder. "Young friend, you're right. This calligraphy is indeed mine." "Really? What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be Master Wang Yunjin. My apologies for my rudeness." The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, don't call me master. You look about the same age as my granddaughter. Just call me Grandpa Wang." Yunxi naturally complied. "Hello, Grandpa Wang. My name is Yunxi, and I'm a student at Peking University." "Oh, Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is my student, Fong Ziming. You can call him Uncle Fong." "Hello, Uncle Fong," Fong Ziming responded with a smile. He felt that Yunxi's name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. But after thinking for a while, he couldn't remember who it was. Looking at Yunxi's face, he felt a sense of familiarity. Where had he seen this girl before? He had absolutely no recollection of her. While Fong Ziming was puzzled by this feeling of familiarity, Wang Yunjin had already started chatting with Yunxi. Yunxi, have you studied calligraphy? And Yunxi nodded and replied, yes. And you've studied traditional Chinese painting too? Traditional Chinese calligraphy and painting are integrated, so naturally I've studied that as well. Thanks to her background in her ancient life, and Yunxi's calligraphy and painting skills were quite good. She had even had her mother enroll her in classes when she was little. Her parents only knew that their daughter was doing well, but they didn't know her exact level, since they weren't experts. Even though Yunxi had improved her calligraphy and painting skills through the system's courses after the system was unlocked, it wouldn't seem too abrupt now that it was revealed. Come on, I'll take you to the exchange area. Wang Yunjin eagerly pulled Yunxi towards the exchange area, and Fang Ziming, seeing this, quickly put aside his doubts and followed. Soon, the three arrived at a relatively crowded area. Many tables were set up here, with writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on them. Looking around, quite a few people were already there writing or painting. Many were doing their own things, and even more were watching. From time to time, exclamations of surprise and admiration could be heard throughout the exhibition area. Old Wang. Old Wang. Since Wang Yunjin entered this area, many people greeted him upon seeing him. Those who were greeted simply smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, without lingering, and directly led Yunxi to the innermost area. From a distance, Yunxi noticed that this area was mostly populated by slightly older people. Old Wang, where have you been? Why are you only arriving now? Yeah, we've been waiting for you for ages. All right, I'm here now. I just took a stroll outside and met a young friend who's quite accomplished in calligraphy and painting. Only then did everyone notice Yunxi behind Wang Yunjin. The first reaction was surprise. Old Wang didn't praise people easily, so for him to say someone was quite accomplished was no small matter. The second reaction was disbelief. And Yunxi was simply too young. How much could a girl who looked to be in her early 20s possibly be accomplished? After all, her age was a factor. Had old Wang misjudged her this time? And Yunxi, wait, how did you, sir, know I was accomplished in calligraphy and painting? Just because I liked his work? And Yunxi felt a little flustered. Yunxi? A familiar voice rang out from the crowd. And Yunxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw the two elderly people standing beside her. It turned out to be Zhou Shiyan's maternal grandparents, Yun Guoping and Huang Lining, whom Yunxi had met once before. And Yunxi quickly stepped forward. Grandpa, Grandma, what brings you here? Yun Guoping chuckled and explained, Yunxi, you don't know. Your grandma is also a renowned calligrapher and painter. Don't listen to your grandpa, Huang Lining replied. Grandma just enjoys these things and has a little knowledge of them. Huang Lining was overjoyed to see her future granddaughter-in-law. Grandma, you're so unassuming. I didn't even know. Zhou Shiyan had only told Yunxi that her grandmother worked at the Culture and Tourism Bureau before retirement. She genuinely didn't know it was a master of calligraphy and painting. Yunxi, do you also like calligraphy and painting? If we had known earlier, your grandfather and I would have brought you along. At this moment, Huang Lining felt she didn't know her future granddaughter-in-law well enough. It's Yunxi's fault. How can you blame yourself? It's all because that boy, Ian, didn't explain clearly. Wang Yunjin, who had been neglected, seized the opportunity to interrupt their conversation. Old Yun, what's going on here? Yun Guoping replied with a smile. This is my grandson's girlfriend. Your grandson, is she from the Zhou family? Yun Guoping nodded with a smile. Someone in the crowd seemed to recognize Yunxi. Isn't that Yunxi? The one from Peking University, the world shooting champion? And that new solar power technology from ZTE, it's from her research institute. And that Dongli Garden project, it's also a collaboration between her and the Zhou and Yi families. Hearing this, everyone began to remember who she was. Fang Ziming finally realized why Yunxi seemed so familiar. Isn't she his daughter's idol? He'd seen her picture in her room. No wonder she seemed familiar. The way everyone looked at Yunxi changed. Regardless of her artistic talent, her achievements at such a young age were already proof of her excellence. Wang Yunjin was also surprised by this. However, he wasn't too concerned about that. He was more interested in Yunxi's artistic skills. Come here, Yunxi, let these old guys see your skills. And Yunxi, where did old Wang get his confidence that her calligraphy and painting skills must be so high? Luckily, she really is talented, otherwise, how could she save face in this situation? And Yunxi calmly walked to the table where the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were laid out. Picking up the brush, and Yunxi first closed her eyes, reflecting on her impressions from viewing the exhibition. Just a few seconds later, and Yunxi opened her eyes, a sharp glint in them. She elegantly dipped the brush in ink, raised her wrist, and the tip of the brush lightly touched the xian paper on the table, beginning
To write.
The young and beautiful girl stood there quietly, her hand movements graceful and fluid, the brush flowing like clouds and water in one go, each stroke revealing profound skill. Soon, the dozen or so large characters. Without tranquility, one cannot achieve far-reaching goals. Without detachment, one cannot clarify one's ambitions, appeared on the paper. After Yunxi finished writing, added her signature, and stamped her seal, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Beautiful calligraphy. Beautiful calligraphy. Those further back also came forward to examine it, and after seeing it, they were all unanimously astonished by Yunxi's calligraphy. This is absolutely master level. The speaker's voice was filled with disbelief. How could such a young girl do that? She doesn't seem that special. A young girl in the crowd muttered softly. Her voice was very soft, and those standing next to her gave her disdainful looks, instinctively keeping a meter's distance, as if afraid of being mistaken for being in cahoots with her. What nonsense are you talking about? That's calligraphy praised by Elder Wang, Elder Wu, and Elder Du. What right do you have to comment? A middle-aged man, seemingly an elder of the girl, whispered a reprimand. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction, feeling resentful, but dared not say anything more. And Yunxi, with her excellent hearing, also heard this, casually glancing in their direction without saying anything, but memorizing the two people's faces. Yunxi, could you please paint another picture? Wang Yunjin was also greatly astonished by Yunxi's calligraphy. While few could write calligraphy like that, they did exist. But to reach this level at such a young age, he had never seen another like her in his life. Therefore, he eagerly asked Yunxi to paint a picture. Of course. With that, Yunxi moved to another table nearby where her painting tools were placed. This time, she didn't even hesitate for a second before picking up a brush and beginning to paint. This time, Yunxi planned to paint a landscape. Yunxi held a brush in her right hand, moving it lightly across the rice paper. The ink, following the brush's movement, outlined and rendered the contours and colors of the landscape. The ink marks on the paper were faint and indistinct, the shades of ink perfectly balanced, making the viewer feel as if they were actually immersed in the landscape. After completing the landscape section, Yunxi added a red sun in a suitable position, like the finishing touch, making the entire painting more vivid. As soon as the painting was finished, exclamations of amazement and discussion rose from the crowd once again. Excellent! 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 Chinese traditional calligraphy and painting have a worthy successor. Wang Yunjin raised his right hand again, stroking his slightly graying beard. Everyone, I would like to invite Yunxi to join the Chinese Calligraphy Association and the Chinese Fine Arts Association. What do you all think? Everyone was taken aback at first, exchanging glances before someone stepped forward and said, I'm willing to recommend Yunxi. I'm willing. Me too. And Yunxi. What's going on? Is she going to join 2 more associations this time? This made her think back to how she joined the Martial Arts Association. Seeing Yunxi's bewildered expression, Huang Lining walked over and explained. It turns out that normally, joining these 2 associations requires participating in and winning certain competitions. However, there are always exceptions in any field or industry. If more than 10 senior members of an association jointly recommend someone, they can join directly through an on-site assessment. Well, having 2 more association memberships doesn't seem so bad. Maybe it can even help her gain a lot of reputation points. What Yunxi didn't know was that her calligraphy and painting practice today had been filmed and uploaded online. 5 colored sticky rice. Who is this girl?
She's so pretty.
Stunned. Her hands are so beautiful too, drooling. Color, spicy hot pot. She looks pretty impressive, but I wonder what her actual skill level is? Doubtful. Lemon isn't cute. Who cares about calligraphy and painting skills? Isn't it better to look at a beautiful woman? Fat dumpling. You're so superficial at lemon isn't cute. Lemon isn't cute. You're not superficial. Give me your opinion. At fat dumpling, disdain. The moon represents my heart. Huh? This looks like an Yunxi, the world shooting champion.
Candy pudding, what?
You said this is shooting? The one who shoots guns? Groundhog scream. My sister 11 isn't just a shooting athlete. Smug science guru. This is an Yunxi. How come she can also write and paint? Crispy fish. Anyone know the situation? Tell me. Salted duck egg. I'll handle this. I know it all. Salted duck egg. Let me introduce you to this beautiful woman in the video. Her name is Yunxi. She's a master's student in finance at Peking University and a shooting athlete on the Chinese national shooting team. She's one. Salted duck egg. Image. Salted duck egg. Since my sister 11 started participating in shooting competitions, she's never won anything other than a championship. Cool, Mu Qingzi. That's amazing? Really? Question, exquisite little girl. I just searched online, and it's true. Surprised, exquisite little girl. Image, it's pineapple, not pineapple. Oh my god, isn't that my sister 11? How did she become a trending topic again? As Yunxi's identity was gradually revealed, more and more people paid attention to this matter. When people saw the video, they were first attracted by Yunxi's appearance, and then shocked by her identity and achievements. Groundhog scream. My god. My sister 11 can even draw so well? Is there anything she can't do? My heart is too cold. Shooting, martial arts, calligraphy, traditional Chinese painting, and a top student. Wow. How can someone be so multi-talented? Don't drink milk tea. By the way, is her calligraphy and painting skill good or bad? I don't really understand. Mountains and rivers never meet. Those people in the video are all masters. They all say it's good, so it must be good. A durian. Could it be staged? Untouched by worldly affairs. How could that be? She filmed the whole process of writing and painting. Hong Qigong. Do you know who these people are? These are Master Wang, Master Wu, Master Du, Master Huang. They are all masters of calligraphy and painting. Who would have the time to fake it for you? If it's true or false. Exactly. Is it so hard to admit that someone is excellent? Disdain, Pommeloti. My sister 11 has once again refreshed my understanding of her. The speed of internet dissemination is extremely fast, and topics related to Yunxi quickly rose to the top of the trending searches again. Celebrities who desperately want to trend on social media but can't even guarantee success by paying for it. What's wrong with this person? Was she born with a natural talent for trending? How many times has this happened? When will it end? Clearly, this isn't over yet. Under Wang Yunjin's leadership, 10 senior members quickly wrote letters of recommendation for Yunxi. After submitting several works, Yunxi successfully became a member of the Chinese Calligraphy Association and the Chinese Fine Arts Association. The 2 works she completed on-site that day were shamelessly taken away by Wang Yunjin. Even when Huang Lining wanted them, Wang Yunjin refused. Yunxi could only secretly tell her that she would paint a few more to give to her grandmother to appease her. Wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead, Yunxi felt that it was truly difficult to be fair. Why didn't the system grant her a skill for being a master of impartiality? China Fine Arts Association. Welcome Yunxi to the China Fine Arts Association. At China Calligraphy Association at Yunxi at China Calligraphy Association. Welcome Yunxi to the China Calligraphy Association. At China Fine Arts Association at Yunxi at Yuzu Tea. Wow. Big surprise. My sister 11 has added 2 more titles. Urban Beauty. Some people are still arguing, but now the official response is a slap in the face. Chinese Martial Arts Association. How could you forget me? Ms. Yunxi, has been a senior member of the Martial Arts Association for over 2 years. At Chinese Calligraphy Association, at Chinese Fine Arts Association, at Yunxi. Everyone. Is there anything we don't know? Can you just say it all at once? With the involvement of people from the art, sports, martial arts, and entertainment circles, more and more people are paying attention to Yunxi. And Yunxi has once again broken the record of dominating the trending topics on multiple platforms for several consecutive days. Looking at the ever-increasing reputation points she has accumulated, Yunxi is extremely happy. Since Yunxi returned from the calligraphy and painting exhibition, her calligraphy and painting skills have both broken through to the master level. Without hesitation, Yunxi directly used 2 skill upgrade cards to raise these 2 skills to the highest level, God level. At this point, she has reached the God level in 8 skills. Among them, painting has become her fastest improving skill. She only started learning the painting system course this year, and by the end of the year, she had already been raised to the God level. It's true what they say, timing is crucial in everything. Regarding skill improvement, Yunxi had roughly summarized some patterns. Through the system's rich and beautiful courses, the highest skill level one could reach was advanced. Breaking through from advanced to master level required personal enlightenment. The best method was to exchange and learn from experts in the field. During this process, as long as one gained some insight and understood something new, a breakthrough was almost guaranteed. The final level, however, could be achieved directly using a skill upgrade card. Clearly, Yunxi also sensed the system's attitude. Breaking through to master level encouraged the host to rely on themselves, and skill upgrade cards should only be used after reaching master level. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have issued tasks like raising skills to master level through one's own efforts. Since that's the case, Yunxi would simply follow the system's encouragement. Time flies, and years pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. From March to June, Yunxi flew to various places to participate in different legs of the Shooting World Cup. Yunxi participated in all 4 legs of this year's World Cup competition. Therefore, Yunxi was in Cairo, Egypt in March, then flew to Rabat, Morocco in April, Granada, Spain in May, and Munich, Germany in June. Participating in these competitions is also a process for athletes to gradually adapt to the rhythm of major competitions and prepare for the upcoming Olympics. At this moment, Yunxi is in the Olympic training camp, preparing for the final sprint. The opening ceremony of the 32nd Summer Olympic Games was held on the evening of July 23, 2021, at the Tokyo National Stadium, the main venue for the Olympic Games. The Tokyo Olympics opening ceremony included a flag-raising ceremony, athletes' parade, oath-taking ceremony, cultural performances, and the lighting of the main torch. The Chinese delegation entered the stadium as the 110th delegation. 2 outstanding athletes, acting as flag-bearers, led the procession, carrying the 5-star red flag high. Members of the delegation waved their national flags and strode confidently into the opening ceremony venue. Yunxi, as one of the participants, was captured on camera and appeared in the live broadcast. Yunxi's family and friends, who had gathered to watch the opening ceremony, were incredibly excited to see this. Yunxi's fans immediately edited this moment into a video and posted it on various new media platforms. Even before the opening ceremony began, the buzz surrounding the Olympics and Yunxi had already started. Not only Yunxi, but many athletes from other events also gained wider recognition due to the rise of new media. This Olympics, the Chinese sports delegation consisted of 777 members, making it the largest Chinese delegation to participate in an overseas Olympics. Among them were 431 athletes, including 298 female athletes and 133 male athletes, led by 24 Olympic champions. Yunxi, who had won numerous national and world championships but lacked an Olympic gold medal, received considerable attention. In table tennis, there's the concept of a Grand Slam or complete Grand Slam. If Yunxi could win the Olympic gold medal, she would also achieve a Grand Slam in shooting. Yunxi wasn't worried about the competition itself, but rather about the deep-seated animosity between the country she was currently in and China. Therefore, Yunxi especially hoped that the system would allow her to reap as many benefits as possible this time. They arrived in Tokyo yesterday, and Yunxi had deliberately saved her daily check-in for after landing.
Dang.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Reward: 1 land gift pack, already stored in your system inventory. Yunxi, as the system's familiar mechanical voice rang out, Yunxi felt a surge of excitement. This time, the system's reward wasn't just a piece of land, but a land gift pack. Gift packs usually contain 10 plots. Yunxi immediately opened the gift pack, and inside were indeed 10 plots of land located in various cities across Japan. The system truly understood her intentions and didn't disappoint. The more land in this country, the better, of course. Yunxi's eyes shone brightly, her heart filled with excitement and anticipation. The system had given her such a big surprise on her very first day. She wondered what else would follow. On her second day in Tokyo, the opening ceremony on the 23rd, Yunxi checked in as soon as she woke up.
Dang.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. You have received a reward, a large equity gift pack, which has been added to your system inventory. Yunxi, it's confirmed. The system seems to be just like her, extremely targeting this country. Opening the equity gift pack, she found shares in 10 of Japan's top-ranked large private companies. Although each share was only 10%, the annual dividends would amount to over 4 trillion yen, which is 200 billion yuan. Yunxi felt incredibly satisfied with this windfall, her mood extremely cheerful. She'd be so happy she'd wake up laughing in her sleep. July 24th was the first day of the Olympics and also the first day of shooting competitions. The Chinese shooting team sent 22 athletes to participate in all 15 shooting events. Today's main events were the men's and women's 10-meter air pistol competitions, so Yunxi didn't compete. However, she came to the shooting range to watch her teammates compete. On the first day of competition, the Chinese shooting team performed steadily, first winning the gold medal in the women's 10-meter air rifle event and breaking the Olympic record. This was also the first gold medal for the Chinese sports delegation at this Olympics. In the men's 10-meter air rifle event, the 2 athletes from the Chinese shooting team won 1 silver and 1 bronze medal. Although it was a pity that the Russian athlete took the gold medal, this result was still quite outstanding. On the second day of competition, the Chinese shooting team demonstrated exceptional strength in the men's 10-meter air pistol event, winning a silver medal, and in the women's 10-meter air pistol event, they also successfully secured a bronze medal. Then, the exciting third day of competition arrived, and the highly anticipated Yunxi finally took to the field. This time, she participated in the women's skeet shooting competition. On the field, she was heroic and composed, hitting the target accurately with every shot. Ultimately, with her excellent skills and consistent performance, Yunxi unsurprisingly won the gold medal. To everyone's delight, the other competitor also performed admirably, successfully winning the bronze medal. In other words, the Chinese shooting team swept both the gold and bronze medals in this event, a glory that made everyone cheer with joy. As the competition progressed, the fourth day of competition arrived as scheduled. Today's competition featured fierce team events in the 10-meter air pistol mixed team and 10-meter air rifle mixed team events. Facing numerous strong opponents, the Chinese shooting team remained fearless, sending 2 teams of top athletes to compete in each event. On the field, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. After a thrilling and intense battle, the Chinese shooting team lived up to expectations, winning gold medals in both events and writing another glorious chapter in their history. On the 5th day of competition, the focus was undoubtedly on the men's and women's trap shooting events. In the women's trap shooting event, the long-awaited Yunxi made her return. She continued her excellent form, overcoming all obstacles to secure the championship with an absolute advantage, once again bringing unparalleled glory to her country. Another athlete participating in this event also performed exceptionally well, winning a silver medal. In the men's skeet shooting event, after fierce competition, the Chinese shooting team ultimately won the bronze medal. Then, On July 30th, the highly anticipated women's 25-meter pistol competition began, and Yunxi, with her superb skills and consistent performance, won the gold medal. Meanwhile, the bronze medal in this event was also won by the Chinese shooting team. Following this, in the mixed team skeet shooting event, Yunxi and her well-coordinated partner, Gu Linhua, competed side by side. The two worked together flawlessly, overcoming all obstacles to ultimately claim the championship. As the solemn and majestic national anthem played, even Yunxi, who was confident of victory, couldn't help but feel an overwhelming surge of excitement. Her gaze was fixed intently on the bright, five-starred red flag, which slowly rose into the sky to the powerful strains of the anthem. At this moment, Yunxi, wearing her gold medal and holding flowers, gradually reddened her eyes, and glistening tears welled up. In the mixed team skeet shooting competition, Yunxi and her longtime partner Gu Linhua won the championship. When the national anthem played, even Yunxi, who was quite confident in her performance, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As the five-starred red flag slowly rose to the powerful strains of the national anthem, Yunxi, wearing her gold medal and holding her bouquet, had tears welling in her eyes. At that moment, Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, who had come to watch the competition, were already in tears. Yunza was so excited that he danced with joy. After the grand award ceremony, the atmosphere in the stadium remained enthusiastic
and exhilarating.
Brilliant lights shone like starlight throughout the stadium, and the cheers and thunderous applause of the audience intertwined, creating a sea of joy. Stepping off the Olympic podium, Jeang immediately handed them a bright five-starred red flag. After many partnerships, the two finally stood on the highest podium, posing for photos with the national flag, capturing this glorious moment in their lives. At this moment, their excitement and joy were beyond words. Standing beside them, Jeang was also deeply moved by this scene. Jeang joined in for a group photo. After taking the picture, Yunxi intended to walk towards her family's seats to say a few words to her parents, but when she looked up, she saw a familiar figure slowly walking towards her in the distance. The person was none other than Zhou Shiyan. Yunxi, this guy didn't say he was coming to watch her match, and he's pulling this kind of surprise? Yunxi didn't speak or move, just smiled as he walked towards her. Not long after, the perceptive Yunxi noticed something was amiss. Because besides Zhou Shiyan, it seemed like people were slowly approaching her from all around. When Zhou Shiyan appeared, the surrounding crowd seemed to sense something was wrong, and they all quieted down, focusing their attention on them. The media present also sensed that something was about to happen and pointed all their cameras at this area. Zhou Shiyan stopped halfway there and remained rooted to the spot. Yunxi's gaze had been fixed on Zhou Shiyan, so she noticed this immediately. A thought flashed through her mind, and Yunxi's breath hitched, her heart skipping a beat for a moment. At that moment, Yunxi realized what Zhou Shiyan was about to do. Back in June, Yunxi had guessed that he might propose at her graduation ceremony, but he hadn't made a move. Although she wouldn't admit it at the time, deep down she felt a pang of regret. Unexpectedly, he chose this time. As her thoughts raced, many people came into Yunxi's view. Each of them held a rose and slowly walked towards Yunxi. Although there were many of them, their movements were orderly and methodical. Accompanied by background music that had quietly changed to a romantic melody, these people approached Yunxi one by one. Everyone smiled and handed her a rose, a symbol of love, offering a warm and beautiful blessing. Once all 99 roses were in Yunxi's hands, the music suddenly changed, followed by a buzzing sound. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone saw that several drones had somehow taken off from the venue. Just then, Zhou Shiyan walked gracefully to Yunxi and stood beside her. His tall and imposing figure was like a solid mountain, giving her a sense of security. At the same time, someone quickly stepped forward, carefully taking the roses from Yunxi's hands and skillfully arranging them into a beautiful and easy-to-handle bouquet. Yunxi slightly turned her head, her gaze gently falling on the man beside her. She couldn't help but wonder, How did this person manage to get such a large venue and the organizers to agree to plan and execute these romantic gestures on such an important occasion? Just as she was filled with doubt, the melodious music suddenly changed subtly. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling swarm of drones danced in the air like a group of agile sprites, constantly changing into various beautiful and breathtaking shapes. No matter how varied these shapes were, they all revolved around the eternal theme of love. Each time a new shape appeared, a burst of enthusiastic gasps and cheers erupted from the audience. People felt as if they were in a dreamlike feast, fully enjoying the awe and emotion brought by the beauty before them. Many audience members couldn't wait to take out their phones, turn on the recording function, and capture these wonderful moments with their lenses, wanting to preserve this unforgettable memory. Some even started live streaming, hoping to share this romance and awe with more people online. Those media friends who hadn't left yet naturally wouldn't miss such excellent news material. They focused intently on filming and recording every detail of the process, afraid of missing any single detail. Finally, when the final I Love Yunxi formation created by drones was perfectly revealed, the atmosphere reached a climax. Amidst cheers and thunderous applause, Zhou Shiyan calmly pulled a carefully prepared diamond ring from his pocket. The ring shone brilliantly under the dazzling lights, just like the pure, flawless, and unwavering love between them. Then, he knelt on one knee, looking deeply into Yunxi's eyes, and said, "Yunxi, I've spent over 20 years doing two things. 1, becoming a better version of myself. 2, waiting for you. Since the moment we were together, I've countless times dreamed of building a family with you, supporting each other, and growing old together. Now I believe the time is ripe. Will you give me that chance?" At this moment, Yunxi's eyes welled up with tears, and her nose tingled with a slight soreness. She nodded firmly, her voice trembling slightly. "I do." Zhou Shiyan stood up, took a ring from the box, and gently placed it on Yunxi's finger. Then he pulled her tightly into his arms. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted around them. Everyone was moved by this romantic and touching scene. Unbeknownst to them, Jianhua, Fang Mingxia, and Yunza had already joined her. Witnessed by their family and the world, Yunxi accepted Zhou Shiyan's proposal. Their love story was about to bear fruit. No one knew what the future held, but at this moment, they were incredibly happy. Meanwhile, the video of Yunxi being proposed to after winning the championship quickly spread online. Many netizens were curious about the identity of the man who proposed, but soon someone stepped forward to provide information. Unsurprisingly, this topic once again topped the trending searches. That evening, Yunxi posted a photo of the two holding hands on social media. The diamond ring Zhou Shiyan had used to propose was prominently displayed. She captioned the post, "Hello fiancé at Zhou Shiyan." Zhou Shiyan quickly followed up with, "Hello fiancé at Yunxi," using the same photo. Immediately, the official accounts of ZTE Corporation and companies under Zhou Shiyan's name reposted it, as did the official accounts of Yunxi's businesses. Xingtian Entertainment not only reposted it on its official account, but its artists also shared and liked it. The participation of these celebrities with their own large followings further fueled the high level of attention. Yunxi's fan base and reputation soared, making her extremely happy. In her spare time, she couldn't help but sigh. It seems that her desire to maintain a low profile is completely impossible. The proposal was successful, but Yunxi was still living in the Olympic Village. The newly engaged couple could only show their affection from afar. Although reluctant, Zhou Shiyan, who had neglected many things due to preparing for the proposal, returned to China the next day. His original proposal plan was to be even more grand. However, being in a foreign country, the shooting venue had limited resources and various restrictions, so he could only do his best within those limitations. He planned to focus on the wedding ceremony. Yunxi's competition was over, but the Chinese shooting team's competition was not entirely over. On the last 2 days of shooting competition, the Chinese shooting team won the gold medal and broke the world record in the men's 50-meter rifle 3-position event. And in the final men's 25-meter pistol event, the Chinese shooting team won a silver medal. With this, The shooting competition at the Olympics has concluded, and the Chinese shooting team has achieved a perfect finish with 8 gold, 4 silver, and 5 bronze medals, ranking first in both the overall medal and gold medal standings. Yang Kaiwang was beaming with joy. Winning most of the shooting gold medals was an achievement he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. And Yunxi, who won 4 Olympic gold medals, has once again become the focus of national attention. The marriage proposal and their unique backgrounds have further fueled the high level of public interest. Many people who didn't know Yunxi before became familiar with her through the Olympics. Now, information about Yunxi doesn't need to be released by the social media team much. Because if anyone is unaware, her fans will step in to explain Yunxi's past achievements. Many netizens have expressed that she is the kind of idol they should truly admire and emulate. All shooting events at this Olympics were completed on August 1st. The Chinese shooting team stayed an extra day in Tokyo, allowing the coaches and athletes to explore the city. Their return flights were booked for August 3rd. These past few days, her daily system check-ins had been rewarding her handsomely. Following the land and equity package, Yunxi received an office building, 20 shops, and a villa in Tokyo. In addition, Yunxi also acquired a food company in Osaka, a medium-sized port in Yokohama, and 2 properties in Nagoya and Sapporo, respectively. During this time, Yunxi also received a weekly sign-in reward. The system gave Yunxi a seaside villa in Hokkaido. It has to be said, this place is quite nice for an occasional vacation. However, if Yunxi wants more travel options, this villa is really useless to her. If necessary, she can rent it out to those who come for exclusive travel. All things considered, this trip to JD.com was actually quite fruitful. On the 2nd, Yunxi's sign-in reward was intelligent robot technology. Yunxi. At first, Yunxi didn't realize why the system suddenly gave her such technical information. But soon, she realized. The system is targeting this island nation. It's important to understand that Japan, despite being a small island nation in East Asia, has achieved world-leading results in many technological fields thanks to its excellent education system and the continuous efforts of its researchers. Even today, it remains one of the world's undisputed technological powerhouses. The country's most advanced technologies lie primarily in 4 areas: semiconductors, CNC machine tools, intelligent robots, and submarines. The CNC machine tool and industrial robot technologies that the system previously provided to Yunxi are 2 of these. Adding to this is the lithography machine technology she redeemed from the shop. This intelligent robot technology, combined with industrial robot technology, fills a gap in their capabilities in this area. Once the research results of these technologies are achieved, China's technological level and its leading and dominant position in the world will undergo a dramatic transformation. This is so targeted. The system's previous host must have been Chinese too. It just so happens to be the last day of the week, and Yunxi also claimed her weekly sign-in achievement reward. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for claiming the monthly weekly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received 1 copy of technical data on single crystal materials for turbine engine blades, which has been stored in your system inventory. This seems to be a relatively advanced technology from Japan. Yunxi also claimed her July sign-in achievement reward and August lottery reward. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for claiming the monthly weekly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received 1 copy of technical data on stealth nuclear submarines, which has been stored in your system inventory. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for participating in a lottery. You have received 1 copy of technical data on ultra-precision machining tools, which has been stored in your system inventory. Yunxi. Targeted, absolutely targeted. Ha 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 ha. If there weren't other people in the room, Yunxi would have burst out laughing. What an amazing system. It understands her heart perfectly. Awesome. A feeling of complete comfort, like drinking an ice-cold beverage in summer or basking in the warm winter sun. The thought of this island nation soon being trampled underfoot by China, suppressed to the point of immobility, filled Yunxi with immense excitement. After breakfast, Yunxi and her teammates decided to explore the capital of this island nation. Tokyo is a vibrant metropolis, rich in history, culture, and modern elements. August is summer, and the weather is extremely hot. But this didn't deter everyone's enthusiasm for exploring. Yunxi and her group first visited one of Tokyo's oldest and most famous temples, Sensoji Temple. Asakusa Temple, considered one of the iconic symbols of Japan, is a must-see for tourists visiting Tokyo. Its iconic Kaminaraman Gate is a popular photo spot for every visitor. Here, you can experience traditional Japanese culture and architecture, and also purchase various Japanese souvenirs in the Nakamai shopping street. Yunxi and her friends browsed the Nakamai shopping street, but she didn't buy any of the souvenirs. There was nothing she liked. Leaving Sensoji Temple, they went to the East Gardens of the Imperial Palace. The East Gardens are part of the Imperial Palace complex and are open to the public, providing a tranquil escape from the city's hustle and bustle. Here, you can admire meticulously manicured gardens and historical buildings. At noon, they ate at Sushi Yoshikawa in Tokyo, choosing the famous Dragon Ball sashimi. The restaurant was almost entirely Chinese. The sashimi selection was limited, but the ingredients were incredibly fresh. Their sake, in particular, was fragrant and very popular. After lunch and a short rest, they went to Ueno Park in Tokyo. Ueno Park is a large park in Tokyo, home to several museums. For example, the Tokyo National Museum and Ueno Zoo. Yunxi and her group first visited the exhibits in the museum and then enjoyed the natural beauty of the park, quite leisurely and relaxed. Today happened to be the first Sunday of August, and Yunxi and her group naturally didn't miss the Sumida River Fireworks Festival. This was one of Tokyo's largest fireworks displays, with tens of thousands of people gathering along the riverbank to watch the spectacular fireworks show, a feast for the eyes. After dinner, they also visited Tokyo's iconic landmarks Tokyo Tower and Tokyo Skytree. Tokyo Tower offers a sense of history and panoramic city views, while Tokyo Skytree is renowned for its height and modern design. Both are excellent spots for viewing the city at night, and their timing was perfect. Looking at the myriad lights of the city at night, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Unconsciously, she had been in this world for 22 years. From a newborn baby to a woman in her 20s, she had experienced family, friendship, and love things she had never had in her previous lives. The events of her previous worlds felt like an unreal dream. Now, she rarely thought about those distant events anymore. At this moment, Yunxi finally felt a sense of sudden realization. It turns out, she didn't know when it started, but she seemed to have completely integrated into this world. Yunxi, who had returned from Tokyo, was supposed to be preparing for her wedding. However, after the Olympics, the delegation had a series of events to attend, leaving her with only a few days of free time. So, Zhou Shiyan took over all the wedding preparations, with both sets of parents assisting. Zhou Shiyan even told her that she didn't need to worry about anything, just attend the wedding on time. Yunxi. Okay, she was indeed quite busy and didn't have much time. So, while Zhou Shiyan prepared for the wedding, Yunxi provided a wedding invitation list and then joined the delegation for the awards ceremony. Afterwards, there were visits to Hong Kong, Macau, and some cities in mainland China. Throughout these activities, the media followed and reported on everything. Yunxi gained a lot of fans and reputation points as a result. During this time, Yunxi also participated in an interview with a CCTV reporter. This interview was conducted in a relatively relaxed format. The interviewer and interviewee sat together, and the interview proceeded in a relatively relaxed and pleasant manner. First of all, congratulations on winning 4 Olympic gold medals. Can you tell us about your feelings after winning? Yunxi was wearing a simple yet stylish tracksuit. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her movements, and her unadorned face was as fresh and beautiful as a flower blooming in the morning. Whether on camera or in real life, she looked so youthful and radiant. Currently, the system has given her a beauty score of 99 points. Both her face and figure are beautiful from every angle. Her beauty is truly remarkable. Facing the reporter's question, and Yunxi smiled confidently and answered calmly. Winning the championship is naturally very exciting. After all, every athlete standing on the field is aiming for this goal. Especially at the moment of victory, I was indeed very excited, but after the excitement, I felt a sense of calm, a calm like one who has weathered many storms after enjoying glory. This is probably related to the fact that shooting requires us to maintain composure at all times. Her words were logically sound and well-organized, and her every gesture exuded elegance and grace. This captivated everyone present, who developed a deep fondness for this talented and beautiful woman. The reporter smiled and nodded, seemingly satisfied with Yunxi's answer. We all know that before the competition, all athletes undergo long and arduous preparations. Was the Olympic preparation period very tough? And Yunxi. She really wasn't tough after all. She was someone who had a cheat code. But that wasn't entirely true, since all the other athletes were very hardworking. And Yunxi considered her words briefly before replying, "No athlete's training is easy, but my situation is a bit special because I'm still a student and have to focus on my studies, so I mostly arrange my own training. Even with the Olympic training camp, I joined relatively late. Before that, there were shooting World Cup competitions every month. I was actually training and adjusting my form during these competitions. So, compared to other athletes, especially those in other sports, I have it relatively easy." The reporter then posed the next question. "You mentioned that your training is less than others, but since joining the shooting team, you've won every competition you've participated in. What do you think is the main reason? Is it talent?" "Talent certainly plays a part, but scientific training is also essential." And Yunxi paused slightly, then continued, "Also, I like to delve into everything I do." "Oh, so you've done a lot of research on shooting on your own?" The reporter astutely noticed this and tried to guide Yunxi to reveal more details. "Yes, every sport has its rules. To excel, besides talent, you need professional skills and abilities, which can be improved through scientific training." And Yunxi methodically explained her profound understanding of shooting training. "So you have your own unique training method?"
Haha, you're right.
And Yunxi smiled slightly and nodded calmly. In fact, Jeang had already mentioned this to her before, suggesting that she could appropriately reveal some relevant information to the outside world. Firstly, she hoped to use this opportunity to further increase the popularity and influence of shooting among the public. Secondly, she hoped to attract and recruit more outstanding talents for the Chinese shooting team. After all, only by constantly injecting fresh blood can the team maintain a vigorous and upward development trend. "Are these training methods used only by yourself?" The reporter continued, her gaze fixed on the highly anticipated athlete before her. And Yunxi nodded slightly and replied softly, "Initially, I did try it alone, but after seeing the initial results, the others in the team started using this training method as well." Her tone was calm and confident, as if it were all a natural progression. "So, the training method you proposed is very effective?" The reporter's face lit up with surprise, and he couldn't help but feel even more admiration for her. "Yes, you could say that." And Yunxi smiled slightly and nodded, indicating her agreement with the other person's point of view. A glint of appreciation flashed in the reporter's eyes after receiving the affirmative answer, and he praised, "It seems you really are a talented athlete." After praising Yunxi, he paused briefly before throwing out his next sharp question. Thank you for watching Manhwa Recap.